RallyX is presented by Nova Motorsport, FC2, Car System, Solentina Emballage Hantering, Hallgruppen. Season 10 continues in 3, 2, 1.
Since its inception in 2015, RallyX has captivated audiences worldwide with its adrenaline-pumping action. Over the years, it has become the birthplace of numerous stars in the world of rallycross. RallyX has consistently delivered excitement and drama to fans across the globe. Let us extend the legacy of this epic battle for another decade, where heroes will rise, challenges will be met, and the spirit of competition will continue to flourish. Welcome to the 10-year anniversary of RallyX.
Hello from Estering, Buxtehude in Germany. We're here for the final weekend of RallyX 2024. This is the studio, and that is the pre-grid and the start line. Hal, I don't think we've ever had a better location. Definitely beats last week's.
Absolutely fantastic to be in the mix of the action. We're in the way here of Haug as the cars are coming through the paddock. Yeah, as I say, we're in the heart of the action here at one of the best rallycross venues on the entire planet, and I'm so excited to get this title deciding weekend underway.
Yeah, me too. No, I haven't been here since World RX in 2018. Hal's been back with World RX and EuroRX since then. We've got a host of entries that have arrived here this weekend who haven't been in the series. We're going to make things difficult for our title contenders, but it is, of course, all about those title contenders. So it's noisy here. I'm excited. I'm genuinely excited. I'm also slightly concerned we're going to get Peter killed. This way, Peter. That's it. Okay, you don't want to get run over by Turenne. So let's start at the bottom in terms of height and age. Junior cross car. It's Hampus Hagström versus Olli Solli really in that one. It's Solli's birthday on Sunday. The ultimate present will be to win the title, but Hagström's going to make that very difficult in the form he's in.
Yeah, as we saw last weekend, it's amazing that we did a whole double-header last weekend. As we saw last weekend, Hagström wasn't necessarily there at the very start on ultimate pace, got stuck in traffic a bit, but came good, and that's what you've got to do to put a title campaign together. He's on such a phenomenal run. As we all know, it can all go wrong, but really it needs something desperately wrong to go for Hagström and for Solly to have an amazing weekend.
There is that pressure though, isn't there, on these weekends? I think when your worst score is a P2, you know, he's not going to drop a terrible score. He's going to drop a good score, and Solly's going to drop a worse one, and that's the same in some of our other categories as well. So the points have been a bit skewed. You tell this story all year, and then we drop a score, and you go, hang on a minute, he's in it as well.
And that's what's critical about this weekend as well, isn't it? Is so until this round today, there's a drop score to take into account. So there's a lot of maths to do tonight, not our favourite thing, but tomorrow has to count towards everybody's championship, and that's actually really good. So you drop your worst score until tonight, and then tomorrow counts.
Yeah.
What that does mean is, if you have a shocker tomorrow, you potentially get 0 points. Whereas if you have a shocker today, you get 0 points, but you can drop that and maybe get your next worst, which would be, I don't know, a 12 or a 20 or whatever your points are. So it's a really interesting dynamic across the course of this weekend as well.
Right, let's head up this way, Peter, a little bit, just towards the front of the grid. So a good example of that is cross car. So at the top of the list, you've got Elias Svensson, Thomas Inck Merstad. They're like 2 points apart. When we drop their scores, their worst scores are pretty similar. But when we drop Ronald Spalding's worst score, which is practically nothing, I think it might even be nothing from one of the rounds last weekend, Bowdens is going to come back into that championship fight. He sent me a message after last weekend, I'll see you in Estering for beers and a trophy. So the Latvian, he wants it.
Well, there's 6 drivers in Crosscar that can still potentially win the championship. I think for Robert Zerner in 6th, it's a bit of an outside bet, or for sure it's an outside bet. But this is Estering. The first corner here has such form with being absolute carnage. The top of the hill when the ruts build.
Watch this, watch this. Yes, we have the best job in the world, sorry. Go on, you were saying.
Well, as the supercar lights disappear out of shot, you just can't predict what's going to happen in the first corner here. And as a driver coming into a title decider, do you remember Matthias Ekstrom in 2016? We've seen that infamous move millions of times now from Kevin Eriksson around the outside. But Matthias told us how nervous he was not wanting to get caught up in that. He was actually driving cautious and not really knowing where to place the car, because being too cautious can actually compromise you. You've got to commit, and we'll see so much drama up at the first corner. That can have such a big outcome, especially in something like Crosscar.
Ollie Eriksson's about to do a tie warm right next to us. I don't know if he's actually going to launch it right now. The FC2 continues its development. This one actually might not be understaged, but one car's already gone. We know there's a bunch of kids over there. That's a good sign, because they've been struggling with a boost problem. They've changed something on the car. We might as well talk supercars there on the grid. That's Mandy August. Rennie Munich is here as well. Those Seats look incredible. Hal, I know you've seen them already. It's first time seeing them for me. Racing at home in Germany.
Yeah, Rene's new Seat Beefer.
Let's go somewhere else. Come on, this way.
Rene's new Seat Beefer, which we're seeing here on the left. This is Peter Hedstrom returning for RallyX this weekend. This is Rene Munich's brand new Seat, and this is a fantastic new car. It's different in almost every area to the previous version. Front cooling, the same as the Killer Polo as it was, an OMSE's car in 2018. Is he a dark horse? I would love to see Rene win this weekend.
Yeah, me too.
So much into rallycross.
And this circuit as well.
Especially here at Estering, it would be amazing for him to succeed. But the level's high, isn't it? And it's this man.
Yeah, it's Terpainen at the back here that Hal's just pointed out. He leads the supercar standings. He leads both Pro and Pro-Am. I think he's going to be tough to beat in that, to be honest.
15 years old. The pressure must... he's a Finnish 15-year-old. There's probably no pressure at all. But to go against the... Robin Larson's, who we've yet to mention, who's stepping in this weekend.
I was looking for him. I think that's him up there, is it?
It is, yeah. Peter Hedstrom, Rene Munich, and then all of the regulars. And Ulrich Linnemann's back this weekend. Yeah. On the back of Ulrich's result last weekend, he's found the sponsorship from his home round to come and race here. Brilliant. He had no budget left at all.
Brilliant.
The level's high, isn't it? And I think for Terpainen, that's going to be tricky, because you don't want to get...
But it's what you said about Ekstrom. He's in this position where he's got it wrapped up, but only if you don't bin it up in turn one. And it's also one of the trickiest turn ones in rallycross. If I was him, and I'm not, because he's, as Hal said, he's an ice cool 50-year-old Finn, and probably none of this matters, I'd be crapping myself.
But also, he needs to beat his rivals, the Enlands and the Tams. He doesn't need to worry about the others, and that's maybe an even more difficult dynamic. Open four-wheel drive is going to be brilliant this weekend.
So Robin Larson is here. Hal mentioned it. He's come in because Christensen has broken a couple of ribs, so he can't take part this weekend. Joel literally called him 2 days ago, Thursday morning.
Joel Kristoffersen, team boss of JC Race Tech.
I texted him. He sent me a picture of him and his kid in a motorway services in Denmark having a sausage, I assume driving down from Sweden. And he's here, double Nitrocross champion, double European Rallycross champion in the supercar. The guy's a weapon, we know that. So I'm really looking forward to seeing him back in a supercar. He says he needs more practice.
Nonsense.
He was second in Euro last year at Hollius on a one-off outing.
I think that's typical Robin. And as he's matured, he's become much more. He was never not modest, but he's become very calm and calculated, hasn't he? But there's no arrogance about Robin at all. And he's like, with one practice, because there's only one practice today. There wasn't one last night like normal. It's going to be tricky for me to get up to the pace. Absolute nonsense. He's one of the best rallycross drivers on the planet, and he'll be right at the front this weekend.
Absolute nonsense, Robin. You're a winner. He is. I think that some of that confidence has come from competing in the same car at Nitrocross as everyone else and winning consistently all the while, 2 titles in a row. That allows you to think, okay, in the same car I can beat them all, and then the confidence comes. So, going to be absolutely brilliant. Right, what haven't we covered? Open 2-wheel drive. Let's do that because that's an easy one. Simon Tiger is a long way ahead, so much so that he could wrap the title up by tonight. I think it's the only one that might be wrapped up because he may be more than 30 in front.
Probably will, I would suspect.
Yeah, if he had a 0 tomorrow, it wouldn't matter. He'd still be the champion. But how?
But, well, firstly, Victor Hansen was quick last weekend, took his first win in ages last weekend, and was quickest in free practice this morning. Oh, what a shame Victor didn't have his good engine in for the rest of the year, because then we may have seen a much bigger fight, because Simon didn't have the ultimate edge, did he?
It's just such a good view, I don't want to miss it.
But the key thing about open two-wheel drive here is the strength and the depth of the entry. There's drivers from Poland, Ireland, Belgium and Holland.
Load more randoms than we had even last weekend. And
Massively so.
So that, in fact, the last 3 events, Northern Sweden, we had Westman come along and cause problems, and but they were the Omans as well.
They were sort of regional locals. These are drivers from across Europe looking to compete here next year.
Yeah. So which would be awesome. What haven't we done? Cross car. We've done cross
Supercar lights.
Supercar lights. Right. So this one is really interesting for me because it's Lucas Anderson and Casper Janssen, neither of whom for me have nailed on a perfect year. They've had incredible events. Hang on. 1 minute, sorry. That's Mandy August with a clear whole shot. We'll have a look back at the highlights of Q1 at some point soon. Oh, here we go, this way. Sorry, Peter. This was a terrible location. Whose idea was this? So yeah, basically they've had this weird up and down year, and actually now Simon Olofsson has suddenly, with a brilliant weekend last weekend, double winner, last year's champion, is potentially going to stick himself in the mix. Imagine if he stole it off the 2 young guns.
So if you take drop scores into account, Simon and Lucas are leading, and Casper's I think 6 or 9 points behind. So actually, Simon is he favourite? Based on his previous form, based on how strong he was last weekend, he might start putting in money that way, and that's how these drop scores work. That he's had some shocking results this year, but that's actually worked in his favour.
There's Matt Zoman pulling into the grid. What a legend. Still want to get an onboard in that car. We'll do it at some point if we don't get it away this weekend. Look, there are so many stories to tell over the next couple of days. I'm sure you can tell that we're excited. I hope you guys are excited at home as well. We are going to go and have a look around this incredible track here, the Estering, the legend. It's the second oldest rallycross track in the world after Linden Hill, so let's go take a look. There it is. We are down right behind that pre-grid with an incredible view, the famous Turn 1. Hal, I love this place.
Yeah, honestly, it gives me goosebumps, the end of that pre-show, because this is such a wonderful rallycross venue to come to. The run down to Turn 2 there. Turn 2 is halfway through the lap, isn't it? And then that section up over the top of the hill towards the Joker split is so tight between the walls. Massive commitment. The track really evolves there like any proper rallycross track should. And then that run to the line through the Joker section on the inside of the final corner. This is an amazing venue.
Yeah, beautiful town as well. We are in Buxtehude. Around 40,000 people live here. It's only 40 kilometres from Hamburg. It became a town in 1272. Look at that. Lovely little rivers and boats and things. And there are some bars. I mean, not that me and Hal are remotely interested in bars. We're far too busy being professional television presenters.
Well, perhaps not tonight, because there's going to be a lot of maths tonight, but Sunday night could be very different.
Yeah, it could be indeed. No, it's a lovely town. We've been lucky enough to be coming here for 10 years, I think. Probably 2013. Did we come here with Euro? Yes, we did. Because that's when the rules about the Joker Lap changed.
I raced here in 2010.
2013, Stekker's car caught fire in the Joker. Yeah. Timozyanov was leading and hadn't jokered.
Who won?
And Timozyanov won because they gave him a penalty, and that's why they did the what's it called? Notional time. Yes, I do. They did the notional time. I don't know. Val.
Yes.
Yes.
No, I knew that. It was a challenge.
No, but I like the fact I knew. I love it when I know stuff that you think I won't know. Screw you, Hal.
One of his 2 wins that year.
Was it really?
Back to back.
There we go. I'm crossing stuff off. Look at our lovely running orders. We've gone all professional for the last round of the series. We'll get it dialed in for next year as well. In all seriousness, it's going to be a great weekend. It really is. Okay, we can have a little update on one of our junior cross car drivers. Perfect. Thank you, Nicholas. We'll bring you that in a moment. So we're going to take a look at how their sessions have gone. That is the crowd bathed in sunshine. It's mid-20s, I would say. It's hot when the clouds reveal the sun, which they have done most of today. The track is dry. And I say Q1 has happened for everybody, Q2 for Crosscar Junior and Crosscar. So let's take a look at their action so far, and we can bring you up to date with where our championship protagonists are sitting as well, because it's not all going according to plan. So Junior Crosscar, as you'll know if you've been watching the whole time, it's Oliver Solly versus Hampus Hagström, and Hal, Hagström isn't having a good day.
No, he's struggling down in the order. It's currently sitting in 14th position. Fuel issues, I think, in the opener. But Carl Svedland, who was part of the JC squad, had a great event in up in northern Sweden, Älvsbyn. Currently leads overall, the second fastest in Heat 1, and then the fastest time there, as we saw just before, in Heat 2. Classic first corner action as well here at the Estering. Possibly a little bit easier for the juniors and the cross cars, isn't it? Because they're that little bit narrower.
Yeah, but you also don't come up quite so quick when you're limited to 9,500 RPM. We've already said this is the line. That's where I think the closest ever finishing rallycross happened between Solberg and Ekström. What year was that? Was that 15 or 14?
14, wasn't it?
It's the first year of the World Championship. And what was it, 0.06 or
5,000 per second.
That was it, yeah, crazy. Came down basically to where the transponders were on the car, pretty much. So Carl Svedland leads from Oliver Solly. Now Solly, if you remember, is in the championship fight, and he is up against Hampus Hagström, who is down in P14 at the moment with 19... No, there are 20 crosscar juniors, so at the minute we would have 3 semi-finals, so Hagström would make the cut, but definitely needs a good
But
Q3.
this could have a massive impact on the championship as well if that continues for the rest of the day.
It would be his drop score though, wouldn't it? Because he's never been lower than P2 for the entire of the season. So if you have a shocker, I'd rather he had it today than tomorrow.
For sure.
Now, on to Crosscar. Ronald Bowdens leads. Now, Bowdens had a good day and a bad day when he was in Denmark, which means that when his drop score comes in, oh, look at that, out towards the wall on the outside. Penton and that was taking it. When his drop score comes in, he's going to be in a great position. It might put him back into the fight with Eek Merstad and also with Svensson. Now, Svensson is a little bit further down the order than we would have expected again, but by no means out of contention.
Whom was right up on two wheels there through the first corner, the kink on the way to what we call turn 1, but it is a proper corner on the way up there. There are 6 drivers that can win this title mathematically this weekend. One of those drivers in this race, Romet Cerner, he's 6th overall, and I think the most unlikely champion based on other people's performances. There's Elias Svensson, who is right in that title fight with Tomek Eek Merstad.
He won Q2, Hal, but he was P13 in Q1, which is why he's in 5th. Now, when I looked at results earlier, it was only after Q1 he was a little further down than that, obviously with the P13. So, but that's an idea of what you're in for up at turn 1 as they come wide and into the corner. Tarmac in the middle, dusty braking zone. Yulalami is sitting in P3 with a 6th and a 2nd. Of course, had a brilliant second day in Denmark, but not such a good first day last time out. So Bowdens and Eek Merstad are your P1 and your P2. Yulalami is in P3. Svensson is in P5. I think Yulalami did well to kind of claw his way back, Hal, but I don't know he's going to be close enough to have an impact on the championship. When you look at how well the front runners are doing, they're all right up there again.
It's so difficult in crosscar, isn't it? Because the pace is so astronomically good, but the cream always rises to the top, doesn't it? And so often we see lots of drivers having mixed days, but regularly it's the Eek Merstads, the Svenssons and co that end up at the front. Bowdens, an anomaly there because he had such a shocking weekend in Neeson, but you really can't call it. It's impossible to call, especially in this category.
So Ronald Bowdens leads on 85 points with Thomas Eek Merstad, Yulalami P3. Look, Penton and Svensson, Hume, Gotherson, Nilsson, Cerner. Hal has mentioned already a couple of TQs, didn't go quite so well last time out. Your top 18 from Crosscar will go through to the semi-finals. So at the minute, the championship contenders are all in the mix. Now, we've got other series to be tied up this weekend as well. We've got guest drivers in most of our categories, but a particularly a very good guest driver we've got is the double Nitro Cross champion Robin Last. Of course, also double European Rally Cross champion. He is here in a supercar. Nicholas went and caught up with him earlier.
In Europe first, and especially in this paddock in Buxtehude, I guess it's a lot of memories that you have on this track. What's your feeling going in the weekend here in Estering?
It's pretty special. Everything happened really quickly. Joel asked me yesterday morning, and the afternoon yesterday we were on our way in the mobile home. So everything happened really quickly. But yeah, he just asked me if I could come and race. So yeah, we did something good together, and here I am. And you never say no to driving a supercar. And I also want to drive here in Germany, and Buxtehude is a classic ground for rallycross lovers. So it's going to be fun. I take it as a really good test for the Nitrocross season opener here in September. So it's going to be hard, like I said before, to just jump in and be bang on it with the pace and everything. It's been most like 1 year now from Höljes. I drove the supercars, so it's always fun, but it's going to be hard to be bang on the times directly.
Everyone remember your race here in 2014 when you were leading the final of the FIA World Rally Championship in front of Peter Solberg, Matthias Ekström. It was a bit like the big race that helps to launch your career in RallyX. What memory do you have from that race?
Yeah, for sure. It was. I think it was my first final I was leading, so it was a start of something. But it was a good times in the beginning of my career, and yeah, now I'm a little bit more experienced, older, and everything, wiser, hopefully. So it's this is just pure fun, and I'm thankful for JC and all the sponsors that made this possible to just make me jump in. And yeah, like I said, the classic ground here for rallycross people. So hopefully there comes a lot of people and see the finals. So I will try to stay away from trouble for the main guys in the race, but it's gonna be fun.
What is the key here to be able to perform, because it's a lot of drama in the first corner, and we know that everything can happen at every corner on that track, but what is the main key to have a chance to be on the top step of the podium on Saturday and Sunday?
For sure, nail the starts. Always in rallycross it's important, but I would say it's similar to what they had in Denmark the last weekend. The start is really important, especially here. You have to have the elbows out a little bit, so it's gonna be a little bit hard to take that extra elbows out now when you don't drive for anything, just for fun. But we will see when you put the helmet on, and we will try to improve everything we can and be competitive all weekend. So it's gonna be fun with 2 races also. Just a lot of driving before the season opener.
You're 2-time Nitrocross champion. Is it strange to be back in a paddock with that family atmosphere and in a championship that you just won in 2019? It's a bit strange for you to be back this weekend in that environment, or?
Both. I mean, it's a little bit different from USA, but I still love it, and I think that's why I did it here in RallyX Nordic. I like it's a little bit smaller, a little bit more soft environment compared to the World RX that I've been doing for years. But yeah, it's a little bit similar to what we have in US, and also, like I said, the fun ground to drive in here in Buxtehude, the classic ground. So hopefully we'll have a really fun weekend, both me and the spectators.
Thank you very much, Robin.
Thank you.
So Robin, it's going to be a bit tricky. Larson won Q1 by 2.7 seconds. Bear in mind there's only 3 laps that tell you that it wasn't that tricky. I had a great chat with him, Hal. He was saying he was actually not nervous as such, but just the lack of seat time prior to getting in the car. The walls are so close here. He said even the slow bits of the circuit, he said it doesn't matter that it's only 100 kilometres an hour, 60 miles an hour. The walls are there. And he's right, there's no runoff here really anywhere.
I love the fact that someone of his, not only experience, but his ability and his results and career statistics, and he's still nervous getting in the car to come to a venue like this. Okay, this circuit's very different to what he's been racing on in America, and of course that's in your mind. The car's very different, and he's not saying it's hard to drive. It's hard to drive at 100% like he's used to doing. That's what he's saying. Yeah. But he's not someone who enjoys the media side. He doesn't enjoy doing interviews and all that sort of thing. But he's wonderfully eloquent, isn't he? And,
he really
as
is.
he's developed through his career, that's what I was saying earlier. He's actually become very capable at explaining everything that's involved, not just the driving side. And he's an asset to this weekend.
Yeah, it's great to have him here. Fantastic to have him here. We've got Ulrich Linnemann, Peter Hedstrom as well. But of course, they're all going up against our championship leader. In fact, he leads both four-wheel drive Pro and four-wheel drive Pro-Am, Joni Tapainen. Now, we did have an onboard camera in Tapainen's car, but his manager asked us not to play the lap. So I can tell you that rule will be changing for next year. We're not having any of that in RallyX. We're going to play a lap from whoever we like. But we did have the chance to go and have a catch-up with Joni. He's 15 years old. He's a brilliant young driver. He's leading both these series. So I can kind of understand the manager trying to protect him a bit. We wanted to see the lap. You can hear from him instead.
Joni, you are going into that last weekend of the season as a championship leader in a Pro and Pro-Am championship. How do you feel before this exciting weekend in Estering?
I feel exciting. It's gonna be a fun weekend because we have much new guys here who haven't raced here, and yeah, sounds interesting to be here, and yeah.
No stress for this weekend. You're just 15 years old and you're just doing a fantastic season. No stress for the weekend?
No, just trying to get some points from the races, and that's all.
You also leading the Pro-Am championship. What does it mean? You are going to fight for the boss class, or you are maybe going to do some choice during the weekend? What is your strategy? What is the plan?
Of course, we are driving both of the championships because I'm getting experience from the races.
What's your feeling? You are going to fight against big guys from the category like Robin Larsson, Peter Hedstrom, and so on. It's a big moment for you also as a rookie in the supercar category.
Yeah, sounds fun. Let's have a good fight with them.
What do you think about the track here in Estering? No one has a lot of experience in the Rally Championship on this track except the experienced driver. But how do you feel after the few laps that you have made since the beginning of at the end of the week?
It looks fun, a bit narrow, and cannot do any mistakes, but looks fun.
Thank you, Joni. Good luck for the weekend.
Finns are men of few words, but of pretty incredible actions. We've said it many times. Everybody knows you want to win, get a Finn. And Tapainen's doing a brilliant job, Hal, at 15. Yeah, the media
he's
stuff
not even a man yet, is he?
No, the media stuff can come later, can't it? Bear in mind, a lot of the cross-car drivers are 15. You know, it's even cross-car junior. Yeah, cross-car junior drivers are 15. And here he is leading both Pro and Pro-Am. It's been an incredible
I don't think he's had enough credit this year, to be fair, for what he's doing. Remember, Oliver Solberg came here as a 15-year-old into RallyX, and it was a massive deal because he'd gone and got the licence outside of Sweden and Norway, racing under the Latvian ASN to drive here. And that was a big deal, and I really don't feel like Tapainen's had the credibility he deserves for this year. Now, today is the day of days, isn't it, this weekend? If he goes out and beats some of these big names, then that will really cement him in his place in the RallyX history books, along with the title that he's probably likely to win, I'd say.
It will indeed. Now, poking into the screen behind us over here, this is Bart Bell behind me. On the left, you've got Johansson. Hal, you're familiar with some of these drivers, aren't you, from British Super National, but also the various different categories you've covered. I mean, look at that Volvo.
It's fantastic to have, everyone knows that watches the broadcast how much I like open two-wheel drive, and it just needs that bit more support. It's definitely a chicken and egg scenario that if people come and have a good time, then they will return, for sure. Derek Toll and Peter McGarry here from Ireland.
They finally come back.
And they're not making a secret about the fact that they want to come here full time. They need this weekend to go well, they need to enjoy it. Ultimately, this is a hobby for almost everybody here. It's extracurricular. So it's not just enjoying the racing, it's enjoying the environment, the event and all that sort of stuff. And open two-wheel drive is all about that. Fantastic that it's so strong this weekend, and I think we'll have some great racing.
We walked in past Simon Tiger's campsite. They're up in the second paddock. So the paddock here in Estering is quite small. It's the only rallycross paddock I can think of that's in the middle of the track. You'll probably be aware of more. But this is the one that's in the major series.
But it's also tiny, that's the
really
issue.
Really small. The lap here is like 40-odd seconds. I can remember when I first worked with Tim Harvey on the Comms for World, and I went off the line, passed over to Tim, and I had to say to him after the first race, Tim, we haven't got time. You got to keep the analysis shorter.
Because he's used to British touring cars where you've got
whole laps, and cars. I mean, they're great British touring cars, but they're not 600 horsepower. They will eat this track up. Remember, it's only 3 laps. It is incredibly tricky. The Joker lap here is on the last corner. Tactically, in theory, it is better to take the Joker on the last lap because the standard lap up the hill you're carrying a hell of a lot of speed up to the hairpin, so you miss out on that speed if you're taking the Joker lap. The Joker lap effectively finishes that run earlier, so you can see it there on the right hand side of your screen is where the Joker is, and coming out of there on the last lap can gain you up to 2/10. Now, with the greatest respect to all the drivers here, Hal, it's not quite like the World Championship where everybody's within a tenth of each other, but I'll tell you what, it could make the difference for the championship contenders.
Massively so, yeah, and those variables matter regardless of your ultimate pace, don't they? So,
yeah.
and also you'll compromise more because you can't necessarily execute that part of the circuit in the same way. So I think it doesn't really matter where you are, it's still a challenge.
Talking to Robin Spot as well, he was saying that, of course, if you do take the Joker on an early lap, you can gain some of that time back by virtue of a better line into turn one. So that turn one, all important, particularly because that Joker is so late in the lap. If you lose out in turn one, you are going to have to wait an entire circulation to be able to get yourself back into position, if you like, to be able to do anything tactically. So the first corner is critical. National Anthem playing in the background. They've had the track presentation here as we get ready to get the racing underway. 12:30, they're supposed to be off the line. Fantastic German National Anthem playing out. Something you'll be very familiar with if you're a motorsport follower, of course. Schumacher, Vettel, all those famous names. Thank you, Germany, for having us for our championship finale. A ripple of applause from the crowd for the German National Anthem at the second oldest rallycross track in the world, Estering. We are good to go. Round 9 live coverage starts now for you. My name's Andrew Coley. Joining me is Hal Ridge. Nicholas Dubinard is reporting from the paddock. Simon Tiger, Christoph Becks, Victor Johansson, Jorik Maininix and Bart Bell. Tiger on the inside doesn't get a good start in the Volvo. It's Jorik Maininix who gets the best start of the run for the first corner. Headlights with little eye stickers on it. I think it's Bart Bell trying to go all the way around the outside of him. But it is Maininix who is in the lead. How do you know the correct pronunciation? So I think we might have to go and ask.
Yeah, pronunciation is not my strong point. As Johansson looks to the inside of Bell coming down the hill. Yeah, I don't. But what Maininix is one of the most talented drivers to come out of the Supernational in Belgium and Holland in recent years. Really, really super quick driver, and that class is strong in the Belned region. So you've got to be handy to compete right at the front there, and you've got to be even tidier to come here and take on Victor Johansson and Simon Tiger.
Tiger goes Joker on the first lap because he lost out at the start, and that's what we're saying. If you lose out, you've got to wait a whole lap. Johansson P2 runs a little bit deep. Bart Bell behind though gets too sideways on the exit. Either that car's broken or he's lost a ton of time. You're up in the air with Vigo Koch, our drone pilot. So Bell is easily going to fall into the clutches of Tiger here. Tiger really needs Bell to go Joker this time round, but I suspect he might hold on until the last lap.
We've also lost Christoph Becks in the back of the shot. He's now some nearly 10 seconds off the back of this light as Tiger's piling the pressure onto to Bell, who will need to Joker sooner rather than later.
Now, Hal, this is the first time I've been here. Johansson goes Joker to cover off. Coming out, he's going to get it, isn't he? He's going to get it. Wow, more speed on the inside line from Bell. We need to see turn one. Johansson does get there first.
He's run deep though.
Yeah, he has. Bell gets too sideways again. It's so hard to get the traction. It's gravel break-in zone, gravel exit, tarmac through the apex, but uphill. And in the rear-wheel drive cars, that's hard work.
And this is not ideal for Simon Tiger at all. He's going to look to the inside, coming down. Bell's left the door open there, to be fair, and moved across. Obviously doesn't want to get too involved this early in the weekend, but Tiger losing a lot of time because Bell, yet to Joker, has ultimately been holding him back that little bit.
So Maininix at the front. Let me know. Send me a voice note on Instagram if you know how to say that correctly, and I promise I will try it. Over the line, it is Maininix who takes it. Johansson gets P2, Simon Tiger gets P3.
Tell you what, a 3-lap race around the Estering gets done pretty quickly, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. We will keep it punchy between us, I promise. We haven't got time to be banging on every Hal. Here's another look at the start. Look at the traction from the Volvo off the line. And Tiger, this is where normally you see him deploy all the horsepower, but I didn't see how much he got caught up in the background. So Johansson gets a tag, doesn't he, from Christoph Becks.
Maybe that's why Becks lost all the time in the back, finished nearly 12 seconds off the total time of the race winner.
Right there in the background. That is Ollie Ericsson's FC2 you can hear being warmed up. They've got a little boost issue which they're trying to solve. Yorick Menings, that's my best bet. Menings. Yeah, tricky. That's about as loud as it's ever been in here. I don't know if you can hear it or not. I assume you can.
What is amusing for people at home is that we requested, after last weekend being next to the FC2, that we moved the other side of catering. Basically, it's the
other end of the tent.
Kevin and Oliver and Andreas and Maria put in so much effort into this championship that they've reconfigured the whole OMSC awning again to accommodate us being further away from the cars to make it a bit quieter. Unfortunately, it's not really made any difference.
It doesn't really make it. Also, mate, we're at the back of the pre-grid, which, while it's a great view, means we've got about 50 exhausts facing us all day. So maybe it was a mistake, but what a mistake and a maker. Erling Krog, Michael Purson, Rolf Verhoeven, Peter McGarry and Thomas Liskovic. That is your grid for this one. McGarry came last year, didn't he? Let's see what he can do from row 4. Left on the line is Liskovic. McGarry gets a good start, but Person's got the best start. McGarry now on the outside of the Opel Mantra of Erling Krog. Look at that, lovely to see an Opel Mantra. I'd forgotten that would be a great open two-wheel drive car. Him and McGarry getting into it down the straight, the whole way down the gravel, still contact, and he still looks to the inside line and he takes the position from McGarry. That was just bravery and stubbornness.
McGarry had great traction out of the first corner. Peter's car's actually sold at the moment, so he's
really?
He's not wanting to.
Who on earth will have to use it after selling?
Well, they haven't bought it based on the livery, that's for sure, because it's not the greatest effort of all time, as I've been ripping Peter for so far this weekend. On the livery front, there it is in the mostly white Volvo C30, but yeah, he's here.
Harsh.
But so totally true. Liveries are so important, aren't they? And
yeah, he's right.
There we go. But yeah, him and Derek Terrell, we'll see in a few minutes' time, are here. They came and raced last year. Peter came to Julius, didn't he, to join Derek in the final round, and they're having a serious look at RallyX as a venture into the future. And look at the list of names here from the different countries.
Yes.
There's a Swede, Dane. There's a Dutchman, a Pole and an Irishman in one race in open two-wheel drive, and that's what we can see more of in the future.
Proper loose gravel, that gets cut up. We've seen ruts up there the depth of an axle before. We've seen tyres off backward, famously finishing the race with 3 tyres on the Focus. We've seen big rolls, people in the wall. Kevin Hansen taken off in an ambulance that one year. It's
that was before he got to the loose, wasn't it?
Yeah, he went in the wall hard on the tarmac section down the bottom.
But the loose here is a real challenge, certainly for drivers like McGarry from Ireland, because you don't get this sort of loose surface section in other parts of Europe, and like in France, for example, where it's all really hard packed. In Riga and the Baltics, it's all hard packed as well. Look how loose gravel it is here, and that's a massive challenge. It's proper rallycross.
But you also don't see. We'll get Vigo to follow from the bottom at some point. Person goes Joker, and we'll take this one easily. But yeah, you don't see how narrow it is. Like, it's just so narrow, and it's uphill, as we say. It's downhill the whole way to that hairpin. Around 180 kilometers an hour in a supercar at the bottom of the hill. Coming up the hill, even a 600 horsepower supercar is struggling to get above about 110 on the turn into that gravel section, because it is so narrow. So this was Person's run for the first corner. There is the gate which exits the track. My favourite ever quote, and how long today, he knows what I'm going to say. Nicholas Gronan was having a rough weekend, and Marcus said, we may as well open the gate and he can just drive out and go home. Along those lines.
I have a recording of that, actually. I should dig out and play it. We should play it this weekend if I can find it, because it was
brilliant.
And look what Nicholas has gone on to do.
I know.
You know, if ever there was a driver not under the pressure from their father, it's Nicholas Grono. Marcus was not pushing him to do anything at all, as we see a result. Pearson takes it from Krog and Verhoeven. McGarry working hard to try and improve on his performances here.
It is still Maininks from the first race who is leading. Couple of drivers missing from this. Derek Tohill on the inside, then Emil Hammer. Martin Engelen hasn't made it, and Bjorn Sturry's there.
Kenneth Kong was missing, who was so strong last time.
Stuar's actually in the wrong grid slot. He should be out in P5. Marshall's a roll, don't tell him how. Good start on the inside by Tohill, but a better start by Stur. Tohill's going to have to try and hold on to that on the inside line. Stur, though, gets there before him. He had a strong weekend last weekend, didn't he, Bjorn?
He did, yeah. He was much quicker. He ended up in the pond at the at the hairpin at Neeson as well, briefly, but the focus going much better than it did last year. Of course, Stuhr and Tyrrell got regularly into each other, didn't they, in that battle in open two-wheel drive last season. Stuhr runs wide at the hairpin. Tyrrell with a whole new engine concept, another new engine concept. I think it's the 5th variation of engine concept he's had in that X-Touring car Ford Fiesta. It's a 3.2 Volvo engine, naturally aspirated in the car now. He described last year's concept, which was basically a spare supercar engine, a Mountune 2-litre turbocharged supercar engine from his supercar as a Widowmaker. Great circuit car, potentially, but the wheelbase is a bit short.
Widowmaker, wow.
And on the loose, just an absolute nightmare. So they got back to naturally aspirated. They tried a 2.4 ahead of coming to this Volvo concept, and it just wasn't quick enough. He said it just didn't work. Now they're on this 3.2 version, and yeah, the car was finished this week, so this is the first test for him. And they had terrible alternator issues in the first heat, so, so the car was cutting out, not charging at all, so probably still working on that.
I was going to say there may still be something there now, because Stuhr's driving away from Tohill, and we know Tohill's a class act from his results in the European Touring Car Championship of old. Stuhr nicely balanced in the focus through that left-hander. Robin was telling me how slippery the right-hander is down the hill handle. You can actually see the gravel being dragged out onto it, the point at which you're coming into the Joker. Tohill also, I noticed, either so it's weird, when you've got the dirt that he's got on his screen, you have a choice to make. It's good enough to see where you're going. If you wipe, it can get 10 times worse. On the other hand, his wiper might not be working, he might not be able to see, because there is a fair bit of dirt on Tohill's screen, which must be from the run to the first corner.
I wonder if we can have a look there as Stuhr and Tohill will Joker this time around.
Look how clean Stuhr's screen is. Watch for Tohill in the background. Tohill's screen is suboptimal. Stuhr takes it. Look, have a look. Oh, he's really struggling for traction. Look how much he's struggling for traction.
I think you've also got to remember that, yes, he's a great operator in a rear-wheel drive car, double European champion, but he's a supercar driver now, and it does take a while to get back into a different concept. Andreas Backerid's actually racing in Norwegian Championship this weekend in a similar Fiesta. I think that's slightly less capacity engine Fiesta than Tohill's, but it's not the same as a supercar, and I think, yeah, could take a little while to get back into that groove as well.
I'd like to see that. I would like to see Andreas Backerid wheeling that car.
Well, on the back of us saying that we'd love to see all the top teams in open two-wheel drive as a compulsory effort, KMS and OMSE and all the rest of it. I had quite a few messages this week from people involved in those teams saying we should do that, and Nils Anderson, actually, team manager at KMS, suggested having a star car in open two-wheel drive. Yeah. I actually think if you could get a good car, it would be a great idea. Imagine sticking Johan Kristoffersson in a rear-wheel drive car.
The thing is as well, they will all want to win, but none of them will mind if they struggle a bit in an open rear. You stick them in an open four-wheel drive and it's not their championship car and it doesn't match their brand and things get a bit tricky, but okay, on to supercar lights, all-wheel drive, 280 horsepower, sequential gearbox. You know the drill if you've been watching all season. Your championship front runners are Lucas Anderson on the pole, then you got Darbach. Kasper Janssen in P3 is in that championship fight, as is Olofsson in P4, and then Kevin Darbach on the outside. The Darbachs are brothers. The other three have no allegiance and all want to win the title. Let's see who's going to get it done. Uphill, tricky to get these cars off the line. Brilliant start by Olofsson, but 3 cars inside him. Anderson squeezes Darbach out wide. Olofsson going for the long line. Kasper Janssen looks too. Olofsson turns in too early, lights it up, half spins. That is a disaster. Round the outside did not pay off. Darbach looks like he's inside Anderson, but no. Lucas Anderson gets the whole shot. Kasper Janssen ends up P4.
Not ideal for Janssen, not ideal indeed though for Simon Olofsson. That iron overdrives again at the bottom of the hill, frustrated with that mistake in the first corner, and it was a mistake. Pulling that outside move off in one of these cars is so much more difficult than in a supercar because you don't have the power and the torque to drag you out of the corner. It just didn't work for him this time around. Both Kasper Janssen and Olofsson's Joker. This is to try and get the hammer down and chase the Darbachs.
Hits the wall, little wall tap, tiny wall tap. That wall is new from when I was last here, and it's concrete. It's very defined.
It used to be an earth bank, didn't it? We used to regularly see cars ride up the bank. You can't really do that with a lights car. Lights cars are amazing. I'm not knocking them for a second, but so often we see the rear suspension break with that sort of lateral impact. So you've got to be careful. Look at the rut forming up the hill as well.
So Robin said you cannot see that. He said you can't see it, it just happens.
But the
That's how
whole
he
thing's blind
described
up
it.
the hill.
Yeah, but I thought it was a great description. You can't see it, it just happens. Darback goes Joker slightly wide of the apex. That will compromise his exit. Or he almost taps the wall as well, but he does get out in front of Janssen and Olofsson onto the last lap. Anderson with a good lead here.
Arguably the most difficult Joker of the year because you carry so much speed in. The weight of the car's all going to the left as you're braking into it. Then you've got to flip the car to the left, so you need to rotate the weight to the right. And it's so low speed. You also need to nail the exit because you don't want to run wide.
I want to see more technical Jokers everywhere.
This
I
is
like
it.
the Holliest one. I like this one. I like anyway. Watch it this time round and you'll see what Hal means. Over the crest, downhill, gravel onto tar, get it into the right. Now stop it early. Turn it right into the apex and get on the gas, out to the wall on the other side. That's a brilliant execution by Anderson.
I'd say Darback was better. Just
Nice.
that bit tidier.
Yeah.
Anderson carried just a little bit too much on the way in.
Lovely stuff from them both. Anderson takes P1 from Tobias Darback. Kevin Darback gets P3. Kasper Janssen and Olofsson at the back. Now, where were their standings? At the moment, it was Lucas Anderson who was in the lead after Q1 from Tobias Darback and Kasper Janssen. So, Tobias Darback really, I mean, we've said it a few times, brilliant season, but towards the end of this year, he's really now becoming one of the regulars.
Couldn't argue with that at all, but as during that race I was thinking, how much has Kevin Darback come on this year?
Yeah.
We see Olofsson drop it in the first corner. Kevin with so much less experience, straight from cross car, he's doing a brilliant job to be not far away from his brother's pace, and if anything that's even more impressive for me.
Yeah, absolutely. Good to see too.
How lucky are we with these circuits? This season in RallyX just got better and better and better, hasn't it, to end at this amazing venue. What a week, what a 10 days at Needham and Estering.
Actually, yeah, but I think they're two brilliant tracks.
I think it has got better and better, hasn't it? From Koval is always great, Alspin was great, and this last double header.
I enjoyed Alspin. We always love going to new tracks, don't we? Because we've had the great privilege of having gone to a lot of tracks. When you go somewhere new, I'm always like, oh, how exciting! And then you look at it, you think, I think this will happen, and then it happens slightly differently, and it's wonderful. It's great fun. Niels Christian Haug, Lars Erik Haug, Victor Christensen, and Ida Tornholt to finish off Supercar Lights. No, sorry, Mounier. I've read completely the wrong grid. It was Lene and Mounier with Soderholm. Soderholm tried to go around the outside. That's completely my bad for looking down the wrong piece of paper. There we go. And it's Lene leading from Mounier.
Battle of the French drivers at the front. Lene's come on strong last weekend. Mounier all over the back of his compatriot, right in the rear bumper. Mounier had problems in free practice with the gearbox in that car. He and his brother were working on it themselves in the paddock together with the OMC squad. They've obviously got it fixed, but can't find a way through. And this track will be so alien to these French drivers.
I was going to say though, if you look at them at the tarmac at the bottom of the hill, they look mint, don't they? They're so
neat,
precision,
tiny.
and then you come out there. I was actually quite impressed with how they came into the gravel section. Completely agree, but that's why they came here, isn't it? And again, they've over the course of the season now, you expect to see them at the front of the timesheet.
100%, yeah. They've built through the year. Lene missed out of spin to try and maintain the budget to do the season and come to these amazing venues. They're doing a great job.
We had a lovely chat a minute ago with it was Mounier's family who are all here chatting away about the Olympics in Paris. So I say chatting away, they don't speak a lot of English. I'm terrible at French, but it was brilliant. We were just talking about the French swimmer that took 4 gold medals, how amazing it is to have that sporting event in Paris. So it was a great comment I saw. The Olympics has been a wonderful break from the rest of the show that's going on in the world at the minute. It has been nice to see everybody come together in sport. That's sort of looking up the inside. That's one of the reasons I love sport, for bringing people together like that. Massive lead for Lene. Mounier having jokered on the previous lap. You don't really get, so the lead says 2.5, but it's not really accurate because of the closing speed on the timing loop at the finish line. So let's see what it is this time round. Into the joke, that goes Lene. A couple of attempts to get the car turned in. Mounier coming around the outside. Lene's gone a little bit deep, but I think we'll hold on to this pretty easily. Closer than I thought, but not close enough. So Lene does take it 206.4. We'll see him go P3.
Slot in between the Darbacks and the overall classification.
Ahead of Janssen and Olofsson. In fact, I think, where's Mounier? 207.2, also in between them.
This could be massive in the championship, couldn't it?
Yeah.
With Anderson having fastest in the first one And Janssen and Olofsson not having a great time here either. Great first corner from Linné. Just ran the nose out enough to maintain momentum. You can just come to the inside and lose too much of your speed there on the inside. Not that I know, it'd be a very long time since I drove here.
I'd love to do a lap here. I think I'd be a bit scared, to be honest, and that's fine because it's just one of those commitment circuits. You must have felt like that when you first came here. It must be quite overwhelming compared to the places you've been before.
There's more walls here than there was back then. You know, as you noticed with the Joker, that the walls are bigger and more present. And I think the top here also ruts up a lot more than it ever used to as well, which really, remember those amazing pictures I've got in the OMSE book. There's a wonderful picture. We'll get it in a minute and show it because there's a huge two-wheel moments from the past.
Haug, Christensen and Kasman. Victor Christensen last weekend was his debut in lights, wasn't it?
Yeah, finished 4th on the second day. Beat his teammate Lucas Anderson in the JC squad. Obviously his father was driving the Audi that Robin Larson drives this weekend.
Yeah, he's broken a couple of ribs if you're wondering where Dad's gone. So first of all, sending our very best to Christensen Senior because nobody wants to see anyone get hurt. But thank you also for getting Robin to take the car over, I guess.
Yeah, brilliant and brilliant to have such a name and such a willing team like JC who really support this championship across most of the categories except open two-wheel drive. Jon Kristoffersson runs a tidy, well, I was going to say a tidy little effort. It's a tidy big effort,
especially with DRR now, yeah. So leading over the line is Christensen. Into the Joker lap has gone Niels Christian Haug. On the gravel, but it's fairly damp coming down the hill. Obviously they're having to damp that down because as I said earlier on, temperatures here are probably in the region of mid-20s at the minute, which I'm going to check for you.
Feels like mid-30s in the back of my legs in the commentary box because my legs are pearly white despite the fact I wear shorts from May to October, and it's very warm here, isn't it? But that's absolutely fine, although I would like a good shower at some point, not for me, for the track. Just
20,
to lighten things up a bit.
23, it's actually due to get up to 24 for the rest of the afternoon, so it'll go up by another degree or so.
They do a great job of suppressing the dust here.
Yeah, they do.
I have to say, a lot of these rallycross circuits are based on massive volunteer clubs that run them, and there is arguably, maybe you take Loiec into consideration and Julius here, but the club they have here at Estering for running these events, everything is beautifully prepared. The flower beds as you walk into the circuit are lovely, weeded. The barriers are all plucked with grass. Like they make such a massive effort with all the painted curbs, and yeah, it's a stunning venue. Christensen
going to take it over the line. 206.2. That's actually decent. How it's going to see him go P3. So Christensen goes P3, beats both the French drivers. Anderson, Darbach, and Christensen is your top three.
Maybe me predicting Olofsson was perhaps favourite has done him the dirty on the commentary curse because
how dare you.
7th quickest here.
So, last time I came here, Hal, was one of the first times we'd had a drone, and it was what's called a tethered drone, and it was over turn 1.
Yeah. So everyone was so excited.
Yeah, because it gave us this incredible view from above turn 1, and what I'm revelling in, which you will have seen having been back here with Euro and World, is seeing this track from above. I think it gives you guys at home a much better idea of the... looking for a good word, but unfortunately all I can come up with is snakiness of the corners up the back section, you know, the rise and the fall. And behind us here you can see the cars getting ready to head out for Supercars. So if I move just this way a bit, you'll see the Seat Ibiza here of Rennie Munich. So Munich about to jump in the car. Martin Oss is here. Yeah, Andy Scott's car.
Gary Donoghue.
Yeah.
That Focus, that Fiesta's a stunning. Move out. Oh, it's me in the way.
It's you. Wrong side, Hal, wrong side.
Great livery on the Fiesta.
What we said about pointing, eh? Which way you have to move. Yeah.
It's a great open four-wheel drive lineup this weekend.
It is. Let's get on to it. This one then should be a banger. Robin Larson, Ulrich Linnemann, Martin Enlund, Peter Hedstrom and Mandy August. Now Larson was going to make a change to his start settings. I'm not going to say what it was because I was in their debrief and I promised them that I wouldn't. Genuinely, they were like, "Don't mention that, no problem. That's what we do." So he wanted a better start. He won the start last time, so if they get it right, it will be a banger. And they do get it right. Larson's got a wonderful start from the inside line. Linneman is on the inside there, trying to get through Hedstrom. Can't quite. Hedstrom inside now. Larson pushes Larson wide. Robin stays in the throttle and will hold on to that position as the dust settles from the front. Here comes Larson, Hedstrom, Linneman. Behind him is Enland.
That could have been the first corner from any championship, couldn't it, with the calibre of drivers here. Linneman right tucked up behind Peter Hedstrom, and it was this point last year where Linneman had a colossal accident in newer RX, and it's a massive contributor to his sponsors to come back this weekend and race in the RallyX finale.
Look how nailed on they all were to that curve on the inside. That's the corner that Robin was saying is so tricky because it's so slow. He described that whole uphill section as feeling slow, not compared to Nitrocross, compared to any rallycross track. It's narrow, it's uphill, there's big bumps in it, and that's where he said the walls were so tight, and that in the first run he was like, I wasn't fully committed, and then of course the lights go green and suddenly the adrenaline comes and back it comes 100%.
Look at his class here, just rotating the Audi beautifully at the top of the hill. Hedstrom giving chase. Hedstrom in the one of two by Manis-owned Peugeot 208s, but just can't live with that precision from Larson at the front of the field.
The curb through the right-hander again. We have to watch the other races as Enland gets a little bit sideways, but quite a nice joker. When you look at the other races and realise that they are a little away from that curb on the inside line is when you get an idea of just how good the likes of Larson is. Yeah, the precision is an indicative of his ability, but also his experience, just knowing where to place the car, knowing how hard to push and when to be patient. And what we always talk about drivers like Johan Kristoffersen, Timmy Hansen, Robin Larson, Andreas Baccarin is patience. You don't overdrive. Larson goes joker, Hedstrom going in as well. Checkered flag is out. Larson takes it over the line. He does a, what has he done? Yeah, the clock's stopped for us here. We've got a slight issue with timing. So yeah, we've only got Larson's first time up. Don't worry, they'll get that sorted, so apologies. That's why the graphics run off timing if you're wondering at home. They're automatically fired, so that's why it still said 2 laps to go. I was thinking, this feels like a long race for a very quick Estering. Larson's start look was great. Linneman realises he's lost the start and does the right thing. He moves to the inside, but Hedstrom is wise to it and aggressively shuts the door. How, Hedstrom in a 208 this weekend?
Yeah, that's the second of the Baumanis cars. He drove it in the Euro RX round in Julius. He wants to drive it in, well, he will drive it in Arvika for the Swedish finale in a couple of weeks, and they decided the best way to prepare for that event is to come here and race it this weekend, and yeah, jolly good too.
Couldn't agree more. Larson through that right-hander. There was a brilliant piece of footage that we had one year of Davy Genet when he was here as a factory Peugeot driver, touching the Armco in the left-hand corner just before the start-finish line on every lap, and I mean touching it by the finest of margins. It was wonderful. Now Larson didn't touch the Armco that time, but it's the level of accuracy of these top drivers which I love so much. Maiko Tam, Joni Tapainen, Philip Toren, Magnus Dahl and Gary Donoghue. Might be a fair bit of contact in this one, let's see. Tapainen, the championship leader from slot number 2, needs a really good run. Unfortunately, Donoghue goes backwards at the start. Maiko Tam's got a better start than Tapainen. Tapainen going for the outside in the Fiesta. If they're not careful, they'll open up the door to Toren. Toren can't quite find the traction to get alongside, so Tapainen slots in behind Tam.
Bit too tight, wasn't it, on the exit for Toren? Just couldn't get the traction. That Polo's had a lot of work done to it this week. Remember, he missed most of the second day in Nissen because of that crash in the first corner in the super wet Q1.
Yes. Oh,
Can't been on the jig and all sorts back in Sweden this week, ahead of this weekend. Great job from the Hedstrom squad. Maiko Tam as well, he's desperate for a good weekend. Really had a difficult one in Denmark, and leading from the front here over the championship leader.
Into the joke lap goes Gary Donoghue. Hal, fill us in on a bit about Donoghue for those of us that aren't familiar, including myself.
Yeah, so New York-based rally driver from Ireland, lives in the States, has done ARA quite a lot, has now caught the rallycross bug, so flies over for most British Championship round, Irish Championship rounds. Had actually planned to come to Denmark last weekend, but because Toa wasn't ready and they've come over as a trio, he's spent the week in Ireland and now here this weekend, looking to do some more events in the future. Of course, the
brilliant.
cost is much higher, but yeah, than doing Irish rounds or what have you.
But yeah, when you bring the 3 cars in one truck and one outfit and one awning, that makes the cost better for everybody. So you can totally understand why you had a week in Ireland before coming here.
And you see that with OMC and the amount of supercar lights they bring, and the cross-car drivers doing it collaboratively is great. Gary's done bits and pieces this year of British and Irish events, And Rallycross is so good for businessmen, isn't it? Because it's so compact. You turn up on the Friday, do the weekend.
That's why Loeb liked it after rally. He didn't want to be away for a week doing recce's for the World Rallycross Championship. He came in on Friday morning, didn't he, sometimes?
And for Gary, it's actually more cost effective to fly from New York to Europe for the weekend than it is to do a week's worth of recce and driving across America with the car, blah, blah, blah.
Tam going to take this. Tapine and Joker on the middle lap and ended up behind Torin, but should get the overlap here, does easily. So Tapine gets through in P2, but we don't know what Larson's time was, 1:58.6. Larson's Q1 time, Hal, was what? Because we haven't had the Q2 times through yet.
Tell you what, the lap time Tam's done there on a 37.0. The only driver I think to drop into the 36s so far is Larson on a 36.953. So 37.099
really
is very competitive.
Very good lap indeed.
That must be second quickest if nothing else.
Tam just inside Tapine, and you can just see that uphill tightening right-hander from the epic Ericsson round the outside. Here's the run into the Joker from the drone. Look, nail it onto that curb. You have to stay on the curb, keep it on the right, off, on the brake, flick the car in, try to touch that barrier and wind it up all the way up to the curb on the right-hand side. It's a real track of both accuracy and commitment. So yeah, say unfortunately we don't have Larson's time. We'll see if we can get it on separate timing somewhere. 1:58.6 is for Tam, but we don't have the times from the previous run, so forgive us for that. Say a slight issue with timing. Yeah, we'll get a session overall at the end then. Philip Martinson, Ollie Eriksson, Mats Oman, Martin Otten, Rennie Munich on the outside. Munich had a bad start in Q1. This time he gets away to say, it's a great start for Rennie Munich. Mats Oman inside 3 wide. Eriksson gets a little bit of contact. Oman goes wide and then tight. Mats Oman looks to the inside line but can't quite get through. Munich though, Oman's taken it, and Munich drops into B2. He went too wide on the exit. That tap Oman got on the way in helped him.
Oh, Rene, he did all the hard work. He made the start, come across early on the run up the hill, and then just ran that bit deep in the first corner, allowed Oman up the inside, Oman having run that bit deep, and that's the variables on the first corner here in the Estering. Now,
when we have a bug in TV, a bug usually in TV means a little graphic in the corner telling you what championship you're on. We didn't have that in mind, a big bug landing on the lens. Into the joke lap goes Ollie Eriksson in the FC2, Mats Oman trying to fend off Martinson and Munich behind. Munich now looks to the inside, but he'll have to try and find the traction. And all that dirt that gets dragged onto the tarmac, when it's dry like today, it dries into dusty conditions, and the traction there is not very high, to say the least. Larson's time has come up 1:56.4, so he's 2.2 quicker than Tam in P2. And that time, bottom left of your screen, is not the time to beat. It's 1:56.4 is the time to beat. Say that, Munich, forgive us for that, it's just an issue with the timing.
Munich into the Joker, he was so much quicker than Oman coming up the hill. He's going to drop behind Martinson, who is yet to Joker. Munich could really do with getting past Martinson on the exit here if he's to get about beating the time of those ahead. Meanwhile, Ollie Eriksson set the fastest lap of the race so far on a 37.2.
Yeah, you said 36 was quick, didn't you?
36.9 is what...
so that's amazing in the FC2. We'll have to check if they're running it in USA spec or Supercar spec. So USA is 450 with a 550 boost, and Supercar spec is basically 550 all the while. There comes Rigo Koch in P4 with the drone over the top of the others through the right hander. They drop off through the dirt into the Joker. That goes Mats Oman. Oman over the line. He stops the clock with a 1:59.0. Yeah, P3 for him. Larson takes the session. So it's 2 from 2 for the double European, double Nitrocross champion. Great stuff from the opening session here at the Estering. There are grey clouds coming in around us. The top half of the circuit is blue sky and sunshine, but how that looks to me like we might get a bit of a German shower, and I would not be opposed to such an issue. That would be fine. This is Oman, look up the inside. Yeah, Munich just got too deep. He got on the throttle too early. So hard here. You don't want to be greedy on the exit, but it is uphill, so you want to get on the throttle early and carry the slide through. We saw with Olafsson's mistake earlier, the margins between Legend and Dropped It are tiny in turn 1 here.
Munich had more pace as well, didn't he? Yeah. Got tucked up behind both.
Got tucked up
Oman
overall,
and then Martinson, sorry.
Right up.
So yeah, I think we can see more from Rene later on if you can get clear air.
So Mats Oman takes the race with a 1:59.0. Good stuff, but it is Robin Larsson who takes the session overall. Well, you see in the background there the grey cloud down the bottom of the circuit. The forecast is for dry weather. If it gets wet, that'll kill the dust a bit. But there goes Ronald Balbins. Fantastic scooting through in the background.
Just been spotting for Martinovs, hasn't he?
Yeah, good point. Yeah, of course he runs
busy.
Martinovs as well. So brilliant stuff from Q2 here. That is Q2 complete. Coming up soon will be Q3. But we want to tell you a bit of a story back from 2017. He's a superstar now of the World Rally Championship. Of course, son of a double World Rallycross champion. That's Petter Solberg. We're talking about Oliver Solberg, who cut his teeth in a supercar in this series in 2017. That's where it all started for him. Have a look at that and stay with us. Q3 coming up very shortly indeed.
Som trea. Grashin, Aker och Råström därefter. Nu är vi redo. Röd lampa blir grön.
Solberg kanonstart.
Inte samma start för Bryntesson. Fröshaug är tvåa där. Men Bryntesson kommer på insidan möjligtvis. Fröshaug är tvåa. Öhman är fyra bakom Bryntesson.
Han för försiktig Bryntesson. Börjar med en dålig start. Aj, aj, aj. Solberg på hugget.
Mycket! Och vilken fin start han fick.
Ja, nu är Bryntesson tillbaka där tror jag. Förbi på insidan. Ja! Väldigt lika bilar de där två.
Ja. Men det är Bryntesson som är före.
Och Solberg långt ut där.
Så får nästan Fröshaug ge sig, har kontakt med Öhman. Samtidigt då som Bryntesson har tagit upp jakten på Solberg. Dahlmans vål i Jokern.
Ja, det känns som Bryntesson blev arg på sig själv. Han har varit snabb, körde väldigt fint på det blöta här i morse. Intressant att se om Solberg fixar det här nu. Bryntesson känns på hugget. Han är lite snabbare nu. Press på den unge.
Ni ser det svårt att se.
Ja, en miss där. På grund kanske utav sikten. Lite för mycket sladd. Solberg fick en lucka. Kan vara idé att ta jokern snart för Bryntesson. Han får lite mer fri sikt. Eller gör det vid rätt tillfälle också så att han inte får någon framför sig. Han känns lite starkare än Oliver just nu.
Ja, frågan är om inte jokern kanske borde komma för Bryntesson på nästa varv. Han har ju Fröshaug närmast. Ja. Teamkamrat.
Solberg hittar ny fart nu. Bra varv utav Oliver. Väldigt fint spår där. Om man glider ut lite där så är det där i stort sett perfekt. Det är inte som en liten miss för långt ut. Oliver Solberg har hittat rätt nu.
Ja, var 60 av den förra passeringen.
Oj. Alldeles för snabbt in där utav Bryntesson. Ja, med tur och skickligt så räddade han ut det där bra. Ja. Det blev liksom en studs tillbaka och så i med växel igen och iväg.
Öhman är före Fröshaug. Ja, men oväntat hur han kom tillbaka på rätt köl så att säga.
Ja. Frågan är om bilen klarar sig, men den, ja, det är lite kosmetik där fram, men hoppas att det bara är det så att det inte är någon laddluftkyla eller något som har fått en smäll där.
Men det misstag från Bryntesson har gjort att det är upplagt för Oliver Solberg.
Ja, det hör han ju naturligtvis från sin spotter. Wow, han ret ut det där. Att han liksom, om han lugnar ner sig bara nu, inte gör några misstag, så har han det här som en ask.
Ja då, han har marginal när han tar jokern. Han är en bra bit före Bryntesson. Ja, det är svårkört nu, som ni förstår.
Ja, William var inne på det där att det är riktigt halt på vägen in i jokern, och det fick Bryntesson erfara också. Missar bromspunkten totalt där. Men den här mannen alltså, det är osannolikt det vi ser. Det kan ju nästan inte hända det här.
15 år gammal, Oliver Solberg, på väg här nu mot sin första rallycross-seger i Supercar.
Och som man gör det, så moget, det är så svårkört, det är så besvärligt, men inga misstag. Ja, det här är helt fantastiskt.
Oliver Solberg från Mittandersfors, som ligger 5 mil härifrån Arvika, vinner den andra deltävlingen på Västernbanan efter en stark körning. Bryntesson 2:a och Mats Öhman tar den sista pallplatsen. Fröshaug därefter. Men Oliver Solberg, kan ni tänka er, som har klivit in i Supercars den här säsongen med storm och 3 i premiären, och här kör han till sig sin första seger.
Ja, det börjar redan här. En kanonstart. Bryntesson, blå bil till vänster, inte alls med. Åker vi med Bryntesson i set. Han startar på 2:an. Kanske var ett felbeslut. Svårt att säga.
Ja, det där har han laborerat med under dagen och testat.
Ja, han har gjort det. Startar både 1:an och 2:an och hade planer på att slira iväg på 2:an, var väl en idé, men lyckas inte. Och små misstag här och var. Ett där utav Bryntesson, inte så farligt, men det här avgjorde alltihopa. För sen inbromsningen. Man får en skön dominoeffekt där och vips så var vi på väg åt rätt håll igen. Ser vi det inifrån. Där, vi följer med runt och 1:an är i och vi åker igen. Ja, snyggt. Men det här, alltså, det finns inte ord för det här, Stefan.
Nej, Solberg, första segern. Pappa Petter är förstås överlycklig. Han är mästerskapsledare i RallyX Nordic. Han har inte ens fyllt 16, det gör han i september.
Ja,
Och det är suveränt.
Oliver, första segern i rallycross.
Ja, herregud, det är så jävla kul!
Vad är det som tar dig hit idag?
Nej, jag vet inte. Jag har kört bra, det har gått klint och fint och inga misstag. Ja, lite misstag, mycket misstag i final, men nej, jag vet inte, jag är så nöjd.
Vått eller torrt, det spelar ingen roll?
Nej, det spelar tydligen ingen roll. Jag var så rädd för att det skulle bli blött, vet du. Jag har aldrig kört på regn och grejer.
Men det funkade?
Ja.
Men det funkade?
Ja, herregud.
Stort grattis! Fira nu!
Ja, han är förstås tagen efter den här finalen. Men en sagolik talang som bemästrar även vått underlag nu, kan vi konstatera.
Ja, ja, men det är vi har varit inne och pratat på det förut. Det här som vi bevittnar nu, det här är något exceptionellt bra. Det är osannolikt. Det kan egentligen inte hända. Och en sån här bil på det här underlaget, det spelar ingen roll att det är en VM-bil, att det är Peter Solberg som har kört den, och den kanske är den bästa bilen i startfältet. Det är inte alls omöjligt, men han är 15 år. Han bemästrar det här på ett fantastiskt sätt, och ja, det går ju egentligen inte.
Och det här lugnet som han behåller, jag tänker på startögonblicket när andra har problem, då får han till en klocka.
Ja, det får han, och första tävlingen i Grenland där, det kan vara en sak. Han åker dit och bara åker utan några som helst egentligen, varken press eller förväntningar på sig. Men nu har han det. Igår på torget så fanns det egentligen bara en förare där. Allt folk var runt honom, alla vill prata med honom, och han förstås känner ju av det här, men det spelar ingen roll. Han gör det igen.
Och han kör ju också rally. Han har varit i Lettland och vunnit en tävling där. Tvåhjulsdriven bil. Han har ju sagt att det är rally som jag vill satsa på i framtiden. Men det är klart, med den här utvecklingen så får han gärna kombinera.
Ja, men så är det ju naturligtvis. Och det finns ju mycket känslor. Och de känslor som Peter visar nu, det säger en hel del om han också. Vad det här betyder för honom. Och ja, det här är fantastiskt. Vi kan bara lyfta på hatten. Alla ska lyfta på hatten för Oliver Solberg.
Första segern för Oliver Solberg. Thomas Bryntesson 2 och Mats Öhman 3.
Welcome back to the Estering in Germany, where we're on the final weekend of RallyX 2024. My name's Andrew Coley. This is Hal Ridge. We've had the most fantastic welcome from the German fans, I have to say. It's been lovely. They've been coming in, telling us how much they love the sport, that they've been watching the shows all year, and it's just been really, really nice. There's one guy out there, Johannes Schiller, who has had a t-shirt made with Team Haldrew on it, which, if you remember last week, was the nickname we were given by you lot, I think, in the YouTube comments. So, yeah, great stuff. If you are in the comments, give us a shout. Let us know if you've got any questions you want answered, and we'll try and bring you the answers to them during the course of the show. You can also reach us on our Instagrams, although we might not get to those until the end of the day. Round 9 today, round 10 tomorrow. Round 10's points have to go into your championship standings. Like and subscribe, then you won't miss the start of next season, and you can make sure that you join us for all 10 rounds. I'm assuming it'll be 10. Here he is, Robin Larson. Come in the middle there, mate. You send the man a text and he's here almost as quickly as he gets to the finish line with 2 wins from 2 sessions. Robin, how's it going, dude?
Good. Hello, mate.
All right?
Yeah. Good start of the day.
Yeah.
Was a little bit tired this morning, but yeah.
So you drove down, yeah? You sent me the picture of you and your lovely child in a Danish. Well, I think you were getting sausages, weren't you?
Yeah, on the boat.
On the boat?
Yeah.
I didn't realise, of course.
Always take the red one on the boat.
Perfect. The red sausage?
Yep.
Yeah, is it good?
Always. I missed the European trip, so it's finally some sausage again.
Finally some sausage. That's absolutely brilliant. So, you mentioned, I know we spoke earlier and I mentioned it in the broadcast already, you felt a bit rusty when you went out for free practice.
Yeah, I think I was both really, really tired after no sleep with the little one, but it's always special jumping into a completely new car like this in a full race mode. So but yeah, heat 1 and heat 2 now felt a lot better. This morning I was more or less scared of myself and the car and everything. It felt like 2,000 horsepower, and yeah, you feel so much easier and everything feels so much better when you start picking up the braking points and how it steers compared to the nitrocross car, and it's a big difference. And it's been a while since I drove the Audi. It was almost a year ago.
Holius European, I think you got P2 there, didn't you? I mean, sure, you've got to get P1 here, Robin. I did say that to you yesterday, but you said you needed more practice. It's going all right so far.
What a load of nonsense that is.
He says your favourite this morning.
We'll see.
We'll see. Stay with us. We're going to go racing junior cross car. You can help us with a bit of insight. Go on, Hal.
Well, I get it, but the car you're in is the car that you won the European title in 19 Euro RX and RallyX. So I know it's tough, and I know what you're saying is to perform at the level you expect is hard, but it must be so nice to get back into a car that you had so much success with and you were so familiar with.
Yeah, for sure.
Let me get the grid out of the way and then we'll talk a little bit more about that. So on the inside is Carl Svedland, then it's Ollie Solly who's in that championship fight, Dennis Vick, Jonas Hegeland, Nilsson and Theo Johansson. Svedland in the TQ spot with a P2 and a P1, which I think is going to be Svedland's best, well, it will be Svedland's best if he gets the TQ by an absolute mile. So watch him on the inside, needs a good run to the first corner, gets away nicely, and that inside line makes a difference as there's contact 3 wide. Ollie Solly, the championship contender, is in the wall on the outside almost. He is, so Oliver Solly ends up a total passenger on the run to the first corner, no fault of his own from my book. I think he got moved in on there, Hal.
Yeah, an absolute gift for Svedland on the inside, stayed out of all that carnage. Those 2 cars are still stuck there, they don't have reverse, so unless you can line up the wheels and get the momentum to roll backwards, you've kind of had it. But these drivers are in the worst of the conditions because they've watered the track to suppress the dust, and it will only get quicker through this Q3 run.
We'll take a look at the replays, but for me, Nielsen in the 334, which is the orange colour car, moved across quite early and squeezed them, and Solly had absolutely nowhere to go. So, but for Carl Svedland, it's a great result, leading. Svedland has had a P2 and a P3 this year, but hasn't won a session, Hal, all year. So this is a big step up.
Been getting progressively quicker, hasn't he, in the JC squad? It was his teammate Carlson who had the great result last time out as well.
Last year Svedland was struggling to even make, was at the back of the semi-finals. This year has been up in the final at most events, basically.
And that's twofold, isn't it? A, that's the experience of coming back, but B, now running with a team like JC Racetech, where not only do you have the cross car information and data, but it's the chats with this man like Robin Larson, and it's not necessarily what would you do, it's just talking about how a weekend unfolds and gleaning all those little bits of knowledge to help you build your overall package.
Now you've got some juniors in the team, haven't you? I noticed Christensen came in after I was talking to you. Did you sit with him at all and go through the data, or did you leave that to the engineer guys?
Not much. I just leave it to my nitrocross spotter Per that's doing all the data and stuff. So he's doing that, and I'm just staying out of the trouble. I come with the output of my heats, how the track is, obviously, and try to pump them up a little bit. They're doing really good. Lucas is 2 P1s, I think, and the crossguard guy is doing really good, and also Victor is doing really good for, is it his second race here?
Yeah, amazing, brilliant job by him. Coming out of the last corner, Svedlin's going to take this. What is the time compared to the previous snows? Okay, we've got some sort of issue going on with timing there, definitely, because Svedlin was at the front and he's shown us P3, so we'll get timing fixed. Hear me? Yeah, I'm struggling to hear you a little bit. Can you hear us? No. Okay, take one ear off and then you'll be able to hear us. Yeah, well done. Okay. So we're just having some volume adjustments made. This was the move, look, where the Jonas Hegeland Nielsen in the 334 moves across, and when he finally releases them, the amount of energy that's in there just fires them across the track. There's nothing you can do about that if you're on the receiving end.
No, this is typical Germany in Buxtehude. That's the main target for me, obviously, going into this weekend. Just stay out of trouble in the first corner, and it's been hitting a lot of people through the years, and still doing so.
Yeah, absolutely. Big
good
concrete.
Old dude.
Yeah, big old concrete walls on either side of the joke lap as well. Oliver Solihull in P2. So a DNF, I think he'll still make this. I mean, there's 20 drivers, so we should have 3 semis. So he should easily make the semis. But that's a real shame because he was going to be on the front row, and now he probably won't.
Yeah, and that's massively played into the hands of Hampus Hagström, hasn't it? Who is having a tough day so far. Solly having a bit more of a tough time now will really come into Hagström's hands.
Yeah, Hagström's down in P14, having had a 9th and a 19th. Was sitting outside the awning just looking a bit nervous. I went over and fist pumped him and said, look, you've got this, dude, go for it. So he'll be coming up in a race shortly. This one is Jere Hukar, Arvid Karlsson, Pauli Terpainen, Carl Schnack and Pontus Oskarsson. Terpainen was P3 in one of the rounds at Neesim, and then didn't make the semis at the second one. There are only 2 semis in the second round there.
And it was Svedlin's and Robin's teammate Carlson who had that amazing performance last weekend in Denmark, won his semi-final from the back of the grid, then finished second to Hagström, having not really featured in the fight for the finals this year. So that confidence as well, building through the season when you get to the end, is real.
I just drank some tea which was hotter than the sun. So there we are. Right, let's get these guys off the line. Hukar on the inside with Carlson. Best start was Terpainen in the middle of the grid. Terpainen going to try and shut the door on Hukar. Hukar's still there though. Terpainen finally gets it done. That's actually really nicely done. Now don't open the throttle up too quickly and get away. Terpainen does hold on to the lead. Great stuff.
Yeah, like I said, it's the first corner always, and you just try to stay cool, even if you can always go on the inside, but it's the exit that's the most important here in Buxtehude. So it's a tricky track, but it's so much fun to be back.
It's interesting the first corner here, isn't it? Because most traditional rallycross tracks are, if you get a good entry, then your exit is going to be fine. But here, there's so many variables.
It's totally opposite.
Yeah.
It feels like you're gonna lose. If you say you are in the lead, it feels like you're gonna lose the corner if they sneak up on you, but they lose so much going tight.
Yeah, it's so inviting to go for the inside, but you can't afford to.
It's such a long straight, and you need the speed going out on the gravel, so you need all speed you can get, and it's a long straight.
What have you been up to during the summer, mate? Obviously, I know you do like to do a bit of folk race, and your missus was doing some folk race as well, wasn't she, last year? Is she still racing?
Yeah, so we're doing some folk race, and this year we are mom and dad, so it's been a busy summer, so it's gonna be fun to fly over to US in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, are you bringing the missus and the child, or no?
I think we're bringing them to Phoenix and Vegas. So
okay,
not the first one. It's gonna be a quick trip over and home. So
yeah, get over there, get the racing done.
Yeah.
Are you looking forward to getting back there? 2 titles in a row. Obviously, that makes you I guess the target. But
yeah, for sure. And every season when you have one and your champion is getting tighter and tighter every season, and they want to beat you. So, but I love Nitro and really like USA, and that's why I took this opportunity from Joel and the sponsors and come down to Germany and take this opportunity to warm up before Richmond. And I also like RallyX a lot. It's low key, it's pretty chill.
It's fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's fun.
That's why I
said
wanted,
yes.
And I think we could have done something if we want to drive in Höljes and all that stuff. But I would say I like this a little bit more low key and chill environment.
I totally understand that. We love being here, and it's great to have you here with us. Pauli Tapainen taking that one. The time was a 2:15.5, which sees Tapainen go ahead of Svedland, but not Oskarsson. Oskarsson in P2 was a 2:17.3. Seeing as Solly was Svedland's closest competitor, I mean, P2 Pira, Dennis Vik, where were they? Have they been in these two? Yeah, Vik has been beaten already, so P2 Pira could be a problem in terms of the points for Svedland, but no, he's 13 points back. I think Svedland's got the TQ tied up even this early on in the session. So let me see. I'm gonna do some talking. Hal's gonna change some volumes. Does that make a difference? It does make a difference, Hal. Thank you. There we go. So Robin can hear us. We can hear him now. Thank you very much to our technical crew here from DMC. It's not easy, especially not when you run on a tight budget like this series is. We really hope you guys appreciate the amount of work that goes into trying to bring you this coverage. P2 Pira in the 16. Yes, two big numbers on cars. That's what I want. It makes it so much easier to do this incredibly difficult job. Yes, NASCAR, Robin, exactly, NASCAR. We don't want all white cross cars. They're banned from next year as well. Me and Hal are making some of the rules for next year. So Peter Pira sitting in P2, but with the issues for Oliver Solly, could well be going up into second place in qualifying, which P2 did win a session in Kouvola at home and has had a second place and a third place, but didn't come, well, actually did come to Nissan, but was on the reserve list, so didn't manage to get in, unfortunately.
Competitive old lot, isn't it? Cross car in juniors and in senior, and so often we see these young drivers step up and immediately quick, just like Lucas Anderson in supercar lights this year. Look how much the track's drying already, Andrew, with the dust flying out of turn 2. That's going to make a real difference.
How's the house coming on?
It's going good.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's done.
How's doing his house at the minute as well? What sort of stage? Yeah, it's a lot of dust. I did mine a few years ago. Mine needs redoing now. It's worn out, but are you living in it while you're doing it?
No, it was probably done when we moved in, so that was a good part. So we didn't have a newborn in the chaos, so that was a good part, but it's never getting done. It's so many things.
Let's just live it's like a long list, isn't it? And then
now
when you finish
the garden.
I remember David Higgins once. When he won a rally championship in the UK. He was using a world rally car. It was Ancro National Gravel, which was the one I was in, and he won it. And they spent a fortune. And he said, I promised my wife that I would spend the same on the garden as we spent on racing this year.
That's a good garden.
We're going to have a bloody amazing garden, which I thought was a great quote.
I've heard that story from many people, but it's remarkable how cheap racing becomes when you try and explain how much it costs for the year. It was $2,000.
Yeah,
it was
I
so
spent
cheap.
$2,000. We can't have a patio, I'm afraid. Like I never spent that amount of money on racing. How much is your supercar worth, Hal?
Oh, about 500 quid.
Hello to Esme, Hal's lovely other half if she's watching. And Soren as well, Hal's son, I hope he's watching. Is he watching?
I doubt it, no.
Well, how dare he? He does like cars though, doesn't he?
He likes buses, pushing a wooden bus around the floor,
Oh, wicked. Well, we could do bus
I'm going to keep him away
rallycross.
from rallycross for as long as possible.
What, you don't want to be skinted out?
It's just a horrible addiction, isn't it, that you could do without, really?
A horrible addiction that you could do without. You heard it there from
I can't do without you, that's the problem.
I want a t-shirt made up. A horrible rallycross, a horrible addiction you could do without. How rich. But I love it.
That out of context, that doesn't make sense,
No,
does
I
it?
know, mate, but that's what's so funny about it, because you love it so much.
I just don't want him to be indoctrinated by something that he can never leave. I want him to have some summer weekends at home rather than be at a rallycross event every single weekend.
Nico Kinnunen. I don't know. Yeah, he's looking underneath the car. Have they got the extinguishers there, or is it? What is it under the car? What's this orange thing at the back? Is it? Oh no, it's a mark on the screen. That's dust on our screen in the monitor. So yeah, says Kinnunen. P2 Pira goes fastest, 2:14.4. That pushes Svedlund down into P3, but as I say, the difference in points between them was 12 coming in, 13 coming into the session. But this last race is absolutely crucial because your championship leader, Hampus Hagström, who has been no lower than second all year, has had 4 wins in a row, had a win at the start of the season, an incredible run. He's having a bit of a shocker and he's down in P14. Now he'll make it, but ideally wants to go inside the top 6 because that will put him on the front row in one of the 3 semi-finals. He looked nervous sitting outside the OMSE tent. I mean, it is, don't forget, there is a dropped score. And when that's, Robin, I don't think he's got too much to worry about if he has a bad day today, has he?
Nah, it looks good, but I think in his advantage for this this quali is that the track is drying up. The time's looking a lot better for every heat, so I think the water is pretty rough before the first heat. So
there we go, you see. So Robin Larsson immediately looking at it from the driver's point of view and saying, you know what, it's getting quicker. So can Hampus Hagström nick a great result here? He's on 60 points. Obviously not going to get to TQ, but a decent score here.
It's pretty tight up to 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take a look at what happened here. This is Kinnunen. Does he get run into?
It's stopped there.
No, he just stops on the inside. Do we see anything?
Oh, it's after the checkered flag.
There is a bit of smoke there, isn't there? I wonder if
he's going, come on lads.
there must be a bit of a fire in there or something because he's animated, isn't he?
Yeah, he knows.
Just
like, come on, give me fair play to him. How old is he? Young from the look of his height.
Yeah. Just looking at the drop scores taken into account ahead of this weekend, Hagström actually leads by 20 points as opposed to the 25 or so. There's a bit of oil down there.
Yeah, he's dropped fluids out the car
in the first corner. So the drop scores so far bring the 2 championship protagonists a little bit closer. But it's still quite a margin on 20 points. And if he has a shocker today, he'll drop that. If he drops that score, that'll actually increase the margin again because you're dropping a worse score.
Yeah.
So
I'd rather, if you're going to have a bad day on one of these 2 days, it's today.
Yeah.
Robin, what do you know about championship weekends and having a bad day on the first day?
Yeah, I've been there. The worst thing is to not have the speed going into an important weekend like this. That's the worst for a driver. Like you want everything, you try everything, but you can't come up to speed. So it's a much better feeling, like you see Lucas having, like he's bang on it from all the qualifications. So it's playing in his favor, I would say, in the lights category.
Yeah, you need that confidence, don't you? Hagström gets an absolute banger of a start. That is exactly what this nice young driver wanted. They all seem nice, don't they, Hal? Because they're all kids. They literally are from the age of 11 through to 16. It's a fantastic series that we've seen some wonderful drivers come up through, the likes of Lucas Anderson, who's gone straight from junior cross car into supercar lights as a front runner, to Pynan, up into a supercar, just absolutely brilliant. Hagström's got away well.
Young enough not to be cynical, aren't they? They're just loving life, and that's exactly what Robin was talking about. There's a lot of pressure there for Hampus to nail the start, and he executes it from a tricky grid stop perfectly, and that will give him such confidence for the rest of the day.
Have they watered that back straight? If they watered that back straight in that gap, they shouldn't have done, should they?
I didn't.
I think they might have watered
that.
They shouldn't, should they?
No, absolutely not.
You could feel in my heat compared to the first heat this morning that they put a lot of gravel back. So I think my time was almost a second slower in the Q2 than Q1.
In the second session, yeah. Totally.
It should be better with the driving, but it was worse.
Right, okay, so you drove better, so the time was worse.
It's such a long straight with the gravel and all stuff, and if it's loose and wet, then you lose a lot of time.
Talk us through here, Robin. You were saying there's a bump. Is that the bump there that you say just happens?
So you don't see it, but when we drove here last time, it becomes a wall of gravel, more or less. You can't see it, but if you just change your line a little bit, going a little bit faster, and you can hit it. And I did that in 2019 pretty bad. So
yeah,
that was crucial. But yeah, the Audi was really good at that time. It was
side by side on the exit of turn 1 through here. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, like I said, it's a really crucial part. You need to be bang on it, but you can also take it really slow because minimize that risk of hitting the wall. And you can see Lindemann, was it last year?
Yeah, last year.
So it's a crucial part if you want to find those extra tenths. But in my point of view this weekend, I don't take that risk. So
Hagstrom trying to take the top time. Think he's done enough. It's going to be a 2:14. No, not quite. 2:14.7. So yeah, P2. P2 Pira wins the session. That's the second session win of the season for Pira. I think that will see Pira move up into P2 in the standings because Solly's going to drop down with a DNF. But it's all about where Hagstrom goes.
It was so close lower down in the order, wasn't it? That he'll climb right back up.
He's going to see him climb a long way up. We should have the standings at the end of this session, hopefully.
Confirmation of the result. Hagstrom from Antilla. Schnack completing the top 3 in that final race of the session.
Look at that. If you've got a long enough name, you get a smaller typeface.
Jan Kristoffersen has that problem all the time.
What do you do if you were doing rallying? How would you get that on the window in rallying? You'd need tiny little letters to run it all the way down both windows. Larson's having a little nod to himself. Not something he's ever thought of before with the name Larson.
He also doesn't care.
No, of course he doesn't. There's the boys. Oh, we saw Dancing Man earlier. There's a guy who was dancing in Denmark.
Yeah.
Top. Did you see him? Yeah.
He's here?
He's here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was on the jar train yesterday, and I suspect he's going to be on the jar. We saw him this morning, and it wasn't a beer. I was like, what is that? Is that electrolytes? And he sort of laughed and said later. So I expect to see a half-naked dancing. He has a Facebook page. I'll dig it out later on. Someone sent me a screenshot of it. Yeah, we'll see if we can find him. Svedland then with the TQ from Pira to Pinan, Oskarsson, Carlson. Solly and Hagstrom are 1 point apart in terms of championship. Solly beats Hagstrom by 1 point. So Hagstrom moves up 7 places with that P2, and Oliver Solly drops down 4 or 5 with a DNF in this session. So the points down the side of your quality points, 1 point between them. That's actually worked out okay.
And what brilliant damage limitation for Hagstrom. That Q3 drive so important. Now the stress will be so much lower that not only does he climb back up the order, but he's right next to his championship rival. Makes all the difference.
Bit of a mark of a champion. Robin, thank you, mate. Go on, we'll let you scoot back off. Good to see you. Put on a show for us in the next one, will you?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Thanks, buddy. See you later.
Cheers, Robin.
Robin Larson, what a legend. Say double Nitro Rallycross champion, double European Rallycross champion.
RallyX champion.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean...
that was a controversial old day, wasn't it? In Chirp in 2019.
It was. Okay.
We love controversy.
We do love a bit of controversy.
As long as we're not involved in it.
Yeah, which we
Being an onlooker on controversy is great.
So Svensson, Yillalami, Penton and Baldins and Gotherson in this. Eek Merstad is the only of the top drivers who isn't in this race. Svensson, Yillalami, Penton and Baldins, Gotherson across the grid left to right. Svensson in P5 in the standings could do with a good one here. Looks like he got a bit of wheel spin, but finds the traction off the line. Bowdy's trying to shut the door. Gets a little bit of contact with Pentonen inside him. Svensson gets the turn one first. Yillalami trying for around the outside. Pentonen trying for on the inside line. Yillalami does go round the outside. Brilliant move by Jonathan Yillalami, but he's side by side with Svensson as they come down the straight, right up above 15,000 RPM. Svensson holds on. Yillalami after a great attempt round turn one slots in, and Bowdens is right there as well.
Lots of little inputs on the steering from Yillalami, just feeling his way into Svensson at the bottom of the hill. This is a sort of race where you can really risk going for the Joker early. Neither of the second and third place runners do that this time around. I think I might have done that if I was Bowdens, just to try and mix it up a bit, because so difficult to pass around here at the Estering.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
That is sorry, Andrew, that's exactly what Robin Larson was talking about. See that Yillalami went for the inside to try and get the undercut on the exit, but it's so tight, you lose so much momentum. Look at the gap he's lost.
He can't see how. So Yillalami struggling for visibility. His wiper's going like mad. I think he's backed off and gone into Bowdens. He got roosted big time as they came onto that wet gravel. Now he's got massive pressure from the Latvian. You're right. Bowdens should have gone on the previous lap. How he's losing tons of time.
Clip the wall, Bowdens, and now he can't go because Yillalami's gone in front. This is all unravelling for Ronald Bowdens, and this is Rallycross in a nutshell. It's bang, bang, bang. You've got to be so reactive because so quickly your day can go from brilliant to terrible.
That's what I love about it. I love that high speed, high risk decision making. So Yillalami's gone from having bad visibility and struggling down that straight to now being close to the back of Bowdens, with Bowdens due to go Joker on this lap along with Elias Svensson out front. Previous times for winners of the session were a 2:03 and a 2:01. The 2:01 would have been in similar conditions because it's fastest last in Q1, which is what me and Hal want in every session. Hint, hint, Andreas Eriksson. Svensson into the Joker, through the left and the right. Let's see where he stops the clock. It is a 2:04.0. So that would not have been enough to win either of the previous sessions, but the track is significantly wet, Hal.
Yeah, it's been dampened a lot, and this is where the fastest first thing can help the drivers behind if the pace differential is quite close. But the track's not evolving rapidly. For sure, it's changing in pace, but it's not changing as quickly as it might so close in the run up to the first corner. Svensson got that bit sideways. Yulilami took a feral clout in the rear there from Baldins in the braking. There was nothing malicious there, just took a little nudge, and then this is Baldins in the wall. This could that could be so rapidly a massive shunt up there, especially because that's a conveyor belt on a tyre wall.
Get caught on it,
and it just sucks you in a tiny bit and then spits you back out again.
And you can climb it too, can't you, because it's rubber on rubber, so you can climb it and get absolutely launched. If you are not at the Estering today and you live within an hour of it, what the hell are you doing? Get down here tomorrow. Well, 2 hours.
It's not
I'd
you,
say,
mate.
maybe
We're
3.
Like 5.
You'd come in 5. Hal would drive 5 hours. I must admit, I'd probably do 3. I'm just a bit lazier than Hal. That's fine. I mean, you enjoy the live stream by all means, but if you are close, look at this weather. The clouds have gone away very disappointingly, and it's a beautiful day. Steinsholt, Hume, Eliasson, Osterberg, and on the outside, Thomas Eek-Merstad, who is right in the fight at the moment, of course, leading the stand. He's got to try and get in there first of all, but he's going to get beaten by Hume on the way to turn 1. Hume runs him a bit deep, Merstad loses out, now cuts underneath Hume, but can't get there, so Eek-Merstad ends up in P3. And I think it's Steinsholt who leads.
It is indeed under pressure from Hume. And for context, I don't know if you referenced this in the previous race, Andrew, Baldins was currently in the top qualifier position on 85 points. Eek-Merstad was on 84, Yulilami on 83, Benson on 82, Svensson on 81. So there's 4 points covering the top 5 drivers.
And this is their final session, let's not forget.
So it's
crucial.
Massively open.
One position is absolutely crucial for top qualifier. Remember, there'll be 3 semis, but the top 6 will be on the front row. So top 6 position is really critical if you want to be in with a shout. Although, don't forget, Kevin Eriksson did it from row 2.
You need the points as well there at this stage in the championship, don't you? So not only do you need the front row slot, but the points are so important.
Steinsholt leads from Hume, Eliasson, Osterberg is P4. Hal's head nearly exploded there as he went off canter to sneeze for a moment. I had a double sneeze earlier on, like a double joker. I knew it was coming. I was talking to a couple of German rallycross fans and had to excuse myself while I sneezed hard, but I got away with it. Hal, how was that for you?
Painful.
Was it? Oof. It's one of those ones where it makes your ears and your eyes go a bit. Feel like, do you think it's true that if you sneeze with your eyes open, your eyeballs pop out? Do you reckon that's like
I've tried holding my eyes open while sneezing, but it's almost an impossibility.
Why did you try that?
Well, your eyeballs aren't going to pop out, are they?
Well, I don't know, they might do.
Yes.
Don't risk
What a
it.
load of nonsense.
Don't risk
That's
it.
even more ludicrous than Robin Larson saying he's out of practice.
There we go, you see. There we go. Hal telling it like it is. That is nonsense, says Hal Ridge. Utter nonsense. Steinsholt and Eliasson must go this time round. Hume comes in, look at that, you see the brake lights light up as he backs it into that corner at the end of the downhill section. Not going to get to Steinsholt, might get to Eliasson, it's going to be close between them, and he does. So Hume nicks it from Eliasson at the line for P2, 0.3 of a second, but Steinsholt with a 2:04.3, not quite as quick as Svensson. So that's what Svensson needs, isn't it? Is people to slot in between him and Baldins and Yulilami, who are all ahead of him. Baldins currently in the TQ spot. I think he's about to lose that. So if Svensson gets 45 now, and Baldins only gets 40, yeah, he'd nick it by 1 point, wouldn't he? Because he's 4 points ahead. That's if it stays as it... No, it won't stay as it is, because Steinsholt's going to slot in between them. So Baldins has lost the TQ. But who's got it yet, we don't know. By that, I mean, at the minute, Svensson is ahead, but he could now be beaten by various people. What is that? Oh, is that some sort of a gravel guard? Is that to stop gravel hitting you or something, Hal? What is it, a pizza thing?
No, I think that is a gravel guard, yeah, and you need it up there. Great
what a legend.
ingenuity.
That is legendary behaviour. He's made a glass panel to protect himself from smashed teeth. Legend. I've been hit by gravel at the side of a rally stage 4. It's all, you're like, oh, wicked.
I bet you never mentioned it before either.
Oh, mate, honestly, got properly smacked in the head. I found it later. It was in the hood of my jacket. Robert Cerner, Riku Hukar, Tree, Eric Nielsen, and Tobias Anderson. Hukar and Cerner with good starts on the inside. They might get edged here by Nielsen. Not quite though. Cerner locks up, runs Hukar a bit deep. Hukar somehow, despite getting a little bit collected, holds on and then accelerates away from the pack. Nice traction.
Perfect exit, as you say, Andrew, from the first corner.
Is that a wasp? It is a wasp. We've got a wasp that's landed on my head. We might have to. Let's go. Ah, whoa! It's on my face. Whoa. Okay, right. That is not allowed. Kill it, Hal. I'm sorry. Some things have to be killed, and that wasp in the commentary box is one of them.
It's heading towards Ollie Eriksson.
Is it? Okay, that's
good
fine.
luck.
Good luck. There we go. Live wasp attack on air. It literally landed on my face.
And my nose.
That did freak me out. I don't care if you think I'm a wuss. Horrible little things. I know we need them. Yes, blah blah. Ecology. Don't like them. Bumblebees I like. They make honey.
Yeah.
I mean, like wasps are just nasty little gits. Do we need wasps? Discuss in the comments. Wasps or bumblebees?
I'm in the bumblebee camp.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Hukar leading from Cerner, Nielsen, Anderson, and 3. What was it that Palm 3 said in World Rallycross that was so legendary?
It was in Abu Dhabi, yeah.
But it was a legendary interview. Yeah. I can't remember it.
Yeah. Have to.
Oh no! It's someone turned it into a. It was turned into a. What are they called? Those things that are funny online.
A meme.
Yeah. But what was it? Didn't it? Was it the one where they turn around and look at you? You know, you remember he looks at him all romantically. Oh, I can't remember it. Somebody find it online. Do you remember or not?
No, not really.
Oh, how? I've been gutted. Right, Hukar's chased it the 2:04.0. I love it when someone like Robin comes in and goes, yeah, track conditions are getting faster.
Lap times are good.
Yeah.
38.6 for Hukar last time around.
That in the middle of that junior session. That's naughty. When there was the Kinnunen hold up because it was a lot wetter.
38.6 last time around. Hukar's going to cross the finish line.
He's not going to get there. Cerner's going to beat him.
Behind Cerner, I was about to say that.
Wow. 1.149. Finishes are getting close with a 2:04.8. Not enough.
Third quickest behind Svensson and Steinsolt. So again,
Bowditch is
good for Elias
Svensson.
Svensson.
Svensson here is.
And Eek Merstad falling away as well. This is perfect for Svensson.
Yeah. Now, where's Svensson in the standings? Only 2 points behind Eek Merstad. In theory, bearing in mind, yes, drop scores. Svensson is going to go here, Hal. From P5, he was P13 in Q1, wins Q2 to move up to P5. Looks like he might win this session, bearing in mind a lot of the quick drivers are gone. Who's still to come?
Rasmus Persson won last time.
Ugar in the last race.
Where's Ugar? Sorry, there's Ugar.
Yeah. So what are we on? What race are we on now? Oh, all the Lucas Jensens are in the next one. Both. So yeah, Svensson here could not only take TQ, but by virtue of other people beating the quick drivers, might take the championship lead. Your man was pouring himself a drink there, Hal, at the sidelines. You missed it. Okay, right. So Oliver Lucas Jensen and Niklas Lucas Jensen. Oliver Lucas Jensen has a black rear wing, and Niklas Lucas Jensen has a white rear wing. This is what goes through a commentator's head at the start. Noah Jorgensen, Lucas Orav, yes, Orav to the green car, and Tamo Tudo. It is Orav who gets the best start, and he's going to squeeze across. Not the best start on the outside. Tamo Tudo even quicker. Tudo gets there first. Orav going to hold on to P2, and from the inside line, both the Lucas Jensens are dumped to the back of the pack.
Great start from Estonian Tudo to come out ahead of compadre Orav, who's got a problem.
Tudo, I thought that was an amazing move, but it's just Tudo going. Orav going backwards, isn't it?
It is indeed. Jon of the Jensens run super wide into the gravel. We've all been in there in dirt rallycross, haven't we? And hemorrhaging time.
Yeah, but especially with a two-wheel drive cross car, doesn't come out quite as nicely as a four-wheel drive supercar.
The cross car is difficult to drive in dirt.
It is difficult. It's a bit easier with a wheel than a controller.
I would argue that it's easier in real life to drive a cross car than it is on the game.
Yes, I agree. Have you got a wheel or not?
Yeah.
I've got the sequential gear lever now.
Oh, someone's dropped it in the first corner. Didn't see who that was.
It's wicked. Sequential lever from Thrustmaster, like it properly clunks. I said it all up in the lounge, and then my wife's like, how long is that going to be there for? And I'm like, only a couple of days. I think it was there for about a month last time I put it in there. It's in the garage at the minute. I get told off and have to put it away. I just put it away because Laura Winter came down, so it was in the spare room.
She'd have had a go.
Yeah, but like, actually she would. She had a go at driving, didn't she, earlier this year? But Laura came down, stayed with me and my wife.
In general.
And Polly was like, you got to get out of the spare room. It's messy. I'm like, Laura's a motorsport person. She won't mind my Thrustmaster seat and, what's the fold-up seat called?
Play seat.
play seat. It's wicked. I had all that, but no, it had to go in the garage, mate.
I've just got a bucket seat fabricated on a bit on our.
Mate, have you fabricated something? Oh, Hal, that's so Hal of you. I love the commitment.
I just don't have time anymore. So
no, neither do I.
The winter's the time for that.
It is. Well, it was.
Not having a one-year-old
goes to the winter. Yeah, not having a child. Yes. Yeah.
And a supercar.
There is. You put only yourself to blame, Hal.
I know. Yeah. On all fronts.
Both those things are at least partly your fault. Tudo and Orav coming through. Orav had a problem at the start and then ends up with no problem, and it's actually that might be the quickest time. No, it's not. It's 0.4 of a second slower. So Tamo Tudo, this is all going the way of Svensson. With a 2:04.4, Tudo's going to drop in behind Steinsholt. Cerner is going to drop in, I don't know, just behind Hume.
Isn't that the ebb and flow of this amazing cross-car championship? Because what was Svensson's problem last weekend? Gearbox, wasn't it, on the second day? Had all those problems, and it just comes and goes and ebbs and flows, doesn't it? And the cream does rise to the top, and this championship fight is going right down to the wire, as we've seen so many times in cross-car. I would argue this is the most competitive rallycross championship on the planet, RallyX cross-car.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I can't think of anything that's as competitive. Yes, the French championship's super strong in various different categories, but you don't get 26 drivers within a second in a single class. I think this is amazing.
It's the first time that fastest first has worked all year. No, I don't like it. I want fastest last. But
so you can go first.
No, it's proven Andreas Eriksson right, isn't it? He is often right, Andreas. Maybe we'll get him in here later. He does watch this sometimes. He knows we rip into him. Don't worry. Person, Terraping, Isak Cetra, Van der Vivre and Patrick Kong. Brilliant start from Rasmus Persson on the inside. This is what Persson needs. Now get it done into turn one. Don't get collected. Don't have somebody drive all the way around the outside.
Isak Cetra around the outside. What a great move that is. I think he's got it done, Andrew. No, not quite.
Persson holds on. Kong in the background. Look, when you get offline, you just get out into the dirty stuff, don't you? Terraping, I think it was right over by the Armco. We've got two of the pace cars in there, I think we have, yeah. No, so it must be Van der Vivre who's in the other one, who is run by Dundistal rather than Pace Motorsports. So that's the first time we've seen a TN11 in this series which is not run by Pace.
Yeah, brilliant to have a Belgian driver here in RallyX this weekend. Oh, runs right to the wall there.
Would have been good if he had painted in the same colour as the Pace Motorsport car.
Well, what's to say it wasn't that colour first?
Yeah, exactly. You're dead right. Pace well out of order.
Lee Macklin in the YouTube comment says, I live there in Dirt. I presumably that's about this corner down here where,
Who was it had a massive shunt there last year? The guest driver.
Oh, the Chinese driver in RX2E. That was a big
machine, wasn't it?
Yeah, my favourite thing about I was stood down there. Oh no, sorry, I wasn't stood down there. I was stood by catering, which was just further up the straight. I was chatting to someone we both know. Anyway, the car started rolling, and in the time it was rolling, I was able to walk down and see basically the end of it and see her trying to drive out. It went on for ages.
That was a big one. It was a big one.
Another incident of note was down in this corner when it was super wet. It was Liam Duran in a Citroen C4. I think that would have been 2010 perhaps. And the car was so bellied out in the dirt down here, and he was just throwing gears at it, trying to pull out. And with every gear change, the car just sank more and more and more into the gravel. Like, you're going nowhere, sunshine.
Yeah, that's it. All your four-wheel drive at 600 horsepower is doing you absolutely no good whatsoever. Out of the final corner comes Persson. This could be enough. It is enough. So Persson takes the session with a 2:02.9. With one race still to come with Martin Ugar in it. It's not quite over yet. But a 2:02.9 is 1.1 seconds quicker than Elias Svensson.
Hasn't Persson come on strong in the latter part of this season? Basically didn't feature at all. Got excluded in Alvspin, I think, didn't he, for his part in from one of the races, for his part in that big roll in the first corner, because he went really deep, didn't he, on the inside.
Didn't make the final basically until Neeson.
And then won in Neeson.
First win week, I think he was, wasn't it?
Double finalist in Neeson. We'll look at the stats. Yeah, double finalist in Neeson. Didn't make the podium on the second day. Right, like sometimes something just has to click for you to get right to the front of the order, and that's clearly happening here.
What we said about it being in your head a lot of the time. I mean, it can be something like we go, oh bugger, we've had the wrong gear ratios in all year, whatever it is.
But some people just don't have the ability to get to that point. But if you do have the ability, sometimes it just clicks, and you're there, and you can't. And often
self-belief.
You can't even work out why.
No, I know. Yeah, but you're absolutely right.
Same with Hagström this year. Came into the season and on it immediately.
Yeah. Niemi, Stenison, Ugar, and Schnack. So Ugar is the only driver here from slot 3 on the grid that would be able to trouble, I think, the top of the timesheets. But mind you, Niemi's got a brilliant start on the inside, and they've all been outdone on the outside by Morten Schnack. So Schnack leads, and Ugar now is going to have to do something special to try and take this one. I mean, if track conditions are good enough, just let me see where Morten Schnack is in the standings. Not far enough up. No, I don't. Well, let's see. Let's see. I don't think, looking at my stats, I don't think Schnack's I don't think he's made the semis. So Ugar does go Joker to get out of trouble, but the problem is that might stick him back into traffic. He needs everybody else to Joker on this next one. And Ugar's already onto the back of them. Wow, I wonder what happened to Ugar in the previous session. This is the only trouble with not being able to get out and about. We're in here all day. We can't really tell you what happened to these people.
I'm afraid I don't know, Andrew.
No, neither do I.
The pace isn't there, though, is it? Schnack's opening lap there was a 40.4. We'll get a better comparison this time around.
Oh, that's
Ugar stays out.
Yeah, Ugar went early, didn't he? So Ugar needs now to not catch up too quickly. 39.3 for Ugar, 0.7 of a second quicker than Schnack.
Tidy Joker from Marjorie Niemi, to be fair.
She's doing well this year.
Yeah, I think that supercar experience for her as well in Finland, driving the OMC Fiesta of her father, will just be helping that bit more. But it must be hard
switching between the two.
Limited experience to switch between rear-wheel drive and four-wheel drive.
You said she's doing okay, isn't she, in the Finnish Championship?
Yeah, doing alright, yeah. Oh, Ugar's got a hell of a run up here, up the hill.
Lovely car control, and then look, nails it to that. Look at that, that's beautiful. And that drone shot gives you a great idea. Ugar will blast it over the line, but won't be near enough to the times. 206.1. Wow, drops you down to P12 immediately. That is tight at the top. So what is it, a 2.0? Let's not go for the leader's 1.1 ahead, so you got a 2.04 to a 2.06. There are 9 positions in between those two times, over 2 seconds. 2 seconds, wow. Right, cross car done, we're getting on to open 2-wheel drive. Mainix. Thanks, Hal. Who do we get that from? Don't know. Oh, your man, just chilling. Got a Benno on the go. Not allowed to talk about that these days on there. Smoking's bad, kids, just so you know. It genuinely is as well. Don't do it. Filthy habit. Elias Svensson takes the TQ. Sorry, we might be having a bit too much fun because it's championship weekend. Elias Svensson takes the top qualifier spot from Ronald Bowdens, who holds on to P2. Rasmus Persson, Unison Yolami, Alexander Hume, Romet Cerner. Thomasik Merstad, who is in the title fight, is down in P7. So Svensson, at this point, takes the lead in the championship by 6 points. Bowdens, where is Bowdens? A little bit further back, but with dropped scores to take into account, Bowdens is going to be right in the mix. So we have a definite 3-way title fight, potentially 4 with Yolami. And remember, we'll give you all of those updated championship standings tomorrow at the start of the show, basically because we're going to work them out overnight. You can work them out before then if you want. That's tonight's homework.
Significantly easier when you're not on air trying to operate.
Chronomoto.hu, click on the results, go to the notice board, download all the PDFs, cross out all of the lowest scores, minus that score from the total overall score. And then we'll have it on a graphic for you tomorrow, and you've waited an hour. RallyX, who is in the TQ spot at the minute in that Volvo on the inside. Stur, Johansson, Persson and Tiger. This time Tiger gets the BMW off the line. See you later. 3 wide in the background. The Volvo gets up the inside of Johansson, who gets his bumper crunch. Now Stur goes inside Johansson. You can see the drone there of Vigo coming through the dust. You're on board with him now as we cover that gap between our cameras at 1 and 2. Johansson going to look up the inside of Stur on the run down the straight. That is a brave but brilliant move. If he can get his stopped and hold the Arco, and he can.
Second heat in a row that Victor Johansson's been turned sideways in the run up the hill. You must sit there at opposite lock thinking, not again, give me a break. But managed to get up the inside of the Focus. That was important for his race, because no disrespect for Stur, and he jokers now Victor Johansson with Stur behind him.
Brilliant. Even the car at the back of the field, who was at the back, Hal? Persson was going to go as well. Oh, spin!
Makenik's gone round.
So that's unfortunate, coming out right in front of Johansson. Johansson didn't need that. Now Stur makes a pass back up the inside of Victor Johansson. That's a bummer. He went into the Joker and everyone looked like they were following him, and he's been completely mugged off.
And that has handed Simon Tiger the top qualifying position.
Back alongside Stur, passes him back again. Stur in the dust on the inside, can't find a way through, but yeah, Manix has had a shocker.
It was a long shot anyway, wasn't it? Oh, Stur's back up the inside of Victor Johansson.
Brilliant between these two.
No, I think Victor must have some sort of issue, because just doesn't have the sort of traction we'd expect from the big Mercedes.
Well, I think everyone's hit him, that might be the issue. Literally everyone's hit him between turn 1 on lap 1 and lap 2.
He's not a hitter either, Victor, is he? He's probably gone, I've had enough. You boys carry on.
He needs some of those spiky chariot things down in Roman times, doesn't he? That'll keep the buggers away from the big Merc, won't it? I'm loving the fact that Volvo, no disrespect here, but does not look like the prettiest rallycross car. Was so fast off the line in the last one, but look at it, it's legendary. Look at it. Forest Duplessis would like that.
Simon Tiger's gone for a new look this year as well, in the latter stages of this year as well, with a headlight conversion kit on his BMW. Not a fan?
Not sure yet. Takes it with a 207.9, which is the fastest time of the weekend, and will put him in the top qualifier spot. Now his was the one title, Hal, that we thought might be tied up tonight, didn't we?
I think it...
Have you worked, actually, yeah, can we work out his drop scores or not? We might actually do this one. We might do some live maths for you. I say we. Hal might do some live maths for you. How lovely, somebody's smoking right behind the commentary box. That's ideal. Did I say that out loud? I think I did, didn't I? Have a look at the replays. We're doing some maths. So Hal's done some live maths for you. Hal? Oh, hang on. He's doing somebody else. He's in P3 as well. No,
so coming into this weekend on drop, Simon and Victor were separated by 24 points. So Simon will have a reasonable margin in the points from the intermediate ahead, depending on what happens in the next couple of races.
And of course, semi in his final, because I mean, that was last in the final, wasn't it, in Kovala? So he's got to not make the final for it not to be a drop score. Erling, Kong, Bart Bell, Verhoeven, Derek Tohill and Peter McGarry. Tohill on the outside here. McGarry slots into P4. Bart Bell gets run a bit wide. Tohill trying to find a way through there. 3 wide. The Opel Manta on the inside. Derek gets spat out the back. But going through the gap is Peter McGarry. So McGarry gets up into P2. And sideways down the hill, Erling Krog in the Opel Manta. I'm here for the Opel Manta. Look at it. Look at those rear arches and that rear wing. Yes.
Lock up on the way down the hill. Yeah, you're absolutely right. What a legendary car. Has a deserving place in open two-wheel drive. Love the Ferrari machinery in this category.
Look at the air vents in the boot, Hal. Look at that. Look at those rear arches. Those rear rims. Look at them. Yes, yes, yes to more of this kind of thing. Brilliant.
Verhoeven into the Joker this
you
time
could see the
around.
black line, from the drone, and then when we came up to the front, we could see it again. On the left on the road, you legend. Is that an air in, Hal? Is that an air vent over the front right headlight, or is it damage?
I wasn't looking at that particular moment. McGarry under.
Try to look.
I was looking at lap times.
Sorry.
That's my job.
Sorry,
McGarry was
I
under pressure under big pressure here from Bart Bell, who came to Julius last year and had an amazing time in RallyX. This is allowing Towill to close onto the back of the pair. Towill doesn't joker this time around, as Bell does.
And the Manta lays down another huge set of dark lines.
Every slide like that's about €50, isn't it?
Verhoeven's going to get up the inside of Bart Bell.
This is going better for
trying for the
Towill.
outside. Look, gets on the bar and unfortunately spins. So Bart Bell drops back. McGarry looked like he was checking up early, but that's to try to get into that right-hander, Hal, which is so hard coming down the hill when you don't take the joker. And I think Bart Bell thought, well, I'm not having that, I'll go joker, and unfortunately just dropped it up at turn 1.
I was going to say that's one of the most challenging corners. I think there's so many massively challenging corners here, but definitely as the car's all bucking around and then you're on the throttle, it's really hard to know where to brake coming down the hill there, and then to get to the curb on the inside.
They put tarmac under the gravel through that section, because to me it looks like they might have done. Over the line comes Erlen Krog to take it. What's the time? 2:14.0, nowhere near.
Towill does the fastest lap of the race, does he? Yeah, 41.6.
Look at the time difference.
Sorry, 41.905 Towill did in the end, the 41.986 Krog.
So did Simon Tiger really do a 2:07.9?
He was gone, wasn't he? Absolutely gone.
But mate, we're talking 6 seconds.
Yeah, but looked it, we barely saw him.
True. I suppose with a bit of carnage in turn 1, but wow.
Not even carnage, is it? It's just that kerfuffle that costs you a bit of momentum, and then you're on a highway to nowhere.
Good work, kerfuffle. Some topless people around, and your topless man nearly got run over by Olofsson there, walking through the pre-grid behind us. It is a nice day. That might be a bit excessive, but there we go. So Mainix going to lose the TQ to Simon Tiger, but still a good effort. One more race to come in open two-wheel drive.
I don't know if we've got time for this.
So there's
a lot of chat in the YouTube comments, and I can't keep up with all of it because there's so much going on. But Lee Macklin says, during the week I was telling my wife about my ideal open two-wheel drive, a Mark II Ford Granada Estate, though that I was now considering having a Merc OM606 diesel engine. She said she'd rather be in work than listen. And then Willie says, at Lee Macklin, divorce the wife, get the Merc.
Brilliant. This is the chat that we're looking for.
Rene underneath says, lol, I was going to say, time for a new wife.
Brilliant. You all have got your priorities right, haven't you? Look at Passy Pentonen. He doesn't mess about, does he? Eh? I'm not married, I'll do what I want. Liskovitz, Bex and Hammer, Engelin and Kong. Kong, we said, was probably out for the weekend, and looks like he is.
Bex, though, having been in that shocking situation earlier on, Christoph Beck's one of the...
shocking?
Well, just had a really poor run. Yeah, anyway, wants to be at the front.
One of the some sort of controversy.
No, not at all. One of the quickest drivers from Belgium, and yeah, right at the front, and he's already got a margin that's significant, even in the shot there, rather than the timing screens. A notable absence here is Kenneth Kong, who had quite a big technical failure earlier on. In fact, when we were shooting the opener during Q1,
he said he was a bit grumpy.
He was having a bit of a set two with someone in the paddock, as in one of his mechanics or something, a bit livid with the situation. Then they were getting the car recovered on the big recovery machine. I've got some notes here from Nicholas Dubinard actually about what's wrong with the car. Of course, we haven't had any time. And they're in the outside paddock as well, which doesn't help. Where are those notes? Estering TV. Yeah, Kenneth Kong. There's an issue between the clutch and the gearbox, no spare parts. Looking for solutions in the paddock, but he thinks it's over. You're probably not in a bad place here, not far from Hamburg, on a Saturday to go and find parts if you can get hold of them. But yeah, massive shame for him, and he was fighting for a place on the overall podium, Andrew. I don't know. Oh, you've got your stats there.
Yeah, that's what's disappointing.
But Gabrielson's not here.
2/3, he'd had a P2, he's had 2 P4s and a P5.
Yeah,
I don't know if he missed Kovala or just didn't make the final, but
I think he's going to be safe. Kong didn't make the final in Kovala, no. He's done the whole season and absolutely loving it.
What a shame.
But he should be safe because Gabrielson's not here.
Yes, true.
Jensen's not here, Bergren's not here. Who else is in that?
Oh no, he's fine. He's fine.
It's interesting open two-wheel drive because we've had an extraordinary. I haven't even got both pages here. I think we've had about 30 entrants across the season.
Well,
but only 3 drivers have done the whole thing.
Yeah, we've had 15 drivers who've made it into the final.
I think we've had well over 20, 25, 26 drivers across the whole season. Now let's have a look at the time of Beck's at 2:08.
It's actually a really good time.
Yeah, as we would expect. Being a bit disingenuous to him by not looking at the lap times, but he's gone second to Tiger there.
Oh dear, Engeland's not going to set a good time, unfortunately. That's what happens. That's what you were saying about the gravel trap. That's why it's called a trap, if you're wondering. It's a trap. Do you know what film that's from?
Guess what?
Don't care.
I don't know.
You don't know? Come on, it's a trap. I always think it sounded a bit like Pat Duran. It's the head of the Rebel Alliance, Hal. When they're attacking, he's walked off. He's left. It's not the head of the Rebel Alliance, is it? I forget his name. What's it? Admiral Akbar. That's it. Admiral Akbar sitting on one of the Rebel spaceships as they try to attack the Death Star, but the shield is still up because the Rebels on the moon of Endor haven't got it down. There you go. What do you think about that, eh? Any Star Wars fans out there? Christoph Bex goes P2 in the session. 207.9 is the win for Simon Tiger, and just half a second behind. We're going to get Engeland's car out of the gravel, and then we'll be back. We're moving on to Supercar Lights next. Simon Tiger takes 6 points off Victor Johansson, but remember drop scores to come into play, but that would make the title secure because it would put him 30 points ahead. So we will need to look at drop scores for that. So I guess, Hal, if his total goes more than 30 ahead of Victor, it's done, isn't it? But that's at the end of the day because there's still points to score in the semi and the final. So if he has a shocker and Victor wins, it will come back the other way. So it's not done yet. Delicious. I don't know what that pastry was, but I could eat another one. Thank you to whoever it is in the comments saying that Peugeot 306 Maxi is my favourite. Yes, you're correct. Butte. And Mark II Escorts, yeah, they are pretty popular everywhere. We haven't seen the one in open two drive, which is terribly disappointing. Anderson and Tobias Starback on the inside don't get the best start. Christensen gets away better, tries to squeeze them towards the wall. The two French drivers on the outside there to pick up the pieces. Lenné trying to go all the way around the outside. Sorry, Mounier and Lenné looking up the inside. Lenné gets done. Mounier's done a brilliant job to get up into P2, but it is Anderson who leads and who currently sits in the top qualifiers for having won both the previous sessions.
Mounier took a big old knock, didn't he, on the outside there of the first corner. Christensen running in fourth. This is a big learning curve, isn't it, for a new driver to cars rather than cross cars to be fighting mirror to mirror like that in the first corner. Anderson stays out. I expect Christensen will go in. Yes, indeed he does. Gets a bit cross up on the way in, but nicely gets to the apex in the middle of the joker. Maybe a bit too sideways on the exit part of there. But Anderson runs a bit deep.
Inside. Sorry, Hal.
That's exactly what Robin Larson was talking about though, Andrew. You can't really afford to look up the inside and get excited and greedy because you just don't get the same momentum as you do. What Robin was saying was, I'm not sure if you were listening or talking to the TV guys at that stage,
but sound issues.
Basically, on the way in, so often you think you fluffed it because you're going to leave the door open, but because you carry so much momentum through, you can't actually look to the inside as the driver behind.
Yeah, they can't get to you or they can't find the traction. Mounier goes joker, that's a good move because he was looking quicker than Anderson. Darback drops it. Tobias Darback, who was sitting in P2,
What a
was
recovery.
dropped it, and Judd changed his mind about which way to go. Oh no, sorry, I thought he was going in the Joker, Hal, but he didn't. He's dropped it on the standard lap, already big Joker.
But he's reversed into the Joker, and he's reversing in
Go
again.
on, lad. Get it sent. Good effort.
Darback's got to be up there in my top 10 performances of the year. There's a few contenders for that though.
Top 10's a bit steep, Hal. I'm struggling to remember last weekend. Top 10 that's a lot. That's a lot. I'll have a crack at it with you. Both the Darbacks probably in there for me.
No, I can't have both Darbacks, no.
Really? Shocking. Anderson comes out of the final corner. Hold that thought, Mr. Ridge. Crosses the line with a checkered flag.
God, the races go quickly here, don't
Yeah,
they?
they do
With a
go
three-lap
quickly,
run.
mate. Yeah, 2:02.222 is between his session 1 winning time and his session 2 winning time. So he has set a decent benchmark for everybody else to have a crack at. Casper Janssen, Simon Olofsson coming up in the next one. They are the only drivers who could trouble him. But at the minute, he's 10 points clear. And that was of Darback. So Anderson's going to get the TQ here, definitely.
Interesting on the lap times. Anderson and Mounier were both in the 38s, low 38s for Anderson. Yeah, Lene was in a 38.7, so very similar to Mounier. But then Darback and Christensen in the 40s, high 40s for Christensen. A massive pace split for these cars that are so. Okay, it's a second and a bit, isn't it? But that's big considering how close these guys are most of the time.
On to race 2, Kevin Darback on the inside, Casper Janssen, Simon Olofsson and Lars-Erik Haug. We know how good Olofsson is at getting away from the line in these cars. It's uphill here, so it's even more critical to get those gear changes at the exact correct RPM when you're all in the same car. Yeah, the settings are different, but engines and transmissions, not so. Olofsson away from the line, gets a good start, but inside him, Darback's there and Janssen too. Olofsson tries it around the outside again. He didn't pull it off the first time. This time, surely he has no. Darback's going to be inside him. Olofsson slots into P2. That was really nicely done. He looked like he was going to be third, and he's come out second with that move.
I guess he had to try it, given how equal the starts were, as you correctly suggested. Up to second at the moment, ahead of Janssen. This is not working out for Janssen in this critical championship weekend, is it? Just as it hasn't all year, really. And you can't really put your finger on why. It just hasn't worked for Casper for most of the season, has it? Olofsson had that great doubleheader weekend in Denmark to lift himself into this battle, but Lucas Anderson, as Robin Larson said in commentary, Janssen is all over the back of Olofsson through the final corner, has a great run up the hill.
Oh, surely not.
What a
Goes
move.
outside, inside. That's an outrageous move like Kevin Eriksson's was, but from the outside to the inside. Great bit of racecraft.
That is the Casper Janssen we know can deliver, and that is not the Casper Janssen we've seen for much of this season for whatever reason. He had that set up from the final corner all the way up the hill, went for the outside inside, brilliant move.
Really good, really good move. Very strong indeed. Darback continues to lead. They all stay out. They're all going to joke. Now, how goes Joker now? So they're all looking for that lap time, aren't they? Because they know that the set time of Lucas Anderson has been good, and they're looking to try and get a decent lap time.
So Anderson had done a 38.3, sorry Andrew, the best lap in this is Janssen on a 38.7, but it was while he was affecting that overtake. Of course they're going to joke on the last lap, so on a 3-lap run it's very difficult to know what the ultimate pace is, but for sure they're within a few tenths, absolutely.
Last lap then, all three will go Joker. This is what Hal always says. Look at Janssen riding that pile of gravel up against the inside. Hal always says you don't really all want to go together, because if somebody drops it at the front of the train, you're all screwed. Let's just call it how it is. But they don't. It's a great Joker execution from all three. Janssen rubs the wall on the way up. 2:03.9 is not enough though. Lucas Anderson wins the session.
Wouldn't be surprised if Janssen's broken the car there, just with that little touch. What a
Committed,
drive from
yeah.
Kevin Darback. What a performance that was against two of the giants of supercar lights.
Yeah.
To win that heat race. That is the drive of Kevin's season, without doubt.
Yeah, you know what, Hal? Yes, agreed. Right in amongst it. Look at this, up in turn 1. Olofsson goes to the outside. Darback, look, just leans on Casper Janssen, gets good traction and fires it out.
You've got to be a bit lucky in the first corner. He went for the inside. That could easily not have worked.
Olofsson touched the wall on the inside. Hal, that's what kicked this off. He hit the Armco twice in the second to last corner. In the last
move
corner.
of the season.
Look at it. Yeah, absolutely.
Overtake of the season, that is. Get that clipped
he was
up.
going outside, and then when it turned in more, and he turned to the inside. Look at Olofsson here. So look,
on the handbrake, you saw the rear wheels lock that little bit.
Inside, find the grip. Inside, makes the pass. Lovely job.
This is where it clips the wall at the end. Dunk.
Oi.
Yeah, I think that. I don't know. You'd definitely be checking it, wouldn't you?
Oh yes, mate. Darback, Janssen, Olofsson, and Haug. Any Star Wars comments, Hal?
No, Josh Stanley, I think that's the person that asked you about escorts. By the way, there's too many Ford Escorts in motorsport, but anyway.
Oh, shut up now.
Feel I'm a little bit biased, selective people, but I just inherited a Ford Escort Mark 1 from a grandparent. Wow, that's cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do I make it a street sleeper or embark on a rally spec?
Oh, mate, that's a tough call.
Nah, road cars are not me.
Drew Gibson's got one with a sequential gearbox in it.
Clunk.
Tornholt on the inside line from Soderholm. It's Berget who's got the best start, but squeezes Soderholm. Berget trying to get there. Eden Tornholt inside. That's another door needed. Soderholm goes, trying to get inside Tornholt. But Eden Tornholt's done well there. She got her elbows thoroughly out. Said no.
That was remarkable, wasn't it? But
yeah, get lost. You're not coming through. I don't care. You can all hit me. You're not coming through. I'll put another door in it. I don't care.
Liveries. We were talking about liveries earlier. What do you think of Eden's new livery compared to the previous one?
I can't remember the previous one. What's the previous one?
Not as nice as that. I like change.
Not as nice as this one?
No.
Yeah. Well, there you go then. I like it. It had less yellow, didn't it? Didn't go down the sides of the car. It was only on the bonnet. The old livery. Am I right or not?
I don't know if it had less in total, but the design is certainly different.
I like it more. Yes, you're correct, Hal. Well done.
Soderholm's having an interesting run, isn't he? He was super quick in Alspin, turning up for a debut in lights, but since, not saying he's not quick, but it's just you get stuck in that mid-pack fight and it's tricky, isn't it? But holding off STS RX teammate Berget, who saw Berget, was so frustrated with last weekend. They felt they had the pace but just didn't have enough to get on into the final on either day, and that's a mark of single mate racing, isn't it? Just you can have it all, but unless you've got the final couple of percent, then you've got nothing in terms of overall results.
I was thinking of the Stereophonics song there. You can have it all if you like, but you could miss a couple. What you said, miss a couple of championship points. Oh yes, it's hot. It's been a long day already. Tornholt is chasing the target time of 2:02. Good track conditions. Her and Soderholm will go into the joke lap. Now it's a nice tidy entry. Get it stopped. A little bit of handbrake. Turn her in on the gas. Let's go, Ida. Come on. Over the line, takes a great win. 2:06.1 is going to see her though. I'm afraid
sixth,
slot into sixth. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Livery's cool. I like the back of it as well. How across the boot there, the trunk. Got back into American mode, haven't I?
Not a boot though, is it? 'Cause it doesn't open. Doesn't open. Can't put your luggage in there. There's an engine in the way.
I wonder if you could fit a case in there somewhere.
On top of the gearbox, maybe. It'd get a bit hot and oily though, wouldn't it?
It would be a good case, wouldn't it? Especially the amount she got hit in the run into the first corner. You might have lost your case. So Tornholt takes it, but it is Lucas Anderson who wins the session. It is 3 sessions from 3 for Anderson, the championship leader, who after a pretty mixed weekend in Nisamo, the P5 and a P6, is the top qualifier here, ahead of, is it ahead of title rival Casper Janssen? I reckon. Well, Tobias Darback was there, but with Darback's issues, we might find that he's moved up. Look at that kid with the Minecraft hat on. I've never played Minecraft. My nephews play it quite a lot. You could probably make a rallycross track in Minecraft, couldn't you? I imagine. Anderson is the TQ. Wow, Tobias Darback and Kevin Darback. Kevin Darback is ahead of Casper Janssen. So Casper Janssen loses 1, 2, 3 championship points to Lucas Anderson here. Anderson was 17 ahead. That will put him 20 ahead without drop scores to be taken into account. With a brief look at their drop scores, Anderson has one round where he was 4th in the semis, and Kasper Janssen has one round where he was 5th in the semis. But Anderson was top qualifier when he was 4th in the semis, so it's hard to know whether it'll be a drop score or not. Right, on to open four-wheel drive. Robin Larsson, Maiko Tam, Mats Oman, Rennie Munich and Ulrich Linnemann. It's a great lineup for your first heat race of this one. Larsson, the top qualifier at the minute, he's won both races. Can he do it again? Larsson doesn't get such a good start, but he's still alongside Maiko Tam. Mats Oman drops back, Rennie Munich trying for around the outside. Linnemann slots in on the P5 position. Larsson just waits on the throttle just enough to hold up Tam behind him. And Robin Larsson gets the whole shot from Maiko Tam, Mats Oman and Rennie Munich.
That was a great example there from Rennie Munich, because Mats Oman got a problem as he's slowed massively on the way down the hill, or just tightened lock the brakes a little bit. Linnemann looks to the inside, Munich's dropped back behind Linnemann. I think Linnemann was advantageous there.
Got to go Joker, hasn't he? Surely Linnemann goes out wide. He's got to go Joker from there. He does. It's a good move. It's a good move, and it was fast entry too.
Either Munich's got a problem, or he in response, that's the word I'm looking for, to Oman going a bit slowly down into the braking, then Munich backed off that little bit. But the first corner...
Did you see Linnemann's exit there? Sorry, from the Joker. Yeah, first corner.
First corner, like you've got to commit, haven't you? And Munich was a great example there. Didn't send it around the outside, couldn't get to the inside, lost out badly.
Watching Robin Larsson's on board from Q1 with him back in the truck earlier, and he goes to me, we're on board in turn 1. And I'm watching him, he's all on the inside, he goes to me, here comes the train. And what he means is, of course, the train of cars behind you. You can get there first, you can nail it to the apex, but if you get nailed on by 5 cars, you're going to get pushed wide. And I love the here comes the train. That was his thoughts, and that was a perfect example of how you control that train behind you, as long as you can trust them.
Absolutely, and it's all about trust, isn't it? And if you know well the drivers around you, you race very differently to those that are a little bit unknown. For sure, Robin won't have raced against Tam before, a long time since he raced against Rene, so there's a bit of...
Look at the car control through there, over the bumps. The commitment and the line was absolutely perfect, despite the car moving around the bumps. It's a brilliant Joker lap, and this man has shown his class in qualifying here. Larsson takes this race, and with it, it will take the TQ. Top qualifier spot for the double European, double Nitro Cross champion, and of course he's won this series before. He said he likes the vibe here, and he takes another race win, and it's all about those starts. It wasn't such a dominant start as he had in the previous session.
This is what I mean about Munich, really. If Rene committed to the outside, he might have got away with it, but there is the chain reaction of the train on the inside, and Rene just got shoveled to the outside. This is the car control you're talking about.
Look at this, look, the angle of the car.
But he's also not taking the risk, because he told us he's not willing to go to the outside and wreck someone else's car. Yeah. He's not in a full programme, doesn't need those couple of attempts either.
And he starts Nitro Cross in 3 weeks' time, 4 weeks' time. It's just sensible stuff, isn't it? The measured drive of a champion. Larsson, Tam, Linnemann, Oman and Munich is the finishing order. Larson's time has not appeared on the screen yet, and I didn't write it down. Did you write it down, Mr. Rich?
No.
How very dare you. 1:55.9 it is. Faster than Q2, slower than Q1.
I only write lap times, because the race times appear later.
Seriously, what a mind. What's it? You know, there's a scene, isn't there, in the movie where all the numbers are going on the blackboard in the background. That's how working out split times and stuff. Okay, Enland, Oliver Eriksson, Terpinen, Hedström and Martinsen. If I were Terpinen, I'd be feeling a bit nervous about turn 1 here. Wants to win the title, doesn't want to get into too much trouble. Either needs a banger of a start or just to stay out of trouble. Eriksson inside him beats Enland. Terpinen backs out of it straight away, ducks into the inside line. Hedström goes all the way around the outside. Enland up the inside of Eriksson, but Hedström gets it. Terpinen going to pass Eriksson on the run down the hill, maybe. The FC2 that outruns him, maybe better traction. So Ollie Eriksson holds on to P3. That car looks nervous on the brakes at the bottom of the hill, but still holds his position and beautifully through Enland, way more steadily through the hairpin.
Broken right rear suspension, I think, for Ollie Eriksson, looking at how the car's moving around. So much experience from Eriksson there, was it? Just moved out a little bit, nudged into the rear of Hedström to rotate the Peugeot in a little bit, but not too much. He's going to get a penalty or really upset the car. Just using that rallycross nous to fight in the first corner.
Look at the angle he came into there at, which might suggest what you said, Hallaback, having some sort of breakage on the car. They make it out of turn 1.
It's moving around so much. It's definitely broken.
Yeah, it is. Well spotted, Hal. You can just see it's crabbing on the brakes. But even like you said, Hal, look at that. Still hanging, massively out of alignment and still hanging onto the back of the front too.
Well, as we always say, if it's bent, that's better than being broken. Because if it's bent within a couple of corners, a driver of his experience will know how the car's reacting. If it's moving around, you just don't know where the car's going to move next to you.
He goes Joker to cover off Tapinen. He's going to need good traction with one wheel not facing where he needs it to. Tapinen's coming in hot. Where is the merge? Ericsson holds on. Ericsson gets there in front of Tapinen. Now he runs out into the loose stuff. We won't be able to see that unless we can get to the drone. Where are they in the background? Where are they in the background? He's lost the place. Tapinen's gone through. So Tapinen gets through. Ollie Ericsson drops a place back, but my goodness me, he's doing well just to hang on to it.
They're on a testing exercise with the FC2, but Ericsson is desperate to make the semi-finals, and that is a fight today. He was in the commentary box here earlier on.
Yeah, you're right,
chomping at the bit, wasn't he, to see what other people have done. As Hedstrom, he's going to drive for the line. This has been a nice, tidy run for Peter Hedstrom.
He's done it. It's 1:57.0. No, not done.
Second
Sorry,
fastest to Larson.
P2. Yeah, 1.1 back, the old clock delay. So Larson is still at the top. Who's in the last heat? No one's going to get him. So yeah, Larson is a clean sweep of the qualifying session. But Hedstrom slots into P2, Hal? Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Looks great, that Peugeot livery, doesn't it? I really like. It's not a massive livery, but I just think it looks really nice.
It's class. It is a good livery, I agree. What's your favourite livery, people? In the comments, let us know. You can let us know which one you hate if you like. We might not read that out because we're nice people and it's unnecessary. But if there's a livery you particularly don't like, let us know if you want. But we really want to know which ones you like. What's been your favourite livery of all time?
That's a very difficult question.
That's a great question. Can it go across the different categories? I think it can for the want of the YouTube comments. You can have anything, any livery
I could hold a whole podcast
series
on the best rallycross livery of the whole time, and it would
go
on
on
for a long
liveries?
time. No, we're doing rallycross. This is rallycross, Andrew. We can do rally later.
Well, we'll go up 6R4, right up there. Sorry, mate, it's iconic.
It is right up there. Just because you've heard of it doesn't make it great,
it's
though.
right up there, I'm sorry. It's right up there.
It is right up there. But the 306 livery, while great in Silkling colours, it's just not...
306?
From the front.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at the Mancy. This is rallycross. Philip Torrent, oh dear, jump start. Carry on, Hal, as you were. Thanks, Magnus.
Let's go for...
Yanis Palmanis is here. It's just, we're going to force him to come into the corner. Unlucky, mate. You say hello, you have to come on air. Stick these on. There we go. Good to see you, mate. Really good to see you. How are you?
Yeah, it's very nice. Thank you.
We were just saying how nice Peter's livery is. Like, it's not massive effort, but the outcome, it looks
cool.
very nice.
That's his idea. That's nothing to do with me.
No, but you can claim it a little bit.
We genuinely like it. Stick around for this last race with us. Here we go. Double Joker card going up. Oh, mate. Not what Magnus Dahl needed. Jumps to start 2 Jokers. It's a tricky Joker here, so it's quite the penalty. We'll get these cars off the line, then we'll have a catch up with Mr. Balmanis. She stalls on the line. That's a disaster. Magnus Dahl is losing out to Martinovs. Martinovs coming up towards turn 1. Torrent drops in behind Dahl's going for the outside move, but Martinovs is there and he's going to hold on. And they're going to be side by side down the straight. Torrent should hold on to this one though. Yanis Balmanis is here, Hal. The legend.
Legend.
Yeah, well, we normally have Rainis Nitish here. Oh dear, 2 cars out wide. Dahl almost in the gravel with a double Joker. That's a shocker. So yeah, normally it's Rainis here, but you're representing Latvia this weekend. Well, Rainis is coming tomorrow, so we're going to have both the Latvian legends. But what are you doing here? What's going on?
There was in previous run, Peter Hedstrom was driving with my car, and I'm here like supervising, helping a little bit with the driving, and also helping for Philip Torrent. So as we are in one tent and I have quite a lot of free time, as I'm not driving, then I can help both of them. So.
Oh, brilliant! And what are you up to these days? Are we retired, or are we considering what we want to do in future?
No, for sure I will be back in the cars. I still have 2 of them. For sure now one car's been rent out at the moment, and this year I decided to take a pause to get some adrenaline back when I'm next time in the car. So I'm looking at this championship, and at the moment I really like it. So maybe
yes, Yanis, that's what we let us know in the YouTube comments, Yanis Balmanis for the season next year. We'd love that, mate.
Yeah.
On the track's brilliant.
if this track stays what is in this year calendar, for sure I come back. They need to add maybe some other track around the Europe, or let's say maybe Norway or Finland's tracks. But the calendar looks brilliant, and I'm really looking. It looks nice how also another Latvian is trying, and let's say he's improving a lot.
Yeah, it's not easy, is it? We know it's not easy driving a supercar. Martinos is going to take this one, but not going to trouble the top of the timesheets. It is Larson who takes it. Yeah, what's he got? 2 minutes, 0.420.
So 6th or 7th, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
It's not bad. It's not bad. Right, let's have a quick look, another look at the start here. What are you seeing, Yanis? Track conditions look pretty good to me.
Yeah. Philip made a little bit small mistake on the braking, and then the guy behind, which one it was?
That's Magnus Dahl,
Magnus saw the opportunity and went for the gap. So small mistake from Philip, but yeah, that's racing.
It is indeed.
So now we're going to see how the standings is after heat 3, right? So
yes, we are. Yeah, we're waiting for those standings to come. Look at those people having a jolly nice time. Look at them.
And the weather is perfect.
It is. It is perfect. Look at that. Here are the intermediate standings. Robin Larson is the top qualifier with 3 straight qualifying session wins from Maiko Tan, Peter Hedstrom, Martin Enlund, Ulrich Linnemann. Joni Tapainen, the championship leader, is down in P6. I suppose Enlund does matter. Let's see, Enlund's his title rival. Yeah, Enlund's going to close by a couple of points here, but as we said, drop scores. So you really need to join us tomorrow morning when we'll have all those drop scores in, and we'll have absolute championship gaps for you. Hello, how's it going? Here he is, Yanis Balmanis. Dude, it's so nice. I haven't seen you for ages.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, I'm trying to think when I would have last seen you. What did we last do that was together?
I don't remember, but I have seen you on Instagram and Facebook. Yep.
Well, you know, it's inescapable.
He doesnn't like social media though, mate, so you won't have seen.
Well, it's such a time suck, isn't it?
Hey, how was driving the supercar around the WRC stage in Riga?
That was mega. I did burn some tires, some fuel. And it was, yeah.
But very rare to drive a supercar in that environment with no pressure, just to go out and big send and have fun.
Yeah, you know, that car was freshly rebuilt, engine new gearbox, fresh paint in the saloon, and new exhaust. Like it was, the car is like new basically.
Oh mate, that must have been. So basically, you were driving the equivalent of a modern day Group B car around it, and everyone was going, "This is what we want in rallying."
And you know. Yeah, we didn't get the times officially, but all the donuts, all of the big sliding, switching off ALS on the big straights because the top speed reaches quite quickly.
Yeah.
And still I was 1.5 seconds from Rowan per time. So
yes, Yanis, what an absolute legend for you, superstar.
Yeah, but
Love
okay,
it.
we had the tarmac suspension, RallyCross suspension, and slick tires. They were with the gravel suspension.
None of
so
that
on,
matters. Get some. Rallycross drivers are awesome. That's the answer to that, isn't it? We want more 600 horsepower cars as well. Yes to this kind of thing. We are going to be back very, very shortly indeed with semi-finals and finals, but don't go anywhere because we're going to take a look at some Rallycross on ice from 2018. So have a look at this. It's a beautiful hot sunny day here, but we do this in the cold as well. Here's some Rallycross on ice, semi-finals coming up shortly, but stay with us. Loads of stuff in the break. look at that! Brilliant! Oliver Ericsson makes it all the way to the first corner. Can he hold his line as they disappear into the ice crystals? Oliver Ericsson.
That is a sight to behold, Toby.
Oliver Ericsson in the Olsberg's car. He wins the Supercar Lights final. A Swede wins in Sweden. Brilliant start by Kevin Ericsson. Kevin Ericsson, he's got the inside line for the first corner. Sondre Evian in the blue car is being pushed out.
I think I can physically see Kevin Ericsson's motivation behind the wheel. Just look at how he's so determined.
He was second in Ostersund, but it's going to be Kevin Ericsson who takes the checkered flag here in Holliers. He is victorious. 2 Swedes winning the first 2 rounds of Rallycross on ice for 2018. Brilliant start by Sondre Evian, but here comes Robin Larsson. Oh, Evian's gone wide! Evian's gone wide! Making that car dance underneath him. He has an enormous lead ahead of Kevin Ericsson. He can now see the checkered flag in front of him. He can coast it to the line. He takes victory here in Norway. What a brilliant day's racing that we've had. Oliver Ericsson, he gets second, and his older brother Kevin coming across the line, getting a taste of the champagne in third. Welcome here to Gull in Norway, our 4th and final round of Rallycross on ice for 2018. The view across this spectacular valley is quite something, as the Bride's Vale, a frozen waterfall, looks over our short Rallycross course, but on ice it gives us certainly a different dimension to how the Supercar Lights are going to battle between Oliver Ericsson, the Swede, and Sondre Evian, the Norwegian. Nothing bigger than a battle like that, is there? Anders.
Yeah, no, it is quite the battle, and so far kind of Oliver Ericsson's been a bit more consistent than Sondre Evian, but I think Sondre Evian's going to look back to last weekend and think, man, if I didn't make that mistake in the final, I'd be the one leading the title right now. So yeah, a lot to play for here, and I think what we're going to see in the semifinals is going to be crazy as we see the intermediate standings with Alexander Westland. Just a beautiful run so far. He's won all 3 of his heats, then Sondre Evian with 2 first and a 2nd place as well, and the same for Oliver Ericsson.
Now that's how we pan out going into our semi-finals that are coming up in a few moments' time. Big crowd that have come to watch trackside here, and they've come to see one of the international motor racing superstars in the shape of a 3-time Indy 500 victor who's come all the way from Brazil here to Norway. It is Helio Castroneves.
Helio Castroneves, are you the first Brazilian to be in the mountains in Norway?
Well, I'm not sure in the mountain, but for sure driving this car here, I believe, in the snow, probably I am. So it's a little unusual for a Brazilian living in Florida to be in the snow in the cold weather.
Now, you've driven a lot of different cars in your day, but this has got to be right up there, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It's I was expecting something sliding and obviously have a good time, but this has exceeded my expectation. It's so much more fun, and it's so much more difficult as well, because we're talking about you gotta accelerate more when the car's sliding, so that the spikes of the tires glue more to the snow or to the ice. It's completely the opposite what I learned in my entire career in racing. So definitely it's gonna take a little while to get used to, but it's definitely a lot of fun.
So last weekend I watched Joseph Newgarden put it into the snowbanks a couple of times trying to get up to speed, and I heard some rumors that you might have experienced the same yesterday. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, the practice, we had a little practice, and the track that we did, it was exactly where Joseph ran, and we went exactly on the same place. So it was practice at least, it wasn't the race, but it's one of those things you try to understand, and it's very, very, very hard. Sometimes you actually hear the brakes. It's not the ideal. You got to use the gear to brake the car and rotate, and those probably are the most challenging for us as an IndyCar driver, or now as a sports car driver. That's the hardest part.
So obviously Joseph didn't make it into the finals last weekend. Is there some sort of inner team rivalry to where you're going to be the one making it into the finals?
Listen, I put in my expectation really low, and I'm going to try to do my best, and hopefully, who knows, I'm actually asking a lot of questions, and normally when I do that and the guys give me a lot of information, it helps me a lot. So who knows? But I'll really, if I can make it, if I can compete with those guys in a fair way, it would be a great achievement.
All right, thanks, Elio. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, fingers crossed from the world motorsport community for Helio Castroneves.
Yeah, it'd be great to see this series come to North America, and I know there's a bunch of IndyCar and sports car drivers that would want to sign up for that and just pay attention to the track here all the way down to the tarmac. So that's why these guys are using these outside lines here. But yeah, bringing this to North America would be just absolutely incredible. And every single driver that I talked to racing in North America about this were asking, well, how can I be involved? And having Joseph and Elio this year was fantastic. Austin Cindric, obviously he's a NASCAR race winner, and he's basically driven everything under the sun, and I think he loves this more than anything. So yeah, let's see what we can do.
And we've got two Americans in this final in the shape of Conor Martell and Cole Keats. But it is Oliver Eriksson who comes to his starting position. There's your black car with the yellow stripes down the side. That is Alexander Westland. Sorry, Jimmy Wolfredson. I've got those two cars mixed up for the whole of these this last month or so. Apologies, Jimmy. Alexander Westland has got another black and yellow car, but maybe it's yellow with black stripes and Jimmy's got black with yellow stripes. Bumblebee's all the same. That's what I say. Yes, Jimmy just closest to our camera. Kevin Eriksson with the green Papyrus Converse car. Younger brother Oliver, and there is Alexander Westland, black and yellow. See?
And he's just looked so good all day today. I mean, he has just been on rails, and everything he's done, he's been so nicely put together. And really, it's sort of the culmination of the progress that he's made over the last couple of weekends, where he's been sniffing at it, but hasn't quite been able to put it all together. So I think we're going to see a lot from him today. And Oliver Eriksson, has clinched the title here, so no pressure for him whatsoever coming into this final. But you betcha he really wants to win this.
The first round in Östersund was won by Oliver, his first ever victory on home soil. Then he had a third in Holliers. He had a second last weekend in Earl. What will he do in this final in a few minutes' time?
And out of our shot right now, behind Jimmy Wolfredson, is Conor Martell, and I think that's probably the starting spot you want to be in. It seems to be the one that gives you the best traction and has the least amount of ruts.
It's got the best grip, but you're already 3 cars behind the front row. On the front row then, closest to our camera, is Oliver Eriksson, then Alexander Westland. Second row is Wolfredson and Kevin Eriksson. The two Americans, Cole Keats, Conor Martell towards the rear of the grid. They've got good grip. Look at Cole Keats in the red and white car. He's speeding up on the outside. He's up to third position, but he's got to go the long way around the first corner. And into the first corner, it's going to be Oliver Eriksson. Keats goes round the outside. Going the outside. And who's going to come out leading? It's going to be Oliver from Alexander Westland. Cole Keats takes the joker.
that would have been incredible if he managed to stick that, but just into the snowbank and got slowed down there. So he opted for the joker. Very, very smart decision, because this weekend he has speed, but he is behind Wolfredson. Man, oh man, that was ambitious.
There's bravery, and that's more than half of the skill, isn't it? So then, over the line, Alexander Westland leads from Oliver Eriksson. No, it's the other way around. It's Oliver who leads, actually, from Alexander Westland. Don't look at the graphics. They've got to shake themselves out. As they continue, they are yet to take the joker lap in this 6-lap finale. Alexander Westland looks as if he's got the speed. He's up on the inside. They nearly touch. He thinks the better of it. He jams on the brakes at the last minute. He's mirroring every single manoeuvre that Oliver can do. And Alexander's up on the inside. 1 touch, 2 touch, 3 touch. But Oliver's got the advantage. He gives the snowbank towards Alexander Westland, and that gives Oliver a little bit more of an advantage.
I tell you what, Westland needs to take the joker. That'll almost guarantee him that he'll jump Oliver Eriksson when he opts for the joker, because he is quicker at the moment. Let's see what happens here. Is Westland going to do it? No, he's not. He's going to stay out for 1 more lap, because Conor Martell has actually closed up the gap. He's going to have a sniff of this as well.
Look at the closing speed into this left-hander as they scrabble for grip. 30 centimetres, 12 inches of rock-hard ice has been shredded by these studded tyres. It's down to the regular summer surface that they use for rallycrossing and the folk racing here in Norway. Such is the aggressive nature of these tyres. Another lap completed. Oliver handbrakes it into the left-hander.
And it's beautiful to see him using that outside line. Outside where the tarmac is really enables these spikes to grip in and also not to wear out the spikes, because the moment you hit tarmac with them, they round off the edges and make them really, really difficult and less grippy. So smart decision there for Oliver Eriksson, and the way that he just backs it into the corner so sideways is just spectacular to watch. But he used the inside line in the final corner for some reason, but in turn one, he used the outside. So yeah, there's some logic for you.
Well, it's horses for courses and different corners in different places. What a great shot as he chucks it in. Inside line for Alexander Westland. There's a little bit of tarmac coming through underneath the ice there. They'll be struggling for grip, as you say. Somebody taking the Joker. He goes on the left-hand side. Conor Martel in the dark-coloured car. He's going to leap up to second position. And so it's Wolfridson. They touch. The two black and yellow cars hit each other. Is Westland steering damaged? No, I don't think it is, but Jimmy Wolfridson has also caused problem for Cole Keats as well, who's got nowhere to go. Kevin Eriksson, by the way, disappeared.
Yeah, he's nowhere to be seen. Where is he? But now, Cole Keats gets going again, but all eyes should be on Oliver Eriksson. Where is he going to fall out? Where is he going to end up? Because he has the Joker, so does Conor Martel. Where does Westland end up? He should for sure get up to second, but the question is, can he get Oliver Eriksson? I don't think so.
It's going to be close! It's going to be close! Oh, Westland nearly on the inside. They both touch, but Westland's completely sideways. Oliver and Westland's in the wall! Oh, Alexander, you gave it everything that you've got, and it now means that Conor Martel is second. Oliver Eriksson wins here in goal. For Oliver, it's his second victory for Rallycross on ice, and it's the American Conor Martel who takes second position. Third over the line.
I don't even know.
Wow, what a finale. Alexander Westland, he gave it everything in that final lap. But off the start line, Oliver Eriksson with the yellow sides to his Olsberg's car just got the advantage and was never headed.
Look at Cole Keats around the outside. How beautiful and brilliant is that? We're going to look at replays of that for a century.
Cole Keats may not have the results at the end of the race to reflect that, but the bravery at turn one was brilliant. That's why we lost Kevin Eriksson. He was a little bit further down the field. He had a moment early on in the race. Then there was this moment between Wolfridson on the right and Westland. Westland got away with it then, but this was the defining moment of the race into the final corner, and Westland just tagged him. He got away with it at that point, but then he just got the steering in the wrong place at the wrong time. The door was open for Oliver Eriksson to be victorious ahead of Conor Martel for the Vermont Sports Car crowd. He took second position, and third over the line,
Wolfridson got that, and oh my god, look at Oliver Eriksson just elated with this result. And Westland's going to be thinking, man, if Wolfridson didn't have that little bit of contact with me as I was exiting the Joker, I would have been on top of this podium today. But again, shows you how unpredictable and absolutely brilliant Rallycross on ice is.
It certainly is. Oliver Eriksson, congratulations. GRC Lights champion now. Top of the world with Rallycross on ice. Hey, celebration time with all the boys, all the mechanics. You know, himself, he's preparing the car during the week as well. So, you know, the mechanical sympathy, the mechanical understanding is there for Oliver, and a great result for him. I remind you, you know, he's won all over the world, but that win that he had to start, there's his mum, Maria, and there's Alexander Westland beside himself. And he's a gentle character and a very softly spoken driver at that, but he will be maybe not so happy about that last corner moment.
We're really proud of these guys. They worked really hard.
So confirmation, Oliver Eriksson winning ahead of Conor Martel and Jimmy Wolfridson. We certainly kept the biggest drama for the very last race of the 2018 Rallycross on Ice series. Kevin Eriksson, Cole Keats a little bit further back. Oliver Eriksson comes out top of the table after our 4 rounds for Rallycross on Ice for 2018 ahead of his older brother Kevin. Sondre Evian third for the Norwegian. Alexander Westland in fourth. Ben Philip Gunderson in fifth.
Cannot beat a bit of rallycross on ice. Hal, I was lucky enough to go to a couple of nitro events on ice, but I never made it up to RallyX on ice. I want to go back, hint to the managers.
Yeah, it was amazing, especially with the evolution of the tracks and the surfaces. Initially it was really hard to overtake, and as it evolved it got better and better. Like you, I would love to go back, because as you've seen, the action is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, great stuff. Peter Hellman's here in the background as usual, doing some work. He's just got to do some messaging now while he moves the tyres around as well. We're messing around. Let's get back to some serious business. It's all about championships this weekend. Nicolas Dubinard has been out in the paddock having a chat with some of our title contenders.
Thomas, you regained the first place of the championships last week in Nysum, but the scenario from this season is going to look the same as last year with Elias, because it's going to be a huge fight between both of you for the championship this weekend. How do you feel?
It's going to be a hard fight, but we take the two races for each and see how it goes. I try to don't think about championship points that much, but staying ahead of Elias is a thing I want today.
What do you think about this brand new track? You just had the track walk tonight, but what's your feeling about Estering?
I think it looks very fun and with a good flow. Things like I normally drive fast on, so I hope I will do that this weekend as well.
What's going to be the key to win here this weekend? Maybe it's not the main objective to win, it's to score point, but what's going to be the key to be efficient here and to be close to the top step of the podium?
I think the great launch will help a lot.
What are your expectations for this last weekend?
No, as last year, but not second.
P3 in 2022, P2 in 2023. So it means that the logic would say that you will finish P1 on Sunday evening. Is that the plan?
That's the plan, but it's going to be hard, and we have to stay ahead of the rest of the guys, both me and Elias. So we have to keep fighting fair.
Thank you very much, Thomas.
Thank you.
Hampus, you're the cross-car junior leader before this last weekend of the season. I guess you are just in a perfect mood, having a lot of points over Oliver Soli. What's your feeling going into that last race of the season?
Yeah, I'm feeling really comfortable with the lead. We expanded the lead with many points last weekend, so yeah, I think it's going.
4 wins in a row. It's just impressive result so far. Are you impressed by the way you manage your season and as our last 4 victories were just amazing?
Yeah, it's really amazing. I'm really yeah.
How do you feel to keep calm? You're just so young, and but whatever, you don't look so much stressed by hold this championship thing.
No, I have trained on that really much. In the Swedish Championship last year, I have trained on that really much.
How do you feel on this new track for everyone? First time for cross-car junior here. I guess it's maybe not maybe the easiest track to finish the season.
No, it's not an easy track. It's really tricky, but I think it's gonna go flat out or nothing.
Martin, P2 in the Pro Championship, P2 in the Prom Championship going in that last weekend of the season. What's your expectation? I guess you have nothing to lose, and it's going to be an amazing race with the experienced driver like Robin Larsson, Peter Edstrom and so on. What do you expect from this weekend?
I don't really know, to be honest. I'm here to send it and have a great weekend here in Germany. It's a new track for me and for quite a lot of the drivers in Supercar and also in the other categories. So I'm super stoked to be here, to be honest, and I hope to stand on the podium at the end of the season and also here in Germany.
send it is the right word here, and it seems that this track fits perfectly for your driving style. You have been like super fun to watch on the track since the beginning of the championship, and here you will be able to do whatever you want with the car and staying efficient.
Yeah, I hope so. It's very narrow compared to the other tracks, and there's no margins for mistakes, but I'm super happy to be here, as I said. So I think it will be really fun and cool to be sending it up in the gravel corners and also in turn 1.
What's going to be the strategy for you this weekend? Because we know that the Pro-Am Championship was your first target this season, but at the same time, everything can happen with in the Pro Championship with extra driver coming this weekend. What's going to be the strategy for you? Are you going to focus more on Pro-Am or on Pro, depending about the evolution of the weekend?
It's difficult to say, but of course the main target for the season was the Pro-Am Championship, and then it has been going very well in the Pro Championship as well. So it's hard to say, but yeah, let's see. I can't really answer the question.
Anyway, being P2 before the last race of the season is not so bad for a rookie, I guess, no?
No, it's better than expected for sure. So yeah, all we can come with us after the season, with all the experience we have learned, we will come back stronger for next year for sure.
Thank you, Martin.
Thank you.
Lucas, we were expecting you to be at the top last weekend in Denmark, but nothing went according to the plan. How do you feel before this weekend, and what happened to you a few days ago in Nysum?
I don't really know what happened in Denmark, to be for real. Nothing really was put together, nothing worked for me. I wasn't really friend with the car, and yeah, nothing worked out for me. But I put that weekend aside, and now full focus on this weekend, which I feel pretty good going into, because I have done a test here earlier, so I think I have a small advantage over the others. So yeah, I'm going in with a big confidence, and I think that this weekend will go great.
But the championship looked very exciting, because now Simon is back in contention for the championship, and Kasper is just a few points behind. Is going to be a huge war between the three Swedes, no?
Yes, it's very tight, as you said, but that's how it's supposed to be when you go into the last weekend. It's more fun, more exciting. So yeah, it will be a fun weekend and a lot of fun racing, I think, with a lot of nerves and everything.
Are you going to manage the first corner here? It's just everyone just remember the RallyX events here with a lot of action. It's going to be a really tough one.
Yeah, the first corner is a really tough one. I just think you have to go full send in it if you are first. So and hope for the best.
Thank you, Lucas. Best luck for the weekend.
Thank you.
So great stuff, nice to hear from our championship contenders, and of course something which is going to be absolutely crucial to them is the infamous turn 1 up here at Estering. Got to be one of the best first corners ever. Kevin Eriksson made that incredible round the outside move in 2016 at the World Championship. He's done some at Nitro as well, but Hal, he's a bit of a specialist at this.
He is. He's an absolute master at it. He'll tell you himself that it's his trait, and it wasn't just here at the Estering where he executed that for the first time. He's done it many times, as we've seen in RallyX before as well.
Yeah, so 2016, Grenland, take a look at this.
Alexander Wåhl, Peter Hedström och bredvid honom Kevin Eriksson, Lukas Walfridsson, Christer Dahlmans och Frode Holte. Nu ska vi se vad som händer.
Ready to race! Och det är Holte på utsidan, men det är Hedström till toppen för Alexander Wåhl.
Ja, det är en klockren start av Hedström.
Men titta på Eriksson, vilken ytter han gör! Han skulle vara förbi, wow!
Ja, den där såg inte Hedström komma i varje fall, det lovar jag det.
Vilket ladd han hade i första sväng på yttern där. Oj, oj, oj. Där går han ut, han tar höjd. Och se som han hänger i. Och vilken sladd han har på yttern där och lyckas behålla den. Tränger sig förbi Hedström. Han har fortfarande sladd, men orkar behärska sig. Får ordning på bilen. Lite tur, mycket skicklighet. Ja, där avgjordes finalen.
Ja,
se här.
Och Peter Hedström och Kevin Eriksson, de kommer sida om sida, och jag ska lova dig, Kevin, han prövar allt han kan, och han kommer då först i svingen. Den mästaren i år, vant i fjol, vad det vinner i år.
Och nu är det Hedström, nu kommer det bli åka av. Eriksson och Hedström
Hagström. Det är inga såta polare vi har uppe i toppen direkt just nu.
Det blev inte riktigt någon fight efter den här fantastiska insatsen i den första svängen.
Welcome back to the Estering, where the celebrations are well underway for the crowd who are enjoying the sunshine here. We can't start drinking yet because we've got a championship to sort out. In fact, we've got 5 titles to sort out, plus probably some Pro-Am stuff as well. Yeah, so it's going to be a good end to the season. Today is round 9. You can drop 1 score from rounds 1 to 9. You have to count your score tomorrow for round 10, which is why tomorrow's race is absolutely crucial. So you'll have to watch tomorrow as well. We know there's a bit of a heat wave in Northern Europe. Fine, get your telly in the garden, open up a 12-pack or a 24-pack, or if you're feeling very responsible, just a non-alcoholic beer, and let's get amongst it. I'm Andrew Coley. This is Hal Ridge. Hal, what are you doing? Refreshing the stream? I'll eat some Haribo.
Damien Litvinovic says...
I'm going to eat some Haribo, you carry on.
Damien Litvinovic says, when do the semi-finals start? They start now, mate. Litvinovic, of course, entered that brilliant season finale in RallyX 3 here at the end of last year with SPDs, etc. And we are go for junior cross-car semi-finals.
I've literally had to swallow a crocodile whole there because the grid came up a bit quicker than I thought it would. Svedland, with what I'm pretty sure is his first ever TQ, is on the pole here from Pontus Oskarsson. Hampus Hagström, our championship front runner. This is the first time since the Rallycross format at round 2 that he hasn't been top qualifier. Top qualifier 7 rounds in a row. Not today. Got to come from row 2. Oskarsson outside in the number 11. Hagström gets up the inside there. Now be careful not to get squeezed on the run into the first corner. He's ended up down in P3, looks inside now, but he's been very sensible about it, and Hagström holds on to P3. But how? He needs to get up into P2 because with 3 semi-finals, you've got to be in the top 2 to make the final.
Great start, wasn't it? Side by side between Hukar and Kinnunen in the background, but Hagström drove clever there in the first couple of corners. Hukar runs so wide in the background in turn 2. But you're right, first time we've had 3 semi-finals for quite a while in junior cross car, isn't it? And that will make it tough for Hampus Hagström over the next few laps.
Yeah, actually, Hal, I was going to say could have gone Joker, but can't really. Oh, what a result for Hagström. That's an absolute result for Hagström. Everybody behind him has jokered, and with 4 laps to go, the strategy is wide open. He can go on the next lap if he wants to. Remember, the juniors don't have a spot. So tell you what, Hal, he hasn't got the legs down the straight.
Just not there, is it?
No.
I wonder if that's the exit last time around. This is Nielsen locking the inside front there and running that bit deep.
Up and over the crest. Is he going to go Joker this time round?
Should have. Yes,
he
will.
Does. Great move.
And Nielsen lost a lot of time there as well.
Ran wide in the right-hander, so Hagström could get the overlap here. Just needs P2, but needs to get it done on this lap. We thought that Nielsen as well had better pace down the straight, so is Hagström struggling a little bit for top speed? You can hear them on the limiter for a long, long way here. He's out in front of Oskarsson, as you can see, so that's one part of the job done. Here it is down the straight. Look, and the car just goes slightly sideways as he crosses that wet piece of tarmac. It really is key whether Nielsen responds immediately. I think
100% he will.
Well, he should do if he's switched on. So Nielsen needs to go Joker now. If he doesn't, then he's not switched on to the tactics.
Already tell he is. Look at the brake lights. No, he's not.
No, he's not, and that's the wrong decision in my opinion, because that'll give Hagström another lap to catch up. But as we say, these youngsters are learning the tactics. We've been watching Rallycross since longer than some of these kids have been alive, Hal, which is a terrifying prospect, but that is the case.
Definitely, yeah, for all of them, even if they're 16 years old. That's absolutely the case. So yeah,
wild, isn't it?
100%. But I also think, what I thought then was that he'd come back out of the brakes. You saw the brake lights get back out again. I thought he got back in the throttle, but
running deep down the hill, but he didn't. So what was the gap last time round? Was 2.9. I tell you what. We've no idea, do we, on the Delta, because everybody takes it. Yeah, everybody takes it on the last lap as well. Is he going to go this time? No. But Hagström isn't closing, so Hagström that gap needs to come down from 2.9 to something a bit closer.
So last time around,
Nielsen's done a 52.9 and a 52.0 for Hagström, so he's eating into Nielsen at the moment. That is exactly what Hampus Hagström needs to be doing.
9/10 on the last lap, Hal. 9/10.
And you can see it visibly now as well in the shot.
That's why you have to respond immediately. Don't give another driver more laps. And he's gone deep. He's gone deep. You can see either tyre smoke or dust, and on the inside line Hagström has it absolutely like it's tie wrapped to the barrier down the bottom of the hill. Up and over this time round, in goes Svedland, in goes Nielsen. Hagström's not going to get Svedland. This is horrible when you're in the car, you'll be waiting. Oh, and he's gone round almost, 2 sideways for Nielsen in the Joker. Nearly held on. Much closer than I thought it would be. So 2.0 is potentially enough, because that Joker wasn't a good Joker for Nielsen. I think mistakes earlier in the lap as well, but Hampus Hagström has got into the final on the very last corner
and set the fastest lap of the race on that last lap. Knew when it was required. A driver of a champion that was, Andrew, in my opinion. Has had a tough day so far. Has not been where he wanted to be on the semi-final grids, and has just dragged himself back up. Delivered when he needed to. Put the driver ahead under enough pressure that they made the mistakes. Very, very solid job from Hampus Hagström, and crucially he's into the final. That could make all the difference.
Could indeed. Of course, he's got a drop score, and we think that'll be this one anyway, don't we?
Definitely now he hasn't won the semi-final, because the points just aren't accumulating enough for him to get to where he's been previously.
Coley as well in the end. Yeah, well, absolutely. So yeah, think about it. He's been top qualifier at 7 out of the 8 rounds so far, which gives you 16 points. He only got 10 points here, so he's 6 points behind in quali. He's then not won. He's got 5 in the semi. This is 100% Hagström's drop score, but still good to be in the car and get that seat time ahead of tomorrow. P2 Pirra on the pole from Arvid Carlson, Dennis Wieck, Karl Schnack, Axel Schnack, and Genor Mutik. 4 white cross cars. Yay! I heard you laugh, Al, off mic. But he knows the score. He does know the score. Don't worry, they get covered in mud in a minute as well, which makes them even harder to see. Top tip, people, you know the score. P2 Pirra, 10 points for the livery. So Pirra on the pole, Arvid Carlson outside. Amazing start. Not a good start by Pirra. Pirra's been overtaken by Schnack here on the run up to the first corner. Pirra's been eaten alive. May end up down in P5 here, maybe even further. Out front is Carlson with an absolutely brilliant start. Here again, a Mutik is alongside P2 Pirra in the background. Those two are side by side at the back of the pack.
Mutik made a great initial launch and has indeed now got past Pirra, but couldn't find a way past there from 6th on the grid. I don't think 6th is ideal. 4th might be the best, as Kevin Eriksson proved in the past off the lower position. 6th is just that bit far away, isn't it? Up front though, Carlson under big pressure here from Dennis Wieck.
There is definitely hard surface coming up underneath the loose up there. I'm sure that used to rut up more than that. They filled it with tarmac underneath.
No, I think it's just been prepared very, very well indeed, and there isn't enough four-wheel drive supercars in open four-wheel drive to cut up as maybe we've seen in at other periods.
Look how slow the exit to the Joker is, Hal. It's painful, isn't it? You come in, you've got to be so slow twice and so patient on the throttle.
And then he compromised all the way up the hill.
Yeah, which is why they say they always do it on the last lap if they can. Into the left, into the right, over the crest. Look, just little inputs to keep the car going the direction you want, and then several attempts at the brake pedal. Top two go through. Carlson and Wieck favourites for that at the minute, but both the Schnacks are there if there's any kind of issue. Mutik and Pirra joking on lap one. Pirra's gone, has disappeared, Hal. P2 Pirra has disappeared off the back of, was only 2.1.
What a shame after such a strong performance in qualifying.
Yeah, it's gutting, isn't it?
Someone says in the YouTube comments, speaking of Schnack, I'm hungry. Me too, mate.
Yeah, we just had some Haribos. Said I had a biscuit as well, and some of those.
Haribo is never really the answer.
No, but no, they give you a headache in the end.
Just feel a bit sick, don't you?
Yeah. You had too many last week, didn't you? How that
clip of the wall.
Hal scoffed a big handful of sweets as we left last week and made me drive slowly for the first 10k because he felt sick like a child. Carlson. Up and over the line, Schnack takes P2. Dennis Viek has now gone to the Joker. So is that a good move from Viek with 2 laps to go? That's covering it off early, but...
Tell you what, unless Pauli Tapainen wins the next semi-final, if Pauli Tapainen doesn't win the next semi-final, then this is going to be a JC Race Technique front row lockout in the final. Svedlund having won the first semi, and Arvid Carlson, who delivered that brilliant performance last weekend. Oh, and who's that guy? Oh, there's Pira, still going around, but going slowly up the top. I thought that was someone still in contention, doing a great job to stay out of the way, although not ideal to be there. You definitely don't want to be in the inside.
I'd be pulling that off the track as soon as possible. You can turn
just
right.
Desperate for a red flag, aren't you, in a restart where you could potentially give it a I don't know, a kick or an off and on or something in the pre-grid and hope it fires back up ready to take the start again.
Carlson still leads Schnack as they come on to the last lap. Viek is the danger person.
Speaking of JC,
1.8 should be enough for Viek to get that back, Hal. Yeah, go on.
I think the JC Race Tech squad, who has a car in every class except open two-wheel drive, I think they've taken TQ in every class. Lucas Anderson in lights, Robin Larson in supercar, Elias Svensson in cross car, and Carl Svedlund in Crosscar Junior.
I think you are correct, Mr. Ridge. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yeah. They're running Svensson. Yeah, of course. Yes, then. So they do need an open two-wheel drive. We need to tell Yol. Get him in here. So Arvid Carlson ahead of Axel Schnack. So Viek didn't get the position back then. No. Here we are. Great drive there by Axel Schnack to come up from the back row of the grid. Well, a lot of that happened in turn 1 when P2 Pira got such a bad start from the front row. This one's another critical one for the championship. Pauli Tapainen is on the pole, but Oliver Solly on P2. Outside, blue car on the front row. Then you got Antila, Johansson, Isak, etc., and Hume at the back. Good start by Antila from row 2, but seems to lose it on the gear shift up. Solly going to slot into P2, just needs to not get collected from the back. Oh, tidily through the first corner. Solly getting alongside. So Oliver Solly is on the inside line here on the run. Down the hill, gets across the wet stuff. Takes the lead.
Great
Lovely
composure there, Andrew, from Solly, just to move over and knock. We saw that from the drone shot. Just moved to the left enough to put a lot of pressure there onto Tapainen, but not too much. Hume gets out of shape after contact with Ira Antila at the bottom of the hill. But Solly was brilliant there in the run out of turn 1.
Yeah, nicely done down the hill, those little wet stretches as well. Here goes Joker on this first lap. I think if you're Joker on lap 1, it's probably game over with 6 cars and 5 laps. You know, you're in your sort of reverse gear strategy, aren't you? It's etc. who's gone on lap 1.
You're rolling the dice at that stage, aren't you?
Absolutely. You just want to shunt it out front.
A Hail Mary, smashing some fast laps and hope everyone else trips over each other.
Which at the moment they are not doing. So Solly here will be in maximum damage mode, hoping to get the best result. What Solly needs here is a win, whilst it's a drop score for Hagström, because that will undoubtedly close the gap. But yeah, make no mistake, it is advantage Hagström. When you've had 5 wins and 3 seconds in 8 rounds, Solly's had 3 wins, 2 seconds and 1/3, and then a 4th and a 5th. So they've both been in the final absolutely everywhere, and at the moment they're looking like being in the final again here. Thank you, Mr. Ridge. Backache from that flight yesterday, mate. It's just not the one, is it?
Sleazy Jet.
Yeah, there we go.
Hume's on a fairly wild ride here with the rear of the car moving around. Wonder if they're running on old tyres or something, or if they've a bit of a problem because the car is wildly out of shape. This is not helping Tapainen, but fortunately for Tapainen, those behind have jokered as well. And Tila there. Both jokering this time around.
Solly's been through as well, so everybody's joking already. So at the minute it's Solly and Tapainen who are going to make it.
This is exactly what Solly needed if he's to keep his title hopes alive as well.
Yeah, well I was just saying he wants to capitalise here. If he can get a max whilst Hagstrom is struggling. Solly continuing out front. All jokers done, Hal. They've kind of spoiled it for us, haven't they, really?
Sometimes these three semi-finals, I still don't know how we call it semi-finals when it's three.
No,
but
neither do I.
I get it.
Yeah.
They're more like, what's the difference? What's
tri-final?
What's between a quarter and a semi?
No, third
finals.
Just found a Haribo bat. Do you reckon that's licorice in the middle?
Potentially. Yeah, but I just think sometimes they just lose a bit of their flair because the pace difference is so big. But also when only two go up, if you're fourth, you're like, oof, not a load to fight for here. Whereas if you're fourth when three go up, you can potentially get stuck in.
You know what? I get it. It's Andreas again.
No, I completely get it, but it doesn't necessarily produce amazing races.
It's not the one for great racing. I agree because you basically splitting up
amazing races. As Solly crosses the line to take the win ahead of Positives of Pine, and that will confirm JC Lockout the front row for the first time this year in the junior cross car final.
Stats, that's what he's here for. Stay with us. Cross car coming up next. Cross car, Svensson, Yulilami and Ike Merstad all in this one. Ike Merstad with a brilliant start from row 2, but Svensson going to hold on. Ike Merstad going to get squeezed by Yulilami, surely no. Ike Merstad's onto the back of Svensson's bumper. Yulilami's gone for around the outside. Svensson parked them at the apex there. Brilliant bit of racecraft, he just backed the whole pack up. It is Yulilami who gets through, and it is Ike Merstad in P3. Look at the dirt on the front of Yulilami's car, where he went into turn 1 third, but good stuff from Svensson.
It's funny, as the start always unfolds, I sit and watch it. It's almost like it's in slow motion, trying to analyse what's happening. And there I was thinking, Yulilami's been hung out to drive here, to drive, because Ike Merstad, who's going to joker this time around, you could tell by the attitude of the car on the way down the hill, looked like Ike Merstad, who was attached to the rear of Svensson's car, was just going to hold it through on the inside. But that didn't compensate for how aware Svensson was going to be there on the inside to back the power. Oh, contact! That's Ike Merstad.
Ike Merstad may be stuck against the wall here. This is the championship leader who's in serious trouble.
That is massive for this championship fight.
Sven
he can't get going. The front wheel bar is miles away anyway.
So he's going to have to gun it in and back. Well, he won't get through. But the point, as Hal says, this is huge. Svensson took the lead by about 4 points after qualifying. And this is going to be a shocker of a result for Ike Merstad.
But Ike Merstad hasn't had terrible. The first round, I think he had a bit of a shocker.
He didn't make the 6th in the semis both times. Since then, been on the podium everywhere except Neeson, where he was 4th in the final and then didn't make the final again. So this could well be a turning point.
I really want to see that again. I think he got a little bit greedy and tried to get up the inside because he knew he had to get some overtaking done. That's not greedy to say he did anything wrong, but Well, you're under that pressure in the semi-finals, especially when only 2 go up. You've got to get the moves done, haven't you? And where the first corner tightens on the exit, you can. So, how many times do we see someone get squeezed into the wall there over the history of racing at this circuit? I feel gutted for him because.
So do I.
I really want this title. I want a 2021 title fight, 3 drivers crossing the finish line within a second to decide the outcome, and
you're going to see that, by the way, in a while. We've got that lined up for you, which is Arvika 21. That will be just before the finals. We're going to take a look back at that incredible race and the super close finish between them. So don't go anywhere between the semis and the final.
And for Svensson, of course, he's driven past Ingmerstedt now a couple of times, and we've seen the rapport those two have. We saw it last weekend after they came together in the first corner, and they were all hugs afterwards. Yeah. But there will be a little bit of Svensson going.
Hello.
That was good.
Yeah, this
Thank
is the
you.
chance.
But what you can't afford to do then is get distracted by it, make a mistake. I think of Richard Burns in 2001 World Rally Championship final, seeing McRae's car on the side of the road,
and dropped
a few corners later, reversed it up a different part of the stage. Robert Reid had to give Richard a bit of a talking to and say, keep focused here.
Yeah, it's not done yet, not by a long shot.
No, there's still a whole day to go tomorrow, but it's definitely advantage Svensson in that 2-way fight.
Yeah, I actually meant the Richard Burns thing. But yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, you got to carry on for another two days, wasn't it? It was day one, wasn't it?
And it's never over, is it? It's never ever over until it's over.
It's way harder to go. Oh, I need to go quite quickly, but not too quick. That's way harder than I've got to go balls out here and just try and beat everybody. Svensson takes it. And Jölalami goes through as well. It is a disaster for Thomas Ingmerstedt, the championship leader. We'll get the updated points for you overnight. We'll have them at the end of today, but that won't include dropped scores. By tomorrow morning, we'll have points for you with dropped scores, and it is going to be all to play for.
Well, we will have them tonight, won't we? But not while we're on air, because we get so quickly.
Yeah. So it actually ran to the back of Svensson, parked him, like I said, just great awareness.
Is this next time around? Ingmerstedt jokes on that one. This is the incident with Vigo. Absolutely brilliant. Ingmerstedt gets it rotated, looks to the inside. There is never the space there, unfortunately. Clatter, bang, wallop into the side of Anderson. What a shame for the Norwegian. That was never going to work, unfortunately.
And you just know, don't you? And then at this point, he's trying to bounce it off the wall. That's what he's trying to do. As Hal said earlier, there is no reverse.
Nearly got it done there.
Yeah. Look at that. Pulled out the wall and easily drives away. So frustrating.
Well, there's nothing wrong with it. It was just stuck.
Oh, what a shame. You're a child, Hal. Okay, what we got? What's going on? What's his name? Borowski, read his name on the comments.
Berensky HC.
Berensky HC, hope you're having a great time, mate. Bowdens and Hume on the front row. Orav on row 2 with Eric Nielsen. Oh, Hume gets turned into Bowdens. No! 3 wide. Bowdens gets away with it somehow. Ronald Bowdens, who's in the title fight, nearly got piled into the wall and holds on. It's Lucas Orav leading from Bowdens, and we will need to see that again.
We will indeed, but that has basically guaranteed Bowdens a place in the final if he hasn't got any damage, because he is much quicker than the 2 drivers around him normally in normal circumstances. I reckon he'll joker this time around Bowdens just to get some clear air if his spotters are on the ball. He's not going to go. You should have I think he should have joked.
So do I, but he may not. Well, surely his spotters know what's happened by now. They're not that far behind. They are on the stream. Depends what they're watching. It's on red flag. Okay, then. So that's the siren. So who's got away? Oh, is that him on the side? So we're going to send the medical crew out, because obviously a driver there has had a good old rattle inside that car and is lying on the grass bank. We'll get them checked immediately. We'll get the best medical attention to them as fast as we possibly can, and we'll bring you an update on how they're feeling when we know. So nothing too serious, I'm sure of that. There's the ambulance heading out now. Not what we want to see ever. Oof. That was a mess, wasn't it? I want to go over there, Hal. Do you reckon that's burgers or something? Sausages, maybe? Is that an Opel Manta behind us? Take a selfie with it. Me and Hal just took a grinning selfie with an Opel Manta.
What would you call that sort of grin?
Oh yes, an eating grin. With a prefix. Stay with us. We'll get this show back on the road as soon as we can. So you might have heard a ripple of applause from the crowd there, and that is because our young driver, we're not sure which one it was yet, has managed to walk himself to the ambulance. He'll be getting in ahead and just for a quick checkup, and hopefully back to race tomorrow. They do come into that wall quite quick, and we're hoping to we can have a little look and maybe see a replay. So Bowden's is on pole. You got Hume in the blue car next to him. From row 2, it's Nilsson in the white car coming up alongside Orav. So there's so Bowden's has maybe hit the wall on the inside. Nilsson has, it's horrible, really gets fired into the wall hard, so I reckon Hume gets away again. Look for Bowden's. What happens to Bowden's on the inside line? They get caught up, they touch rear left to front right, he gets put in the wall, and by then, Hal, you're hauling, aren't you? They're going quick at that point.
Bowden's was so lucky to get away with that.
Yeah.
And was almost a victim of his own good start there, wasn't he? That Hume had just got into the rear wheel a bit. Hume's got to turn left as well, so he's not to blame for that either, for sure. It's just, I think, one of those things.
Hume, from the looks of things, he's not going to make the restart. Scratchy goes the pen. See you, mate. And who else is out? Nilsson. Yeah, it's Nilsson, isn't it? Or are they going to allow them to come back to the grid? We'll know soon enough. Here's a cool story, by the way, Hal. Dogs aren't allowed at the Estering, which is a shocking oversight by the circuit. But I saw a person with a dog in the paddock. Hal's just rescuing the paper. The wind has picked up and everything's just gone for a Burton. It's a good day, isn't it, for a few drinks and a hot dog? Cool t-shirt, round 9 and 10 Estering t-shirt. Oh dear, Eric Nielsen's car's just come back next to us on the Scooper Doom. Look at this lad, out of the way, you want to see a t-shirt. What's that t-shirt say? Eat something, what, repeat. Look, eat what?
If that says Rallycross, that's my life in a nutshell, isn't it?
Yeah, eat, Rallycross, sleep, repeat. Do up, house, have child, buy supercar.
Rallycross, eat, sleep.
Eat, sleep, skip, repeat. That's about it, isn't it? Cool, old Scooper Doom's busy. Oh, well, the crowd are keeping their spirits up. We are sending Eric Nielsen off for some checks at hospital, which is just the right thing to do. He walked to the ambulance himself. We're not overly concerned, but also not medical professionals. So it's that, you know, we're just bringing you the updates as we have it. hit the wall pretty quick. You're going very quick. What, 4th gear by then in a cross car. He's gone in the wall. So they're going to take him to hospital to check him out. Now what that means is the ambulance has left the circuit and we can't race without an ambulance. So we're getting a replacement ambulance very quickly. We're told 10 minutes and racing will be back underway. In the meantime, we can have a chat with Kevin Eriksson, who is is one of his many roles. Kevin this weekend is taken over from Rainis Nitish today. Rainis couldn't be here because he had a family event which was booked from before the season started.
Be here tomorrow.
So he's coming tomorrow, a second Latvian superstar along with Yanis Belmanis. They'll have to fight for that right tomorrow. But yeah, Kevin is there. Kevin, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we've got you loud and clear, mate. So I don't know if you can play the replay or not. Rainis does, but I know you're new to this job. Well, what's your take on it? You felt that there was a bit of contact on the run to the kink right, yeah?
Yeah, I had my opinion, and I actually phoned. Rainis is here with me, so he's been looking as well, and we both had the same opinion that the car 163 is the one causing the collision by turning in quite aggressively. It could have been avoided, so yeah, it was a tricky one. But both me and Rainis had the same idea that he was the cause of the collision, and so he will not restart the semi.
Understood, right. So Alexander Hume unfortunately is DQ'd from semi-final number 2, and obviously Eric Nilsson won't take the start while we get him checked out in hospital. Kevin, thank you very much, mate. How are you finding your new job as Mr. Black Flag? Rainis says it's not much fun.
Yeah, of course it's tricky because most of the paddock are my friends, but I try to just be professional, and Rainis gave me a good checklist, and he's been with me here all day, so he's back here tomorrow, so then finally I can be back being friends with the paddock.
Yeah, we'll see about that. Are you going to race tomorrow or not?
Well, that's a plan, so we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, that's a plan at least. I love to be here. Estering, everyone knows what I've done here, and it's an amazing place, and I haven't raced here for 5 years, so it's great to be back here, and I think all the drivers enjoy it as well. But it's a very unforgiving track, as we saw right now, so but I hope Nilsson is okay. So yeah.
Yeah, so do we, mate. That is absolutely the most important thing. So yeah, Kevin, look, hopefully we'll see you back on track tomorrow. Whether we'll make more friends in turn 1 or in the Black Flag room, I'm not sure, mate. Let's see whether or not you can pull off another fantastic move. Good luck for the rest of the day, mate.
Thank you.
So yeah, Kevin doing another job on top of all the jobs he does for this series, standing in for Rainis today. Rainis supervising, I'm guessing via Zoom or something there from the sounds of things. So he said he's on a call with him. And he'll be back tomorrow. Right, we are going to take a short break, but please don't go anywhere because it makes a huge huge difference to us if you guys stay and like and subscribe and all the rest of it. So stick around, make yourselves a brew. We're going to get an ambulance sorted ASAP, and then we'll get this show back on the road.
Welcome back to Estering for semi-final number 2 of Crosscar, and it's a depleted grid because Alexander Hume has been disqualified for his part in the incident that caused the race stoppage. Eric Nielsen has also not made the restart. That is massively advantaged Ronald Baldins, who starts from pole position as we go green. Brilliant start for Lucas Ora from row 2, but Baldins gets it hooked up and on his way to the first corner. Ease Etc goes for an around the outside move. Noel Ellison though up the inside in turn 1 gets the job done, but this is perfect for Ronald Baldins. Look at the margin the Latvian's got already at the bottom of the hill into turn 2. Orav second, Ellison third, Ease Etc fourth, and I really cannot see anyone beating Ronald Baldins from there, Andrew. And to be fair, Lucas Orav does have the pace to run second in this as well, so it could be a reasonably foregone conclusion.
Yeah, Baldins with a slight mistake coming into that right-hander down the hill, just ran a little bit deep, didn't he? Nothing major. Orav though under pressure from Eliasson behind, and that'll just help Baldins to check out front.
In the pound seat, isn't he, or the Euro seat, as we said last weekend, Ronald Baldins. And he needed that after so nearly getting ejected from the semi-finals with that contact last time around.
It's funny, isn't it? You come here and all these championship favourites, Hal, are in great positions. You think, oh, it's easy, it's job done. And then the turn 1 lottery of Estering, it makes you nervous. And then Eliasson goes joking. That's a good move. Now, this might cover off Isak Cetra, which is essential. But what he's really looking to do is get the overlap on Orav. He looked quicker than Orav. Watch for Isak Cetra with a better entry line here, closing down on Eliasson, but can't in the end find the traction to make the move on the exit.
I wonder if Demi Litvinovic is still watching online as he was earlier, commenting in the YouTube comments. Andrew, I know you don't follow European Championship as much as you used to, but
yes,
we should definitely watch the RX3 final from last year here, because it was just chaos. It was a proper 2 championship contenders getting into each other and both basically retiring on the spot in the Joker. Is Orav?
Yeah, goes to respond, doesn't he? He's trying to cover Eliasson off.
Started by some margin, isn't it?
Very good move indeed, and in fact that must have been a mint Joker, because I didn't think Eliasson's was bad, and now he makes a mistake up in the first corner. Eliasson
margin,
not quite close enough.
Well, when you're in the middle there and you make a mistake, it's so much easier to get in the throttle and drive out of it. It's when you go deep, or indeed when you go too tight, that you struggle to carry that momentum.
So Baldins now or last lap? I think last lap.
I go now. 100% I go now.
Oh, I hope you're wrong. Let's have a look. Yes!
I'd say that's a mistake.
Yes!
For me, that's a mistake. Why keep going?
Because they're in a little battle. You don't want to come out with
a battle. There's 2 seconds behind
him. Yeah,
them.
but you gain 2 tenths if you Joker on the last lap.
He's the fastest driver by some margin. Get the Joker out of the way to mitigate a mistake or a puncture. 100%.
Well,
you can tell I'm not a risk taker. I would always cover
really. But on this occasion,
why stay
because
out
he was so far
3.5 seconds.
He was so far in front already.
But that's irrelevant. If you've got enough margin and you're going to not fall into the traffic,
I might just be being devil's advocate a little bit here.
Well, it's working because it makes me annoyed.
Yes, I'm annoyed how Ridge. Oh, brilliant. So Baldins with a pretty, I mean, he's not lazy, but he's certainly not having to be committed here. It is an easy win for Rolls Baldins. And Lucas Orav will go through with him in a very delayed semi-final number 2. And as I say, we're sending all our best to Eric Nielsen, who's gone off to hospital for a bit of a check-up, walked himself to the ambulance after a crash at the start of the first run of this semi-final, but has gone for a check-up anyway. We'd far rather he goes and gets checked out and make sure everything is okay. Baldins chucking the car around and driving away from the others out front. There's the mistake by Orav, almost paid for it with a place in the final, but gets away with it. So Svensson's gone through, Baldins has gone through, Yelalami's gone through. Svensson was leading the standings after qualifying here. Baldins and Yelalami with P3 and P4. So it's Eek Merstad is the only driver, of course, who hasn't made it, Hal. So Eek Merstad, the championship leader as we came here, has not made it, and the 3 drivers behind him have. Alexander Hume was DQ'd. So Hume, who's 5th in the standings. So Svensson, Baldins, Yelalami are in. And now it's just a case of who joins them from this last semi. Here we go then. On the front row, Rasmus Persson and Romet Serna. Row 2, Erik Steinsholt and Pasi Penttinen. Row 3, Kalle Gotherson and Noah Jorgensen. Last time out, Rasmus Persson took his first ever win in cross car in round 7 at Neesom. On pole here, trying to think from a quality point of view, Svensson and Bowden to be on the front row, won't they, because they've both gone through with wins. But it is a great start for Rasmus Persson in the 21. A bit of contact behind him. That's what we saw in semi-2. Trying to go around the outside is Pasi Penttinen. On their side by side, and he drops back, so Persson gets eaten up. And I think, is it Penttinen that went round him or not?
Contact between Steinsholt.
Go on, Hal.
Contact between Steinsholt and Persson in the background. That was wild coming down the hill. It's high speed down there.
It's Serna that's in the lead. So Serna's got in the lead despite...
Look at the cars moving around, Andrew. Sorry to interrupt. Serna's car really skipping over those bumps.
2 to the Joker on lap 1.
Serna leading despite.
Persson's gone in. Noah Jorgensen's gone in. Go on, Hal.
No, you said despite, and I cut over you, so I was giving you the opportunity to finish what you were saying.
I can't remember. That's not how it works for me. I just switch it on, it comes out my mouth, and then yeah, that's fine, mate. Don't worry. So yeah, I'm keen to see how Serna, unless I got the wrong car up into turn 1, but I was pretty sure who was...
It was number 8 going around the outside,
yeah,
number 8 Penttinen, so he was having a good run.
But then it all went wrong.
So look at the points here, Andrew. Now we've got a second to think about. I'll watch the screen, you look at the points. But I think Serna was 6th, and probably the last of the drivers in the title hunt. Now, remember, Merstad's had a shocker. Bowden's has gone through. Svensson's gone through.
Yeah, Lami's gone through.
Hume's been disqualified.
Yeah, so Serna's going to move up.
Serna is right in the fight here to finish in the top 3 of the championship.
Yeah.
And anyone wants to do that, don't they? You want to get the overall top 3 as Steinsholt, Persson side by side again. This is the 2 that had contact down here earlier on. We've seen some massive crashes there in the past. Remember Timmy Hansen rolled there in the DS3 in 2013.
He did, didn't he? Yeah. Blue and white, wasn't it, the car? I remember the livery. Timmer had the Red Bull livery. Man, isn't it? Times change. 10 years, 11 this year. And it's 10 years of RallyX, actually, which is kind of what we're celebrating all these throwbacks with, in case you're wondering. Serna continues to lead with 2 laps to go. The gap is 3.7 seconds. Like and subscribe if you would like to see more of this kind of thing, which of course you would.
And please do that, because it makes a massive difference to the algorithms on YouTube to get the likes and the subscriptions. You don't even, you're not obliged to watch the notifications. You can turn the notifications off, but you're doing a massive favour to the championship at no effort by liking and subscribing.
Yeah, and then they can then go and try to find a bit of funding off the back of it for more sponsorship, which means we can bring you more things, more cameras, more interviews, all sorts of stuff. Honestly, I think what these guys do on a very limited budget and with very limited resources is fantastic, and I genuinely mean that. You know, me and Hal are lucky enough to work for the 2 biggest rallycross championships in the world, and I can promise you their budgets and their resources are completely different from what it is here in RallyX. It's yeah, okay, we know you have to look at our ugly mugs a bit too much in the studio, but that's not the end of the world for the banter, is it? And it's free as well. All problems there. Who's that?
It's Penttinen, who's been slow since the first lap, so he's already a lap down anyway.
Serna's going to take it then.
Should really get out of the way, Penttinen. Oh,
yeah, he's out of the way. So Serna goes through with Steinsholt. Persson misses out from pole, so won't be repeating the win from Denmark. Well, that felt long, didn't it? Let's be honest. But that's because we took a 15-minute break in the middle of it.
I'm sorry, Damien Levinovich, for calling her out for being on the YouTube chat, because he replied saying, when I referenced that RX3 final where he won the championship, he said, yeah, I've been here all the time, basically, and now he's getting inundated with questions from fans, which Damien's being very obliging in replying to. So what start. Well done, mate.
Yeah, good man. That is what we need.
See you next weekend in Mete. Damien's racing an EKS built Audi S1 with the Volon squad this year.
Really? Brilliant.
drivers asking him about the small amount of rounds in EuroRX. It's 4 weekends for the EuroRX drivers. It's 5 weekends here.
Is that 4 double headers or 4 single?
4 single headers. It's 5.
Mind you, it was only 5. When was it?
Used to only be 5.
Yeah, it was only 5. It's not massively.
What Damien's saying here is it's good for the budget. Now the RallyX series running over 5 weekends is also budget based because drivers can't necessarily find the budget for 10 weekends in all over Europe.
Mate, it's also finding 10 weekends. I'm not being funny, but these are, you know, as you said earlier, this is extracurricular. A lot of these people are not doing this for a career, they're doing it for fun. There are some who are definitely career minded in it, but they've got to fit in exams and holidays and day jobs and all sorts of things. Simon Tiger off the line. Is Christoph Beck's on the front row with him, but Tiger's going to get to turn 1 first. Bart Bell trying to go around the outside in the BMW E30 M3, but can't quite get there. Oh, look at that as well. Person just cutting off the front of Bart Bell, but Tiger in the lead.
Toa went for the outside move as well, but because Bell was so wide on the outside, that sort of capped off the opportunity there for the Irishman. Simon Tiger though always gets like a slightly slow start, doesn't he, and then lays down all of that power, and he's gone.
I think if he unleashed off the line, Hal, he'd just sit there, wouldn't he? It would be like a proper rude boy burnout.
Well, either he'd sit there or the rear transmission would.
Yeah,
so there's 2 options, aren't there? Either he'd go nowhere or he'd go absolutely nowhere.
Yeah. Blown to bits, tyres or transmissions.
Oats and
Andrew Oates, graphics operator from World RX 2014 to 2020.
Use of English, Hal. Christoph Beck's all over the back of Simon Tiger.
What the hell were you trying to say?
I don't know.
Do you have oats for breakfast?
I didn't know. Michael Person's going well here, isn't he, in the Golf?
Yes. Top 3 through, remember, as well. It's important we remind you that it depends on the class as to how many semis there are, and there are 2 semis in open 2-wheel drive as Bex gives Tiger a nudge. Come on, out the way.
Bex all over the bast.
Look at this.
Tiger's under pressure here in a way we don't often see, other than from some local hero or Victor Hansen. Victor was so quick last weekend, got his first win for quite some time, but hasn't been a match for Tiger this year. It's so nice seeing Tiger have to fight for it.
So I like open 2-wheel drive. I'm going to be honest, I don't like it as much as you. However, when I see more drivers come in like this, I like it more. Yeah, this makes me more excited for it. I think it's because it's basically been a whitewash. Oh, and he goes round the outside into the Joker.
Brilliant. Yeah. That's exactly what you need to do in the circuit. Capitalise on the other driver being in the braking area. Carry that pace around the outside.
No, he's tapped the wall. It holds on. Is the car damaged or not? Hopefully not.
Rear axle, remember.
Is it sitting? No, it's that low anyway.
Rear axle opposed to an independent suspension system, so a different kind of strength there and a different potential for damage.
Tell you what, mate, he's closing down. He's only 1.9 off as they cross the line. Now we know that's enough to take the lead. So Christoph Beck's here. Yeah, he is. Yeah, but he hasn't jokered. So a person has. So Christoph Beck's here, could be about to take the lead. Simon Tiger goes in. This is with a lap to go. He's covering Bex off. No, Bex has made a mistake and got a problem. Bex is going slowly in the background. This could play into Derek Tohill's hands. Christoph Bex has got a problem with that car. He's on a super slow one, and Tohill will know now. He's got to get the bit between his teeth. He's got a joker and get out in front of Verhoeven. Person's going to get him. Or is it Bex behind? Who is it that's going to get Tohill?
It's
no, it's Verhoeven. Yeah, Bex is dropping down the order. Sorry, yeah, from the issues. So Tohill will know now. They must be on the radio. You were just talking to the lads, Hal, as was I in that little break.
Yeah, they've had all sorts of problems with the Fiesta. The first time running this engine, the 3.2 Volvo engine, massive alternator issues there. A massive alternator in it this morning, and it's not been working at all. The car's been dropping off, cutting out through the course of the day, but this could be close to a final.
Tiger takes it. Watch in the background. Tohill goes into the joker lap. So Person on the inside with the red Golf, who's going to get there in P2. Derek Tohill's just got to win this drag race to the line to book his slot in the final, and he does. He goes through. And Verhoeven and Bex are eliminated. Yeah, he's got a second battery in there at the minute, haven't they, thanks to the electrical issues?
Yeah, they've tried about half a dozen alternators. They've got another 6 or so to try as well. But
who has 12? Well, it's someone with a company called Parts for Cars has 12 alternators with them, don't they?
The thing is, they're so specialist, these alternators, that it's difficult to find one that works. To be honest, I think that's not an unproven concept, the 3.2 Volvo engine. So hopefully soon they'll get on top of that. Look at the way Tiger's chassis moves around. That is some machine, isn't it? And this is a shame because Bex did everything right here.
I think he's done it on the wall, Hal, on the exit, personally.
A bit of local knowledge. The Belgians and the Dutch race here with the German Championship.
Look how close he is to the apex, and look at this. He gets the car straight and then on the gas, and watch, you're on board with Vigo. Boom. It's a fair old. Look at the lock he had to get on to save it. We were looking through his window too.
I'm a bit. I want to know more about Vigo.
I want to know more about Vigo.
He's always in the right place at the right time.
Yes,
like, how is that possible? I'm a bit nervous of him, actually. I don't know if I want to spend too much time near him because he might like start looking into my past
Do you
or
think
something.
he's like that evil Vigo out of Ghostbusters 2?
Again, I haven't seen it.
Of course you've seen Ghostbusters 2. I'm sure there's a baddie called Vigo in Ghostbusters 2. It's the one that comes out of the painting with the eyes. So then they have to go in the Statue of Liberty, spray it with slime, and then it comes alive, and they play that song, I Know Your Love's Lifting Me Higher, or whatever it is, and go in and kill him.
I have no idea what you're talking
the
about.
first one though, with It's the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Please tell me you've seen Ghostbusters 1, Hal.
No.
Come on!
I've seen
on the roof.
World RX semi-final 2 from Hockenheim 2016.
You sad man. So they all go on the roof, of this building to try and.
Oh no, that's the problem.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, the wheels
the wheel
off.
on the back screen. I would.
The wheels on the bus don't go round and round, unfortunately, when you hit them into the wall. So they all go on the roof.
I'd be displeased
and they
if someone
say
did
you
that
have
to
to
my
clear
car.
your mind. Don't think whatever you think of. Zool will present it and it will destroy you. So they're like everyone into their mind. So and he goes, oh no. They're like, what? And he starts stomping through the streets of New York, a giant marshmallow man there. I can't remember who's thought of it, but I think it's Ray. And they go, what did you do, Ray? And he goes, I tried to think of the most innocent thing from my childhood. It's the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. And there he comes, gigantic Stay Puft Marshmallow Man crushing cars. So there you go, I've done a nice quote today from Return of the Jedi and from Ghostbusters.
I'm pleased for Christoph Bex at the wheel.
No! Acknowledge the movie quote.
Well,
go on, what are you saying?
Well done, Andrew.
Thanks, Hal. What are you saying about this? What are you saying about this?
Well, I thought that the axle might be jiggered there because of how hard he hit the wall, but if it's just the wheel smashed, then that's all golden, isn't it? Shame for today, but get it fixed up and go again.
I'm excited about tomorrow. He was hustling Tiger. I genuinely think that would have been close.
We need these drivers to come and do full-time seasons,
yes, we do. Good to hear what Janis was saying earlier. Janis Bellman is considering this next year in one of the 208s that his family owns, one of which is actually parked directly outside our commentary box. Peter Hedstrom's getting in it. That livery is cool, Hal. Take a picture of it and put it on your Instagram story for the viewers to see.
Well, they'll have seen it on the broadcast.
Up close, I want them to see the detail, Hal. Scooper Doom's got a bit of a mission on, hasn't it, to drop that all the way back to the paddock.
Palatines are doing there, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's gone overcast.
We were 10 minutes earlier.
20.
Are we? There's two of them up there. There's a horn off going on up in turn 1. So Ulrich Meinings is on the front row from Erling Krog, Victor Johansson, Peter McGarry, Thomas Listovitz and Bjorn Stur. Jump start by a mile. Cheers, Erling Krog. Park yourself back up and you'll be doing a double joker, mate. Not ideal. I was going to drink some tea, Hal. Talk amongst yourself. Now, are they bringing the double Joker sign out for him? There's the Joker X2. Oh, denied. Denied. Shocker. I'm feeling pretty denied at how long this session's gone on for. Okay, let's go. Meinings, Krog, Johansson. The only person who can deny Simon Tiger, I think it's looking pretty unlikely with Tiger's performances. Victor Johansson gets a good start from P3, not as good as Krog from the outside of front row, but Krog of course has two jokers to do. So if he can pull that off in the Manta. Bjorn Stur going for the round the outside. But Johansson, look at the traction in the Merc on the inside line there, Hal.
Traction for all of them was standing there, wasn't it? Especially the Manta running in the middle. There's McGarry in the background looking at Stur. Didn't get a great exit from the first corner, McGarry. But Johansson in the thick of it here and at risk, isn't he? He's in the danger zone for not making the final.
Can Krog make the final with a double joker? What are you saying?
He's joking on lap one. That is a risk, isn't it? Was under big pressure there from Mainix.
Got to get out in front of at least one of these cars.
He's going to get out in front of McGarry, isn't he? Next to Stur.
Might do. I think McGarry's got more pace though. Turn one. McGarry's just looking inside, but not quite. Couldn't quite get there.
Too tight as well from the Volvo. Down the hill, Mainix is showing his class. Johansson's car even looks massive next to that Volvo 240, doesn't it? So, Stur's got a problem. Is this going to hold McGarry up? Yes, it is. Stur gets it all sorted. Did he just run that bit deep there in turn 2? McGarry should joker this time around. Absolutely.
Go on, go.
Too late to decide. You needed to carry the speed around the outside like Bex did in the previous run. You've got to commit.
And then, of course, you got to watch out and hope the person inside you doesn't commit as well, and then you get run wide.
You've got to take that risk. You've got to take the risk because
you'll gain so much time if you pull it off.
The amount you lose by following and then going in is too high, in my opinion.
I agree, Hal Ridge.
That's twice today. I'll mark that down.
Make a note. I need a biscuit. You something like a bit of some sugar? No,
I've had enough sugar, thanks.
Oh yeah, he did. He's had too many Haribo again, folks. If you're wondering.
Johansson
Mainix stays out.
Tight to the wall.
Where's Stur? Stur's gone Joker in the background. Stur's gone into the Joker, and he's been followed in. No, the Manta looked like he was going in behind, but Krog changed his mind. Krog goes all over the gravel trap. He's going to lose out. McGarry going to try and go around the outside in turn 1. Not quite going to get there. Krog holding on. McGarry's on the gas. He just gets in the dirt. Can't quite get past.
And all this is doing is guaranteeing that McGarry doesn't make the final later on, because fighting with a driver that's got 2 jokers to do. And Stur having jokered and gone up the road. Really, Stur's mistake there at the bottom of the hill where McGarry got topped up has cost Peter dearly. Johansson into the joker this time around. All out of shape on the way in, but gets nicely to the apex. And then the car's lovely and straight on the exit. That was a very nice joker in the huge Mercedes.
I would like to do next year a technical feature on the Open Tour drivers. Get 3 of them stood next to each other and just have a wander around with the drivers at what the general concepts are. I don't want to get too into the nitty-gritty, but where's the engine? What is it? What have you done? What's special about it? I think you'll be surprised how homemade some of them are.
Yeah, all of them, I think, to a degree.
But some of them really beautifully entered in. Some of them you look at, you think, good God, how is that fast?
Well, I think Victor Johansson's car is a great example of that.
Yeah.
It is very homemade, but it's also very, very quick.
Yeah.
Whereas something like, I don't know, Toe Wheels Fiesta has been built by professional rallycross teams.
Yeah, true. Mainix takes it. Johansson was a lot closer than he looked like he was going to be. 0.7 of a second. Bjorn Stur takes the final spot in the final. And again, we've got 1 car from each row from semi-final number 2 as well. In fact, we've got the same cars. Yes, we've got inside row 1 and 2 have gone through, and outside row 3 from both semi-finals. Tohill and Stur going through from the back row. Semi-finals done for Open 2-wheel drive. Yorick Mainix goes through with Johansson and Stur from semi-final number 2. Looking forward to seeing those other drivers back for tomorrow for another round of action here from the Estering. But we move on now to Supercar Lights with another championship to settle. All 5 titles this weekend. Pro-Am titles as well. Yes, so 7 titles. Must be a champion. Anderson, Darback, Mounier, Lene, Christensen and Ida Tornholt. Crucial one for Anderson this. Munier from row 2 moves in immediately. Kevin Darback has got into P2. Darback's a little clout, or does he go over a bump and runs a bit deep? Now he's getting contact from behind from Munier. Lene has gone around the outside. Lene gets the better of his French compatriot, slots into P3. That is a great move from the outside of row 2, but Anderson leads.
And this has been handed on a plate to Lucas Anderson, hasn't it, with these five getting into each other. I really thought that contact between Darback and Munier in the run to the first corner was going to be more consequential than it actually was. That door opening for Darback won't actually be an issue at all, apart from for the dust that comes in. A minor distraction, yes. A risk of getting black flagged for a mechanical, yes, but really that won't have any performance disadvantage at all.
Doesn't leave the door open on the inside, thankfully. Two French drivers side by side again. Yeah, good move here from Munier, getting the better exit than Lene on the run down the hill. He'll be on the inside line now, they're closing down on Darback. Tornholt's gone for an early joker. I think if I was Lene, I'd go now. Lene gives Munier a little push on the exit, just runs him out a bit deep. They're side by side, and now Munier's had the position taken back. So, tiny bit of contact, but I don't know. Good stuff. What's your take on that, Hal? Is it pushing to pass, or is it a little nudge? Is it a little hurry up? Darback comes out the joker, sorry.
It's also tricky when it's between teammates, because they've got a much different relationship, haven't they, to two random drivers. And for Kevin Eriksson, I feel for him in that situation, because he runs the OMSE team.
Oh, yeah.
He knows these guys well, and we can't hide from that. It's a fact. So I know he doesn't really want to be doing that job either. It's because Rainis isn't able to be here. But I don't think that would cloud Kevin's judgment at all. No. He'll just deal with whatever he needs to in the most professional way. But I always do feel like incidents are often different when they're teammates compared to two random drivers, and these two are racing hard as they have done all year.
I love the fact that Rainis gave so many tips to Kevin as well. I thought that's great to see. So Darback holds on to P2. This is a brilliant drive by Kevin Darback from row 1. Has taken his joker lap and he's already up behind Lene. Munier's behind his joker. Kevin Darback is going to go through in second place. It's fantastic.
Yeah, what a great job he's been doing today. He took that race win earlier on. I thought that was the drive for his career. So easy to give someone a drive of their career accolade when you've seen them win a race on track. Sometimes the driver becomes the drive of their career and finish 3rd or 5th, but just deliver an absolute stormer. So it's hard to. Munier sends it in at the top of the hill.
Watching for the merge here. Anderson coming out with Lene. Is Lene going to hold on to a place here in the semi-finals? It's going to be close. He does. So Darback goes through. Lene just gets Munier. The gap was 0.3 of a second.
Munier's absolutely sunk on up the inside there of Darback.
It's another lap. So side by side still might be. Oh no! Kevin Darback gets turned around after contact with Munier. Both ends are off the car. That door that was open's been ripped off. Anderson's got a problem. The rear right broken. Munier going to end up in the wall. Anderson slots in. Lene looks to the inside line. Anderson holds that inside line. Munier on the brakes, covers the curve off on the inside.
Anderson has to be so careful here not to get a penalty.
Munier coming through to take the win. Lene gets through as well, and Anderson drags the car over the line in P3. Utter carnage on the last lap of the semi-final.
I really would like to see
puncture for Anderson. Look, Hal.
Look at the damage in the first corner. There's a lot of contact in there. It was weird, wasn't it?
Yeah,
they were side by side.
Kevin's annoyed, and I would be too. Look at the damage on the front of that car.
Fortunately,
he's really annoyed. I get it.
Fortunately, the lights cars are very, very modular, so I have absolutely no doubt that they'll be able to fix that car for tomorrow.
He's annoyed about the result, isn't he?
Look, as we were saying, look, there's the door in the middle of the track. If ever there was a mark of how big an incident that was,
I'm sure that's going to be much use,
no point, mate.
You're going to be in the OMSE parts bin, and they're Fiesta doors, aren't they, on the car?
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Could do with one, couldn't you?
Not that new.
Did you get one?
Yeah, I need another one now. But
what's another one? We looked at this last week. I want to hear it in a minute. Okay, I'm not actually too worried about
that contact between the door was broken already. That contact between Munier and Darback really set the tone for the rest of the race. This is Lene and Munier.
So look,
going at each other.
Push or does
absolutely fine. Munier was already running deep there, in my opinion. Was carrying the momentum too deep.
They get into each other. Look at the room. They gave each other the perfect amount of room.
I think
great racing
of that
between
is
them.
totally fair.
Right, what's happened here?
This isn't it, because we're going to see them go into the joker.
There's the look, Ida Tornholt
into the back of Christensen.
So that we didn't see. Here's coming down the hill. So Anderson in front. Has he already? Yes, the tyres let go here, maybe earlier. He's now got problems. Darback, look, it's just tyre to tyre. I think that's a racing incident, Hal. And look, Meunier then picks up the back of Anderson.
I think Stockholm is going to give us this slower. This is a great angle of this move. So they are literally side by side. I think the wheels have got locked up.
Yeah, they've touched, mate, definitely. Look at this, because it's explosive.
It's more than a touch, isn't it?
Front right is exposed, isn't it?
I don't think you can attribute any blame there at all.
No, and I also think you're right that the damage won't be too bad, because the initial impact will be that front subframe is gone. But that the initial hard impact is with the bank on the front, isn't it? The rest of it is
going to be
just
slowed down. So what we don't see from this angle is that Darback's actually lost a bit here to Meunier. Meunier's gone that bit ahead, and they've touched front wheel to rear wheel.
But they're also looking at Anderson in front, let's not forget, who's suddenly going slowly, because if you watch Meunier, he runs into the back of Anderson in the braking zone. Look at this, look. And it's look. So the front is the big impact. Boom.
But that's fine.
Yeah, because of the subframes.
Because the engine's in the back. The rear
misses the bank.
It doesn't really hit the wall of the rear.
That's what I mean. He
His
goes
foot's
in the
buried
gravel
on the
trap.
throttle. You can see because all the dust. There's Meunier in the back of Anderson. Anderson's just stopping it on the apex, which is absolutely the right thing to do.
The door got fired, didn't it?
Well, the door was already half off.
Yeah, it was.
For a young boy, he is a tall lad, isn't he? Kevin
folding
Darback.
himself out of that car, isn't he? I thought I was squeezed in when I drove one, but I really don't think I was now, looking at that. I mean, that's, he's taller than me, isn't he? And you? What are we, 6'2", 6'3"?
I'm 6'4" if I stand up straight.
Oh, really? You just stand up straight more often now.
Wonky back.
Meunier
Look at the
takes it
mess.
from Lene.
Look at the gravel down there. That'll take some sweeping.
Anderson goes through.
Right on cue.
Go on, lads. Sweepy. We'll be back underway as soon as they've cleared up the mess down at the bottom of the straight. One more look at it from the top. Darback on the outside. Look, Darback's got a slight slide, but he's out of Meunier there, then they're back together.
He just rolls out the throttle, I think, doesn't he?
Look, at some point, look.
From the top than it does from the front.
But look at this, that's where he's lucky, is that the rear misses. Just where the rear goes round is where that track comes down, look, and he ends up in the gravel rather than the wall.
How many times have we seen people roll there?
A lot. Okay, if you have stayed with us, apologies for the short break there, little technical issue which we've got fixed for you guys. We've held the racing so you didn't miss any of it while we got stuff fixed up. Robin Larson, Peter Hedgemore, Linneman, Mats Oman, Mandy August and Philip Martinson on the front row. Larson with a good start, Linneman nearly gets alongside Hedstrom, Linneman up the inside of Hedstrom now. Oh! Linneman hits Larson, Larson runs wide, Hedstrom gets up the inside line, Larson going to get dumped down to P4, Oman gets up inside him as well. Now Larson gets up to P3, but the contact in turn 1 has cost Larson big time.
Linneman must have damage there, clipped the wall on the inside, I'm sure the steering's broken on that Volkswagen Polo. Martinson's all over the rear of Linneman, who won in Denmark just a week ago, but Hedstrom is up front in the Bagmanis own Peugeot 208. Followed by Mats Oman. Larson will definitely not do anything to get him Mats' way. Larson's the Joker.
He's got Joker, so he wants to get out in front of Linneman. This is a good choice by Purr. He spotted him, but he's got to beat Linneman on the run to turn 1. Larson and Linneman in the run to the first corner. Linneman does get beat by Larson. Larson comes in hot to make sure he gets it done. Linneman ends up at the wall. Brilliant spotting by Purr and great execution by Larson.
It was the only thing to do if Larson wants to get back to the front of this race. They couldn't afford to sit behind Oman for another lap. Oman, of course, going with Peter Hedstrom. Those two just split by 1.2 seconds. But behind, Larson can be on a big push now to try and catch up.
Yeah, you'd think those in front would try and cover him off, but they haven't done so far. If he gets within 1.9, they're going to be in trouble. I would have gone on that lap if I was Hedstrom.
Yeah, but not if you're Oman. Their teammates, remember, there's a good gap there for Oman to drop into. And you don't want Oman and Larson coming out next to each other. You want them both through to the final. So ideally, you try and build the gap.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is Larson close onto the back of Oman. You joke Oman to slot out behind Larson because we're the best one in the world. History proves that Robin's quicker than Mats.
Absolutely, but Hedstrom should have gone on that lap. I would have responded to Larson immediately, personally. I think he should have gone in. But he's not gone, and is he going to go this time? He does not. The gap last time round was 2.0. He did he? Yes, he did. Oman's gone, so Larson comes through. The gap was 2.0. It is now 2.8. That doesn't make sense to me. I don't think Larson's gone backwards, but that might be because
well,
it was 2.0. Yes, it was the gap to Oman. Yes, correct. So 2.8 still enough.
Larson here. I wonder if Oman had responded, he might have been a lot closer, but of course they don't want to do that as teammates.
Hedstrom will go now. Yeah, I think he'll go and respond. Into the joker lap goes Hedstrom. Larson, look, has got the outer-pitch and he's made a problem. Hedstrom runs deep, gets understeer in the middle. Larson's going to get him on the exit.
Hedstrom will go for the undercut here, Andrew. He'll get the nose in. Larson defends him perfectly in the first corner.
2 pushes. No way through though.
I think that's absolutely fine. He's just stuck the nose in to try and get through. Larson was so aware of what was coming though. Got the car on the inside, but it nicely rotated. Didn't leave the door open.
And again there, just put it on the inside line, follow it through the arm code, don't give Hedstrom a way through. So final lap now, Larson coming through the risky zone, the bumps over the top, pitches it in one last time. Brilliant stuff after contact in turn 1 where Linneman ended up putting Larson down to P3. The top qualifier man comes back and wins semi-final 1 from Hedstrom and Mats Oman. Fantastic tactics from the JC Race Technic team. Good job by Larson to fight back there.
Indicative of the pace he's had so far. So watch Linneman, the red and white car on the second row, makes a pretty good launch, as does Hedstrom. Larson doesn't make the best getaway. Linneman's going to get the inside of Hedstrom here. A small amount, quite a lot of contact between them. The front wheels ridden up each other. Linneman's hit the wall and just washed Larson out wide. Hedstrom's gone, thank you very much, and made hay.
This was the joker latest. This is Linneman coming in hot.
This is Linneman's mistake. He's going to get over-rotated and just nudge the wall on the inside.
But it was, see, Larson was clever there because he came in too hot on purpose to make sure Linneman wasn't inside him. So yes, he ran deep on the exit of turn 1, but he didn't give Linneman the chance to get side by side.
I think Larson went deeper than he intended on the entry because the rears come round on the loose gravel.
Oh yeah, definitely. But he's gone in hot to stop Linneman getting up the inside.
And this is the first corner of interest. Hedstrom had this done. He had that done, but for that mistake, locked him on the brakes, just didn't get the car turned in. Bit of frustration in the Peugeot, and then into the first corner. Hedstrom's done everything right here to go to the inside. Well, I think if Hedstrom had got the rotation done earlier and been side by side on the way in, he might have been able to just force Larson that bit wide. But because he came in at almost 90 degrees to the back of the Audi, there was no way to do it.
Great driving by Larson. Tactics by the squad. Defensive when he needed to be, aggressive when he needed to be. That's the driver, a very good rallycross driver, as we know. So it is 1, 2 and 4 that go through from semi-final number 1. Ollie Eriksson is on the grid slot that Kevin Eriksson had back in 2016 for the round the outside. It could be on from there. Munich and Toren on the back road. Tapine inside Eriksson will just want to stay out of trouble. He's in a good position to do that there. I think he'll get away better than Toren and co, and he'll just slot in behind Tam and Enland if he can. Waiting for the thumbs up from the marshal. So Larson will be on pole in the final. Hedstrom row 2, Oman row 3. Who's going to join Larson on that front row? Smells it. Hey everybody. Big crowd behind the commentary box. Just turned around to see a bunch of people watching with us. Come on, what are we waiting for? Hurry up. I've had enough of the semi-finals now. I want to go racing in the finals. Enough. Calm down, everybody. Okay, now we get the ready to race from the local commentator. Thumbs up across the grid. Tam, Tapine and Enland, Eriksson, Toren, ready Munich. Can Munich do something around the outside from where he is? Munich's got a great start. He's alongside Eriksson already. I beat the moves up into P4. Tapine sits underneath Tam. Eriksson's gone to the inside line as Enland tries to round the outside, spits all the dirt up in the air. Enland gets a big old tank slapper on. Contact behind, drops them back, but it is Tam leading from Tapine, Enland, and then Eriksson in P4. Where is Munich? Big problems in turn 1. He's a long way back.
Made such a good start, René Munich. Just hasn't worked out on this occasion. Tam, though, had such a terrible weekend, didn't he? North of here in Niesum in Denmark, but fighting back this weekend to be leading this semi-final. Enland went for the outside move in the first corner, just didn't quite work out for him.
Bit too sideways on the exit. Tam from Tapine and Eriksson is still with them at the minute. Fastest lap is from the leader, 36.9 off the start.
Sent it into the first corner. Great move from Martin Enland up the inside of Joni Tapine.
Lovely job by him.
That's exactly what you need to do in this first corner. Get the car rotated early, as we know Martin Enland is absolutely brilliant at. So you're forcing your way through on the inside.
Eriksson goes deep at the bottom of the hill. Sorry, Hal comes in a bit too hot. Tapine, I was about to say, is at risk here of not making the final.
Enland can win this.
Tapine, is he going to go Joker now? He's not. He's going to hold on. No one's gone behind. His Toren will be the one who is blocking
the same again here, Andrew. Watch for Enland set it up early.
Have a look up at turn 1. Turn 1. And he has another look up the inside, trying to get the exit. This time he runs across the tyres on the exit and can't quite get it done. Enland's on fire. He's going to have another look down at the bottom of the hill. This is outrageous stuff from Martin Enland. On the brakes, on the wipers, on the back bumper of Maiko Tam.
Remember that contact between Sebastian Loeb and Kevin Eriksson down the hill there in 2018 in the Persian Nova C4 respectively. Martin Enland will go again, I think, here.
Watch for Tapine going Joker to cover off Eriksson. Enland goes with him. Enland's
great
gone in.
strategy.
Watch Eriksson in the background now. Enland's gone in, changed his mind at the last second. Tam goes over the line. They're both going to get there in front of Eriksson. So the two supercars outrun the FC2. Eriksson coming in hot wide in the background. Enland holds on from Tapine, and surely Maiko Tam responds on the next lap.
Has to. Brilliant strategy from Martin Enland, and look at the pace he's got, pulling away from Joni Tapine and down the back straight.
This is the best we've seen from Enland. How's having a coughing fix? It's just too exciting for both of us. So Enland is closing down on Maiko Tam. 2 laps to go. Tam surely will respond this time.
2.6 the gap last time around. Tam hasn't gone.
He's not gone. Enland's sideways in the background. Tam's got to have a tidy lap now and see what he can do. Enland's really sideways. Tidy up. Chase Tam down. Close that gap.
0.6 of a second he's taken out of Tam last time around. This is more than enough for Martin Enland if he can keep up this pace over the next lap. Look at the gap disappearing.
2.0 though is close if Tam can respond and hold on, but I don't think he can. Enland's eating him alive on the brakes down at the bottom of the hill. Here we go. So watch then for Maiko Tam's Joker as we come up over the crest. The leader will go Joker now on this last circulation. He goes deep on the brakes. This has got to be remember what happened to Hedstrom last time round. Tam does get it stopped, gets into the apex. Enland flicks the car the other way round. Tam on the gas now, Enland side by side. Tam gets it from
Good Joker
Enland.
from Maiko Tam. That was a great Joker under big pressure.
Tapine gets P3 and makes the final. Eriksson doesn't quite make the cut. Fantastic race.
Meanwhile, René Munich in the background's done the fastest lap of the race on a 36.2, showing what might have been.
That's brilliant, isn't it? 36.2. I know track conditions are good, but That was a great race. So here's turn 1. Enlund comes in on the bar. You can see how hot he came in, and actually he's far too sideways on the exit. It's only really Maiko Tam's contact with him that straightens him out. I was looking at the screen, and this was the first of his moves, I think. He comes in really hot and sideways, gets into the back of Tapine and just muscles his way through. Hal was looking up at the screen at the time, and I was looking at lap times. That was a brilliant move. Ericsson here, that for me maybe lost Ericsson the chance of making it through. Just got too deep at the bottom of the hill, and then this brilliant change of mind by Enlund to slot into the Joker lap there. Tapine right with him. Fantastic stuff. Maiko Tam takes semi-final number 2 from Enlund and Tapinen. That was a long semi-final session. Wow. Lights, Hal. Lights.
Just getting our ducks in a row. Should we do it? This is the running order, Andrew. So we're doing results, studio, interviews,
perfect.
emotional
Thanks,
bangers.
mate. There we go. Wow. Perfect. Yeah, we've done the results. We're in the studio. The lights have come on.
That was wild, that semi-final session. Went on for ages, but punctuated by brilliant racing.
There was some great racing, some brilliant tactics. Larson's recovery is fantastic. Enlund's pace. Enlund's a serious threat, isn't he, here?
Just needs to tidy it up a little bit. But this is his track, isn't it?
Yeah,
because that over-rotation really works.
If he'd been tidier on lap 4, I think he'd have got Tam. I think he was wild on lap 4, and although he took 7 tenths, you said, didn't he? 2 is enough. And Tam held on, he was tidy. So
Tam was great though. You have to deliver in that situation, and he did.
So Nicholas Dubinard has been out in the paddock having a catch up with some of our drivers. You're going to see some interviews from him, and then we are heading to take a look at the final round of cross car from our Vika in 2021. It could not have been closer. I can't even remember what happened, but I know it was bloody brilliant. So stay with us, only the finals to come, and if the semis are anything to go by, it's going to be worth it. See you in a minute.
Kasper Jansson, third in the championship before the last race of the season. It's going to be a really exciting fight with Lucas Andersson and Simon Olofsson. How do you feel before the last weekend of the year?
I feel great. The track looks really fun, and I've never been here before, but it looks really fun and looks like a track for me. So yeah, I think it will be really great weekend with Lucas and Simon. 8 points off the drum now, so yeah, everything is possible. So go for that.
You have been much more consistent than last year with a lot of podium, but no win so far. I guess it's the right time this weekend to get closer from the top spot of the podium.
Yeah, exactly. This year has been a little up and down, but yeah, it's how it is. And but we try to take 2 straight here in Estering. So yeah.
Can we expect a tough weekend? We know that the first corner here is just like it can be a complete carnage, but how do we have to expect a tough weekend for the top 3 drivers in the championship?
Yeah, of course. Everyone is so fast now. So I mean, it's like 6 guys, so are each so are like the same pace. So it's gonna be very tricky in the final, and yeah, it's going to be a hard weekend, but yeah.
Thank you very much, Kasper. Best of luck for the weekend.
Thank you so much.
Oliver, you still P2 in the championship, still in contention for the title this weekend, but last weekend in Iceland was not the best. What happened to you in Denmark?
No, yeah, of course I can take the title, but it's going to be very difficult. But yeah, in Nysum, first I find okay pace, I would say, and yeah, managed P2, which I'm quite happy with. But of course I want first, but it's quite difficult. So yeah, and on Sunday I had a okay qualifying and okay semi. I had some mistakes, but on the final the car bugged on the start and fell down to 5th. Yeah, got up to 4th and went into the Joker. And then yeah, I got blocked afterwards, but managed P3 in the end, so quite happy with it.
It's a new track this weekend. Maybe it's the best chance for you to catch your Hampus in the classification. No one knows the track. It's a lot of surprise here all the time. How do you feel going into that last weekend of the season?
No, right now it's a far way up to Hampus, so of course I will try, but I will just if that doesn't work, I will just try to get the second place.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're not at that stage yet. We've got another title to fight for here. 3 drivers in with a shout. Halberg, Osterberg, Rierson, all within a point of each other. It's winner takes all. Osterberg with a good start, but Rierson with a great start on the inside line. Rierson going to get the whole shot. Osterberg's got to shut the door on Svart. Behind Svart spins. Halberg goes up the inside. The championship fighters are in P1 to P3. Halberg came from the back row, found the window and has got through it. They are within 1 point of each other. The leader at the moment, Isaac Rierson, leads the standings by 1 point from Osterberg and Halberg behind. It couldn't be closer.
Osterberg just had a massive look up the inside of Isaac Rierson through paddock bend and then into the next long corner as well. Has another look to the inside. Sensible gets on the curb. Rierson runs a bit wide. Oh, the tension's mounting now, isn't it? With the top 3, like you say, holding the top 3 positions. Halberg's had to fight back a lot this weekend with brilliant pace. Can he do it again now?
Late on the brakes and a wide line in for Rierson. Osterberg comes in a bit tighter. Osterberg loses out maybe on the exit a bit. Rierson stretched it by a couple of car lengths. Halberg right in the mix here. Can't really look to anyone else. How can we? It literally is winner takes all. Whoever wins this race is cross-car champion. It's that close.
Yeah, and the way the points difference works between the lead and second. Rierson now pulling a gap on Jimmy Osterberg just round that corner where he was under pressure last time around. Any of these guys would deserve the title, but Rierson's been brilliant this year and he's had a lot of hardship over the last couple of years.
Rierson's had 2 wins, a second and a third. Was DQ'd, of course, from the final in Ulan, which took away a potential championship lead coming here. Really unlucky with that as well, but he's fair enough, I think. And Halberg goes Joker. Halberg's the first of the top 3 to decide he's going to take it. Wants to get himself some space. He want to get out in front of Eganson. Eganson goes in with him. Svart comes through. Svart's Joker. That may be to cover Svart, but the extra exit speed's given Halberg a massive advantage. There are more parents having heart attacks in the grandstands. It's Rierson from Osterberg. Halberg has jokered from P3 back to P3, and now we need to watch the gap between them. He's 3.0. He's only 2.1 off the back of Osterberg after the joker.
Rierson took another couple of attempts out of Jimmy Osterberg last time around, so he's got the measure of his fellow speed car driver at the moment. Now his team will be watching the pace of Halberg, who's running in clear air, having taken the joker. This is a perfect storm of strategy for them to fight each other for the title, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think Osterberg has to go to cover off Halberg, but he's not going to this time.
I think Halberg's too close.
Halberg was 2.0 back. What's 2.1 back? What is he now as they cross the line, waiting for the time screen to update? He's 1.6 off the back. Halberg closed down Osterberg by 0.4 of a second on that last lap.
And Rierson's taken another 10th. Rierson runs wide coming up to the jump, but Rierson's taken another 10th out of Osterberg last time around.
So Osterberg at the minute might be looking to end up P3, because between Halberg and Osterberg they're on equal points. So even if they finish second and third, it's what order they finish in is championship order. At the minute they're in that championship order. Oh, the pressure on these guys is insane.
And they're driving brilliantly, aren't they? Rierson is just being so smooth, but so on top of that cross car. Jimmy Osterberg almost mirroring him 10 for 10.
Osterberg goes, Joker to try and cover off Halberg, but we think it's too late. Halberg was just 1.6 seconds back now. Osterberg going to get the extra exit speed, but Halberg has banged in a couple of absolutely fire laps and has done a brilliant job and gets up to P2, so Osterberg drops back. These two fighting for P2 and P3. Rierson, the only man to Joker on his final lap, is going to be the champion if he can get this done.
This is all about Rierson's joker lap. As long as he gets the rest of the lap okay. 2.3 seconds back. Patrick Halberg is going into the last lap. Isaac Rierson is on a massive push. He'll be getting the call that you have to absolutely nail this right now.
So Halberg is so close. It's so close. He's 2.3 off. Rierson has to win this race to win the championship. Going into the joke lap now. He's wide on the dirt on the inside line. Halberg's going to take it nice and smooth on the inside. Rierson trying to outcome him to the line. Halberg's going to get a Rierson showing him on the tiniest of margins. It's Rierson wins by less than a 10th of a second. It's 0.42, and Isaac Rierson is the 2021 cross car champion of RallyX Nordic in an absolute bang banger of a final. Yes.
I thought he'd overcooked it a little bit on the Joker exit. It carried the momentum out. You will. That is the close. We thought South Africa was a close finish in the World Championship. You will never ever smile, Joel. Smile. You will never ever get a closer championship finish than that. Wow.
I can't believe how close that was. There we go. Look, I thought that. I reckon that must be his mum, surely. But like, she was practically crying. She is crying now. Oh. That is his mother, Jenny. She's crying in the stands, and you have a little cry. Go on, I'm feeling pretty emotional as well. That is brilliant. It's brilliant. No way. So what is it, Hal? 42 hundredths?
It is, yeah.
42 hundredths. Yes.
Joel Kristoffersson has put so much into the JC Race Technic Junior team, now running as part of the EKS JC squad. This will mean as much to him as winning a supercar race. He's worked so hard with these young drivers.
It's just amazing, Hal. That was a wonderful, wonderful time fight. Halberg from the back row. Talk us through this, because he nearly won the championship from the back row.
Helped a little bit by Svard, wasn't it? Getting tipped sideways in the first corner. Opened up a little bit for him, but when things open up for you, have to capitalise, and that's what he did. Look, he'd already lost a few car lengths to Rierson. Rierson was in the best position for, to have the track advantage across the course of the race, but on the last lap he was the one being chased, and that's almost a position you don't want to be in.
Mate,
so
how perfect.
Massive pressure.
Halberg's laps, how perfect. Think about how perfect
that could have been disaster. He ran so close to Svard's over-rotated machine. Another couple of centimetres too wide, and that could have been game over.
The championship was decided by 1.034 seconds. The top three were in 1T3. It is Halberg who gets second, Osterberg who gets third.
We have to mention Yimi as well.
Oh, totally.
He's at the back of the shot there. In any other championship fight, let's hold that for a second. Rierson runs a little bit wide on the entry, gets it rotated nicely, runs a little, picks up the throttle early. You watch the buggy rotate wide.
Watch Halberg closing the door.
Halberg's been fair there.
Really fair.
He could have caused an accident, of course, but he could have forced Rierson into the wall.
Look at this. You will never see a championship settled. You'll see races by that kind of margin. You'll never see a championship settled by that margin ever again. There's his mum. There's his mum. She won't know either. She's going to be looking at the timing screen. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. That is total unbridled joy when your kid goes and gets the job done. What a weapon. Isaac Rierson, 350.8. Patrick Halberg and Jimmy Osterberg. And he's just walked into the commentary box. Get yourself over here right now. Mate. Thank you. Unreal. That was unbelievable. Unbelievable. Isaac Rierson wins the championship by 4 points, but that's absolutely irrelevant because Isaac Rierson won the championship by, what was it, 0.042, 42 hundredths of a second, mate. That is the closest championship finish I think we'll ever see in Rallycross. Halberg and Osterberg P2 and P3. We've got to come to the studio just quickly and have a word with Isaac. And Isaac, that's your first win of the season.
No,
isn't it?
No, I won before. Yeah.
Oh, so start of the year, 2 wins. I'm looking back at 2020. But your mum went mental. Your mum went absolutely bonkers.
Oh,
honestly, mate. Yeah, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong stats. She went mad. She was jumping around. She got the flag. Here he is. Come on. Honestly.
Thank you.
Oh, dude, watching it from here.
Yeah, it was mental.
Did you even know you'd won? Because Halberg was so close as you crossed the line.
Yeah, I felt that time before he was. So I just kept hearing push.
Oh mate,
so I just held flat out, and then I wasn't sure if I would go left or right, and I chose the right one. So.
Oh my God!
And there was just enough room to fit the cross
just enough. Just enough.
Oh, he was very fair, wasn't he?
He was very fair.
He left you
very
there.
Fair.
Yeah. Okay, have a look at this, mate. Have a look back at this. Okay, you talk us through it because we've talked through it a bunch of times. What are they saying to you on the radio? What have they said?
Joker push, he said now.
Okay.
And you see here, I brake just a little bit too late.
Yeah,
But I get a good around the outside and get a good shunt out. So I had a lot of speed, and then I just kept it full throttle. And
oh my God! I thought. Look at it! Look, dude! Did you know how close it? Did you know it was that close?
No, it felt bigger.
Look at it from the front. This is us trying to call the final. I'm going up, looking down. But you've got a wheel on the grass. It's barely wide enough to go through. That's an epic move.
I thought for a moment you might have just overcooked it a little bit on the Joker entry. How did you feel then?
Yeah, I did.
Here's your mum. Sorry, I just want you to watch this. Just watch this.
Oh.
How good is that, dude?
Yeah, that was a show.
She goes running. We spent nearly as much time looking at your mum in the crowd as we are watching this. It goes down to grab the flag.
Your family's worked so hard over the last few years, haven't they? You've had some really tough times in cross car, and what an amazing way to win the championship.
Yeah. Looking at mum now, I'm tearing up.
Oh, mate, I'm tearing up here looking at your mum. I haven't even won the championship. You just get so involved in all this.
Yeah.
Dude.
Thank you.
Unbelievable. You take a minute and have a little breath, mate. That is unbelievable. I'm tearing up. You're tearing. I'm not crying. You're crying. That is just a wonderful, wonderful moment. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. It wasn't his first win of the season. Of course, that's just me getting super excited looking down the wrong line on the stats. Incredible. Watching that back, I feel emotional again. But it was the margin, and I never remember anything I've said in commentary. But what we said there was that you will never see a Rallycross championship decided by that kind of a margin ever again. I don't think you will ever see a motorsport title decided by that kind of a margin. Not the title, you know.
It was points, extraordinary, wasn't it? And a mark of that is, I always remember that final, but at the same time, these VT packages are in part for us to get grids ready, have a break, blah, 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 get a cup of tea. I wanted to watch that VT, and it gives me goosebumps still. I know I say that a lot.
No, but
what an extraordinary scenario for them to come together on the last lap like that.
Sorry, there is an inflatable T-Rex behind us if you want to.
How very RallyX broadcast.
Hold him back. We got the finals to do. So, last week we had a drunk dancing man. This week we've got an inflatable T-Rex. We've got some titles to settle and some races to win. Svedlund, Carlson, Solly, Tapine and Hagstrom and Snacker on the grid for this one. If Svedlund can win this, it'll be his first ever RallyX win. He's had a P2 and a P3 this year, but it's not going to be easy for him, especially not with the championship protagonists on row 2 and row 3. Oliver Solly and Hampus Hagstrom, the two blue cars. It's a great getaway for Svedlund. Carlson shuts the door. Oliver Solly pulls in behind. At the minute, Hagstrom is being pretty careful here as they come out onto the wetted track up into turn 1. Now Hagstrom closes the gap. Solly gets a wheelie. Hagstrom almost gets alongside on the inside line, but Carl Svedlund has got the whole shot out front. Hagstrom needs to try and follow Solly through this gap in the background now. Is he going to get alongside? He is. They're 3 wide in the background. Hagstrom just sneaks through on the inside line to follow his rival Oliver Solly through. Great stuff.
My goodness me, I'm nervous for Hampus Hagstrom in that situation. You could tell in the first corner, didn't really want to get involved. Could really have done without Solly getting delayed that little bit and having the nose up the inside. Solly on and off the brakes, so slippery down there at the bottom of the hill. But Hampus Hagstrom comes into this race with almost a 20-point advantage in the standings. He needs to stay out, must stay out of trouble.
The irony here, Hal, is he already knows this is going to be his top score.
Solly on the inside of Carlson.
Hagstrom, he gets him, so he gets it done. He's going to drop this score regardless because he's been top qualifier for 7 events in a row with 16 points. He only qualified 6, so we know he's not going to. This is going to be his drop score, and yet here he is, still hanging it out. But it's good seat time for tomorrow for the title banger.
But you also
can't.
The big one. But the trouble is you can't allow Solly to get loads of points either because you never really know how it's going to play out. So he'll want to be ahead of Solly just to try and mitigate that differential.
Hagstrom goes Joker. Sorry to interrupt, Hal. Hagstrom's gone in, and it's a lovely entry into the Joker. This is a wonderful Joker from Hampus Hagstrom. Surely going to shut the door now on the drivers behind him. Does so. He's come out into clear air behind Svedlund, Solly and Carlson. He gets a little bit of contact behind from from Schnack. Sorry, it's Axel Schnack. To Piner at the back of the pack, who's already Joker. That was great stuff, and he's now got good visibility. Hagstrom as well.
Solly doing a good job now. There's some clear air there. Svedlund though, we're not really talking about Svedlund at all because he's nearly 2 seconds up the road. This is Schnack all over the back of Hagstrom. Hagstrom having to defend now, running 4th on the road.
Solly's response. So Solly goes in. This is in response, and Carlson's gone too. They're trying to cover off Hampus Hagstrom in the background. Hagstrom in the blue car on the standard lap. Solly's covered him off easily. Carlson comes through as well. He's going to get there. Is he up to turn 1? Hagstrom thought about looking up the inside and then thought better of it. He's going to get sprayed with mud here, but fantastic action for the youngsters.
and such respect as well. Very rarely do you see them fire each other off. They give each other the racing room. But as things stand, this is going to be a double podium for the JC Race Techniques squad. Both of these drivers have featured on their first podium in the last couple of weekends. Brilliant performance by Carl Svedlund up front. I don't want to jinx him because he still needs to get in and out of the Joker, but he has been their class of the field today.
Round doesn't go this time round. He's going to wait for the next lap, Hal. So Svedlund's going to go on the last lap. Everybody else has jokered, and Solly is trying to chase him down. What is the gap between him and Solly?
Solly's getting into the window, isn't he? 1.8 the gap.
It's 1.8. I think Solly's got him.
Best lap for Carl Svedlund in this race was a 42.4, 43.1 last time around. So dropped the best part of 3/4 of a second in that last lap. Hit them on the limiter down the back straight.
So this has got to be perfect now for Carl Svedlund. This was looking like his first ever win. He got the top qualifier spot. He won his semi-final, but Oliver Solly is doing a brilliant job as he chases the title behind. Svedlund comes in on the limit with the brakes. He's in the dust on the outside. He's got to get it stopped at the apex, and he's got to get this nailed on. Svedlund might be able to do this. Watch for Solly on the outside line. They race towards it. Svedlund holds on for a brilliant first ever victory in junior cross car. That was a wonderful drive, and he gets it by the tiniest of margins, 0.3 of a second. Great job by him and by Solly, and Hagström gets P3 after a shocker of a qualifier. What a brilliant final.
A wonderful performance all day from Carl Svedlund, not just the drive in the final,
TQ.
but he has delivered massively, and especially under the pressure that he would have felt coming into this.
Won a session,
having
had a P2, consistency and speed.
But that brings its own pressure, doesn't it? Because you're on pole in the final, just like this. Brilliant start. This was a clear plan from the JC team here. If Carl makes the best start, Arvid needs to just slot him behind, and ultimately it didn't work out for Carlson in the end. But
Solly hits him twice here. Look, well, once definitely, not in a bad way, just in the melee of turn one. This is coming down the hill that Hagström gets inside.
Hagström celebrating because this is such an important result in it. Not necessarily for the points,
for the mindset,
but for the mindset going into the deciding day tomorrow. Great job. And Solly's done all he can there as well. Fought for it hard. Finished second.
Look at this. I was thinking Svedlund's awareness in the Joker not to get on the throttle too early, not to outbrake himself.
With no spotter. No one calming him down.
Brilliant. Yeah, no one saying take it easy, you've got this. Absolutely brilliant. Carlson didn't finish in the end. Schnack to Pineham, but your top three, Hagström and Solly, the title fighters, and Carl Svedlund takes the win. That is just wonderful. So it's a first ever win for Svedlund in junior cross car. Making some notes here, ready for tomorrow. To Pineham was fourth, Hal. Yeah, Axel Schnack and Arvid Carlson. Oi, oi, oi. Please, can we have more of that tomorrow? That was a great way to start our finals. Hampus Hagström in the title standings, 248 from 225, but this is without drop scores taken into account. I'm almost certain, yeah, I'm right, because that's higher than yesterday's total. So drop scores will be taken into account, but you'll see, even with Tapinen being 75 odd points back, it's a two-horse race tomorrow, and Hagström is the overwhelming favourite, but that will be a bit closer when we take the drop scores. So join us tomorrow morning, we'll run you through all of that. Cross car. Elias Svensson, Ronald Bowdens, Romet Cerner, Jonathan Jölalami, Lucas Orav and Eric Steinzel. It's another crucial one because Thomas Inkmerstad, the title leader when we came here, has not made the final. Can Svensson and Bowdens and Jölalami capitalise on that? Inkmerstad has had a couple of low semi-final results, 3 low semi-final results. Svensson has only had, he's had 3 as well, but the difference is Svensson's made it today and Inkmerstad has not. So this is going to be, I think, advantage Svensson after this, but Bowdens might get back in the fight as well. Bowdens has had better results, really. Bowdens' worst result is 3rd in a semi. Bowdens has been more consistent than either of the top 2, but had a shocker at the second round in Neeson. So Bowdens, with a good result here, will also get back in the fight. And Jölalami, we know, was TQ and win last time out in Neeson the day before was not ideal. It is his first season in senior cross car. I'm excited. I am excited. Not quite sure what the hold-up is. Maybe a recovery out on track.
No, they're trying to find out at the moment, but just waiting. That doesn't help the nerves of the drivers, does it? I know they're all experienced, but sitting there in a hot cross car. And often it's nerves because you don't want to miss this. Like, you can't afford to lose concentration. You've got to stay fully focused. For the moment the marshal just pops onto the grid and says, right, we're ready to go. You can't afford to be not in the zone.
In some ways it's a relief when the marshal comes out, isn't it? When you're sitting in the car and you've tightened your belts over about 9 times. They're so tight you can barely get a deep breath, and I mean that.
So it is a recovery. They are right.
So
there is track vehicles on the circuit.
So, you know, you're sitting in the car, aren't you, with those belts on so tight. You've done the Velcro on the gloves several times. You know, you've checked all your levels on the car. You've checked all your temperatures across the dash. You're still maybe holding it. You don't want to put it in neutral for fear of it not going back into first. So you're sitting there with your foot on the clutch and your hand on the handbrake.
You can't still your foot on the clutch.
Depends what you're doing. Depends how you feel about it.
No, I don't think you can on any of these cars. The clutch get way too hot. You definitely can't in a cross car.
Well, there you go.
You have to come off the clutch immediately. So that's what I mean. You go through that process.
It's horrible.
And that's where the experience comes in. That's where the super experienced drivers would be calm and confident enough to knock it out of gear, sit there nice, cool and calm, hold it on the brakes, then clunk it back into gear, because you don't overthink those.
Yeah, but
those
you don't want to, do you? Especially not when you've got a neutral between first and second in a bike gearbox.
But I think if you sat on the clutch for this long in a cross car, the clutch would be toast by the time the race got going.
I'm sure. But the whole thing, as you say, doesn't matter, does it? Whatever the category is, you see the process of just sitting there and freaking out about a start.
I wonder what happened to Carlson there. Looks like it's lost the rear wing, so that must have been... Was that a roll? I wonder...
No, the wing's still there.
The rear wing is still there?
Unless he's maybe he's launched the engine or the gearbox.
The engineers in Stockholm are having a look through the replay to see if they can see what happened. I think you're right, Andrew. It looks like a... Oh, no, it is a crash. Look at the front wheels right back.
Yeah, front right. Right, good.
Maybe we'll never know.
Get that truck out of the way. I don't care right now. I just want to do some more finals. We want momentum. We're having a good day today, except for the little breaks. And we can't do anything about that. More revs for these guys, more speed for them at the bottom of the straight. Svensson, Bowden, Cerner, Yillalami, Orev and Steinsholt. Oh, it's a really even start. It's a good one for Yillalami on the outside, but not good enough. Bowdens is going to move in behind Svensson on the run to the first corner. Cerner in P3 there. Yillalami trying for around the outside. Cerner gets alongside Bowdens. Bowdens down to P4. Yillalami gets up into P2. Yillalami did a brilliant job. Bowdens gets squeezed in the background. Almost hits the bank on the inside, but it is Elias Svensson with the lead, and Yillalami all over his back bumper.
In the background, Ora forced his way through on the inside of Steinsholt through the exit of the first corner, but what a great start from Svensson. That's exactly what you need to be doing if you want to win this championship this weekend.
I'm surprised no one's gone Joker there, Howard. Orav's too late, way too late. You've lost time there.
You're totally right, but beautifully executed Joker.
Yeah, but too late.
Yeah, you're right.
Way too late. Should have made that decision a long time back. Mistake from Cerner. Bowden's trying to come round the outside. Cerner gets caught up on the back of Yillalami.
Look at the traction of Bowden's round the outside there, just hooked up and gone.
Bowden's P3 in the standings when we came in, but with that drop score, look at the nose. Bowden's on and off the brake 3 times down at the end of the straight there to try and get it turned in.
I love being able to see the attitude of a cross car when you're using all the inputs, because it's such a visual experience.
Look how much that bump affects them compared to the supercar. We saw Larson just run over that like it's not there. That's a little bit late as well for me from Cerner. Nowhere to go. He wasn't sure if Bowdens was going or not.
I think the bump has evolved a lot since the last time we saw open four-wheel drive on track, because it's been a while, hasn't it, since the semi-finals.
So Cerner has covered off all the drivers behind, managed to get out in front of Warren. Cerner's actually, that's not a bad joker from looking at how close he is to the back of Bowdens. So now it's a case of whether Bowdens responds to Cerner or not. What's the lap time difference? No, 30, well, that's a joker last time round, so that doesn't help. Their best lap is almost identical.
This is definitely a season of what might have been for Yillalami. It was brilliant at the start, then for whatever reason didn't really feature in the middle part of the year, and he's now right on it.
No, I thought he would go, Hal. With only 2 laps to go, he can't win it now.
Cerner's 1.6 off the back of him last time around, so I think you would have probably come out at least side by side, maybe behind. Yilolami does the fastest lap of the race on a 39.1.
It's 1.8, it's gone up by 2/10. So Bowden's
it's a risk, isn't it?
Yeah, you're right. It was too tight. It was too. I thought he might go. I thought he might try, but I think you're right. He's got to hold on. He needed those 2/10. 1.8 is borderline. That's roughly what it was in junior, and we saw Svedlund just hang on by the skin of his teeth. At which point, you're probably better waiting for the last lap, because if you go now, the overrun they're going to get on you on the exit is going to be too much.
No, he's not.
No, he's not. Yeah, because I think his exit speed would be too much, and you'll get him. If you go now, if you go on this lap, you know, you've got the whole run to the first corner, haven't you? And you're not going to get there.
Fastest lap of the race from Elias Svensson. Bettered by Cerner in the background, who's got the gap down to 1.4 to Bowdens. Bowdens is at risk of losing his podium here. He needs a massive lap, Ronald Bowdens, to hang on to the top 3 position.
He's trying hard. Yilolami's gone defensive on him. I tell you what, Yilolami's in danger here too. Yilolami runs wide. Bowdens up the inside line. Bowdens has got through, but it's cost them both times.
Cerner will be on for second. He's on for second here.
Definitely. So Cerner's going to try and get past 2 of these cars. Elias Svensson goes in the title
Bowdens has dropped it.
Bowdens in the wall. Svensson comes through. Bowdens has put it in the wall. Cerner's going to try and get there. Svensson takes the win. That's great for his time aspirations. Cerner gets P2 with a great drive. Yilolami just misses out on second place, and Bowdens, what happened there?
Threw it all away, carried way too much speed into the Joker. The hard work had been done by passing Yilolami in the tightest part of the track. Got too enthusiastic on the way into the Joker, was never going to beat Cerner based on how much time they'd lost and the gap the previous lap. They should have settled for third there. So easy to say, isn't it? But they should have settled for third, executed the Joker and been on the podium, and instead carried way too much speed in.
You're right, Hal, as well, because a P3 would have been a way better result. It was going to be the drop score, this one from Neeson, isn't it?
Yeah.
So all of these the points today were going to count. All of them were definitely going to count, because you know you're dropping Neeson. So yeah, you're right.
And this has been a brilliant day for Elias Svensson points-wise towards his championship tally tomorrow.
Definitely favourite. Svensson last year was P3. Let me see where he was the year before. I know we looked at this last week. He was P4 the year before after being disqualified from the win. And he missed the title there by not very much. With those 30 points, he could potentially have won it back in 2022. 2 wins in 2022.
This is the last lap there where Yilolami... no, sorry, we've got a lap to go.
No, go for it.
Hold that. When we do.
Well, so 2 wins in 22, Hal. 2 wins in 2023. Elias Svensson has taken 4 wins.
So this is the background. Look at the pace Bowdens carries in here.
It's a good effort.
Too hot. Did well to save it to get out, to be fair. That could easily have been a roll or a full spin.
Yeah. Svensson, wow.
If ever there was a day to deliver, and again, Vigo Koch there with the action.
What is Vigo? What's the score with Vigo Koch? Is he superhuman? Is the question we're asking. Svensson was P13 after Q1. Fought back with a first and a second place to take the top qualifier spot, won his semi-final, and then wins the final in some style. Elias Svensson has put one hand on the trophy, 17 points clear of Thomas Ekmerstad, but that doesn't take into account drop scores. Bear in mind though, he was 2 points behind Ekmerstad coming here, so he has turned that around by 19 points in the course of today, which is epic. So take out the drop score, as I say, it will be closer. Bowdens should be in the mix as well, but Bowdens knew that today's score would count, and potentially that's going to cost him. If he misses the title by a point or two, he'll be very disappointed. So Martin Enlund, this is the Pro-Am final, remember. So the likes of Larson can't enter this. Tapainen leads the standings for both Pro-Am and Pro, but it's Enlund, Tapainen, Oman, August, Toren and Martinson. Martinson with a terrible start. Mandy August has got a pretty good one on the outside. She's going to get mugged by Oman and come on the inside. She needs to get aggressive here and shut the door on Toren. Oman side by side with Enlund. Tapainen is in P3. Don't end up in the wall. You get in contact with Mandy August. Mandy August trying to out-drag him down the straight to the bottom of the hill. She's on the dirty track, and Tapainen goes into P4. How such a fine line for him between win it and bin it. Not today.
But also such a risk to have damage in the Pro-Am final ahead of the Pro final later on. Both championships at stake for Joni Tapainen. Such a risky place to be. Meanwhile, though, Martin Enlund is absolutely sending, as usual, his Ford Fiesta behind Mats Oman.
Oman from row 2 of the grid up into the lead. Here comes Topainen and backing it in big time. He's going to get a good exit there. Should get Toren with a run on him. Which side do you go, though? He's into Toren's rear bumper. Vigo goes above the trees. It's going to be sensible, surely. Oman still holds on. Who's gone Joker? Nobody. So this is, what was it? What's the phrase? Joker what?
It's stalling. It's a
stall. I like that. I'm going to use that. The Joker strategy is stalled because the slower drivers at the back have not gone. So nobody's going to go surely from the top. Enlund 2 sideways. Topainen goes. Right, just get out of trouble and stay out of trouble, isn't it?
Yeah, held by Toren getting way too sideways for the entry. The Andy August, though, is going to get up the inside having not Jokered. I would say that's a poor Joker strategy from Topainen's team because you've taken a risk falling into someone who is yet to Joker. Okay, maybe you'll get through the race unscathed, but if you've got podium aspirations,
you could have had a risk. Yeah, I agree. Slight 1 lap too early, Hal had said, because someone was going to go on the next lap. And if Topainen hadn't gone, one of the drivers behind might have done. So Oman still leads from Enlund, 3 to go. Does anybody go? Enlund doesn't go. Yes, he does. Last minute decision. Enlund into the Joker, flicks the car to the left-hand side. Watching the background, skew comes Toren. Oman still leading. Can he get there before Toren? He can't. So that might hand the advantage to Oman. He can. Enlund says, yes, I can. And he goes up the inside in turn 1 from the Joker merge. Toren was clearly in front and Enlund, we just missed him, and he slotted up the inside to aggressively take the place. That's a great move from Enlund, Hal.
He's been so good all year in this debut supercar season, hasn't he? Open 4-wheel drive here in RallyX on a massive charge.
Oman's going to have to go Joker on one of these 2 final laps. When the JC send him? Do they send him? Now they do. Oman's in, but he runs a little bit wide.
He's done it.
Enlund coming through. Oman going to come up over the line, but Enlund 1 more lap to go. Decent margin for Oman. Not the best Joker.
Ran a bit deep, didn't he? But tidied it up on the exit. Great job from Mats Oman. There's a few big Mats Oman fans behind us here in the commentary box from all the way up in northern Sweden. He's driven brilliantly today, Mats.
He hasn't had a win this year, Hal. Oman hasn't had a win this year.
3 podiums, I think, in this championship from memory.
It is.
Won twice in Copa last year, didn't he? Great weekend for him there.
2 P3s and 1 P2, but today Mats Oman is going to go 1 better. He holds off Martin Enlund. Oman using the hand-controlled Audi, crosses the line to take the win to rapturous applause here in the commentary box.
There will not be a disappointed person in the house.
Topainen gets P3, nicely done with
just what he needed
strategy.
Just what he needed for his championship. There will not be a disappointed person in the entire venue that Mats Oman will be on the top step of the podium this afternoon.
Wonderful.
Brilliant job by both him and the JC squad.
Yeah, amazing.
To cover off Enlund, because Enlund is absolutely flying at the moment.
This is Enlund's best weekend for me. Just it might be the circuit for the driving
style.
Him.
It definitely suits him.
He's going brilliant. Look at this from P3 on the grid. So watching turn 1. Here's the drone. This is the one that's up high just for the afternoon. Oman, look, he's just tidy on the inside and gets himself through. Brilliant stuff from Oman. Enlund behind. There's that bump on the inside line. Look, everybody just getting pitched up by it. Topainen with the early Joker. This was key for me for Enlund, was getting inside Toren after the Joker and holding on as he pitched the car into turn 1. But nobody quite near enough to Mats Oman after the Jokers had played out. He was in the lead, and this is it. Look, coming out the final corner, close to the wall and over the line. Brilliant stuff. So Oman from Enlund and Topainen. So Ollie Eriksson joins me in the commentary box as we come towards the end of round 9. Open two-wheel drive coming up next. Mate, not your day.
No, it's been tough. We were struggling in the beginning of the day with the issue that we found out was made from a previous issue that we had in Elspin already. We figured it out, so I ran low power in the beginning, but we figured it out. We got the speed up, but this track is unforgiving. You know, when you start your day of bad, it goes from bad to worse. So yeah, we did what we could and ended up P4 in the semi.
169 for Tapinen from Martin Enlund. He's 12 points ahead of Enlund, and then Oman in P3, Martin Santorin and Martinovs.
But what a race by Mats there.
Yeah, wasn't it? I know. Everyone's literally applauding in the comms box here behind, which was wonderful, mate. He's such a legend. Isn't he? There's so much respect for him.
Legend guy on a legend track, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. So Simon Tiger in open two-wheel drive with Yannick Mainix on the front row, Michael Persson, Victor Johansson on row 2, and then we've got Derek Tohilt and Bjorn Stur on row 3.
Here we go, one of my favorite cars in the world, a Volvo 240.
I know, and it's a weapon off the start as well, isn't it? So we go then, Tiger about to leave the line. Can he beat Mainix? Mainix beats him once today to turn 1. If Tiger can get the traction, he will win the race to turn 1, but he's got to get the traction. The Volvo gets away well, but Tiger sticks it into second gear, deploys that horsepower. Victor Johansson trying to come around the outside. Bjorn Stur going for the long way. Johansson goes deep, too deep, gets on the bar. Stur comes in, contact with the Volvo. Tiger versus Johansson. How did Johansson come back from that? He's in a different postcode in turn 1.
Johansson has to beat Tiger here if he wants to take the championship fight to the last day of the season. I'm pretty sure, and we'll get confirmation in a minute, if Tiger gets this done, he will be champion for this year. Oh, it stirs into the side of the Volvo in the background, so this is a massive fight, and we haven't seen this enough, Andrew, this year, in my opinion.
No, I know. We've had, haven't we? It seems to be. Okay, right, we're hearing that they can drop tomorrow's score. Great, that's a last-minute twist in the championship regulations. It would be nice if we'd known 10 rounds ago, but there we go. We'll improve communication for next year, shall we? Tiger leads from Johansson and Stur, so they can drop tomorrow's score. So, okay, there you go then. So, yes, Simon Tiger can very much get this done now. What's the gap at the minute? Did we figure it out? Qualifying, he beat Victor by about 6 places in quali.
He did, yeah.
So he took another 6 off him. So basically, we think this will make it impossible. So if he's got 30, then it's done, isn't it, either way?
But it was quite interesting to see Victor there in turn 1. It's a new strategy we've never seen on this track before. You know, we've seen most things here, but actually completely blew the corner, so you end up far out on the left
way out.
Yeah,
I'm sure he was gone, dude. He was coming in, front wheels locked up. I literally thought he was going to be in the gravel trap.
He avoided all the maniac on the inside and came out clean. So,
are you thinking here's a new tactic from Victor Johansson?
I don't know. It looked professional, so we keep it there. It was on purpose.
We're thinking next year we need a guest car in open two-wheel drive.
100%.
Do you want to run it? Would you go in it?
Like Finland, with Ismo.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, good point. Yeah, with Ismo.
You're a funny bloke, but you're not as funny as him, mate.
That is true. Ismo is a
You're
very
probably
funny
quicker
guy.
though, so maybe that would be interesting.
Johansson can't quite go with Tiger here. Tiger's just stretching his legs away for a bit. 39.6 last lap and best lap for Tiger.
So often we see Simon Tiger turn it up for the final, don't we? Whether that's in himself, whether they just wind the car up that bit more, but so often come the finals, and that's also his undoing sometimes, isn't it? Because they run this car so on the limit when they want to that it can use the tyres up. Has had its fair share of unreliability as well, but look at it through that corner.
Yeah, amazing, absolutely brilliant. Are either of them going to go Joker? I don't think they will because of where Stur is, but if Victor wants to do something different, he will have to. He does, but it's a late decision for me and lost time, Ollie.
Yeah, 100%. So, but he got Björn coming with him there, so now we got clean air and can put some time down. I think actually Victor's cars is better for braking and so on, but obviously Tiger has all that power to use.
Yeah.
So interesting to see now how brave Victor would be in this braking. It would be a lot of time to gain there.
At the end of the straight here, so Victor Johansson coming down the straight, but Simon Tiger might be on his way to the open two-wheel drive title here. If he takes this, we think it's enough, but we'll get confirmation when we see the championship points. How Ridge, bless him, he's running around like a mad thing because, I'm afraid we've been somewhat misinformed on the regulations, so he's trying to find out desperately. Tiger, is this his victory salute? Through the left-hander and through the right. He's going to come up and cross the line. It's been a brilliant run this year. Simon Tiger takes the championship with his 7th win this season. He won both in Tjerp, 1 in Kobler, both in Alspin, 1 in Niesum, and 1 in Germany is enough for Simon Tiger to take the title for the 3rd time.
It was basically a foregone conclusion coming here, but you cannot mitigate for what might happen at any event, especially in open two-wheel drive.
And especially at Estering.
And you have to deliver, and
that was a champion's drive, wasn't it? Brilliant performance from Simon Tiger, and I have to say it's been possibly the best day for open two-wheel drive, certainly outside Finland, since we've been doing RallyX for the last 5 years, Andrew. The racing and the competition's been great here this weekend.
I'm looking at Tiger's record from 2021. He won 6 in 6 out of 7 in 21. So yes, to be fair, 7 wins is more, but there are also 10 rounds. It's still a great job by Tiger. Tohill, unfortunately, had a bit of a shocker up there in turn 1. This was Johansson's Joker, slightly late decision, but to be honest, he wasn't quite close enough anyway. So, you know what, dropping tomorrow doesn't necessarily make a massive difference. A dropped score is still a dropped score.
You've still got to deliver, haven't you?
Yes, of course, yeah. But, yeah, for the likes of Hampus Hagström, who's had such a brilliant season and done so well. Cool, Victor Johansson's got a few bits stitched on that. See you later, Ollie. Ollie Eriksson's running off. I don't know, because there's a problem with one of the Darbacks. Look at that.
Come to the studio, guys,
yeah,
if you
come
can.
to the studio camera, leave the lights off, they'll be able to see better. So that there, that's Ollie there, just gone round the side of the Darbacks car. He was here with his cans on, he didn't even switch his mic off. I'll do that for you. And he's run over there. That's a victory salute from Simon Tiger. Who's also
there, I pointed the right way, there
here,
we go.
Here. Does it actually both ways work? Simon Tiger, let's take a look at the standings for open two-wheel drive, get confirmation of that result. Simon Tiger on 230 points is confirmed as the open two-wheel drive champion. He cannot lose now. Victor Johansson P2 and Kenneth Kong in P3, and in fact those positions won't change either. So you know what, tomorrow you can just enjoy open two-wheel drive because there is no title to fight for. The podium is settled already. So supercar lights are on the line and good to go. I'm going to take some tea. Hold your thoughts, everyone. So Hal is frantically reading the regulations with Nicholas Dubinard. We were told by our friends who run the championship what was going to happen with the championship, as in previous years. But it seems that something has changed. Whether it's changed today or at another time, we don't know. You know what? I don't care. It's fine. It's been a brilliant season of Rallycross. I know you guys just enjoy watching the racing at home. Yes, we want to see champions. The same people are going to be in the title fights. The points might play out slightly differently. Could we have known 4 rounds ago? Would have been nice. But we'll get it figured overnight. Don't you worry about that. We are ready to go with the Supercar Lights final for round 9. Casper Janssen, Julian Munier, Lucas Anderson, Simon Olofsson. Tobias Darbach has not made it to the grid. And Marceau Launay at the back, so only 5 out of the 6. Great start on the second row for Munier. Better start for Casper Janssen. Janssen's surely going to come in hot into this corner. Anderson comes in quick as well. They both get contact. Munier's going to go inside them. Munier into the side of Anderson. Anderson dropping back. I think Casper Janssen's gone down to the back of the pack. He has, so Munier leads 3 wide. Olofsson inside. Moves across contact with Launay. Olofsson holds P2. Anderson tries to squeeze in. Anderson's had a shocker now. He's P5.
Launay's dropped it. Anderson's going to try and get around the outside, but it's so risky on that side of the track. Launay gave him so much room there through that very tight section, but how did they come out of that unscathed 3 wide down the hill?
Brilliant from Anderson, goes in quick and decisively into the Joker, who's on the back of Casper Janssen. Got to try and take some points off him.
That was a total lottery, wasn't it, in the first couple of corners for who was going to come out first.
Janssen went in hot and Anderson saw and went, you're not having it, you're not going around the outside, I'm going to come in hot too, and if it costs me with Munier, Munier's got damage, rear left damage for Munier, so Munier's going to struggle now.
And this is advantage Olofsson.
Olofsson's the dark horse.
Having not had a great day, he hasn't been there in qualifying. Lucas Anderson has been on the money. Munier sending the lights car over the bumps, even with that wheel all askew. Janssen should joker, he does.
So Janssen to cover off Anderson in the
Anderson's
background.
got to pass Mounier now to not lose too much time.
Watch here for Janssen coming out of the joker, and Janssen's easily in front. I reckon Anderson must be carrying a problem.
Anderson's got a left rear problem. Look how low the car is.
Olofsson looking inside Mounier. Mounier now with the car sideways, crabbing down the straight. They'll appear side by side. Olofsson's got this done because he'll be able to brake later and straighter. Olofsson takes the lead. Last year's champion is throwing down to the two youngsters and making it very hard for them this weekend.
And yet again, great respect from the French drivers. Mounier gave him enough room, knowing he was limited on what he could do, but not so much he lost loads of time. Mounier's going to joker this time around.
Good idea. This will at least cover off Anderson. Anderson's got a
left
problem.
Rear puncture, I'm sure he's got a left rear puncture.
He's got a problem. Look at the rotation on the car.
Anderson's
we'll
got him.
See it.
Janssen's got Mounier.
Yeah, so Janssen gets through as well on Mounier's
2.1
broken
the
car.
gap, Janssen to Olofsson with 2 laps to go. I think Olofsson will try and cover here, but he's done the fastest lap of the race so far, including passing Mounier.
It's a good time to go. He should go this time. So with a fantastic lap from Olofsson. Not that they'll necessarily see that. They might be out there stop watching it up in the spotters area. That depends if they've got a timing screen. Will he go joker this time? Surely does. Yes, the attitude says, but no, the car says stays out on the standard lap. So the gap last time round was 2.1. What's it going to be this time round as Janssen closing down on him? Is Casper Janssen trying to make a last-ditch attempt here? 2.1. The gap remains the same.
Another fastest lap of the race so far, eking out a couple of attempts. Simon Olofsson on Casper Janssen. Olofsson was 6th in qualifying, Andrew, was 4th, 8th and 5th through the 3 heats, so he just wasn't going his way on such an important weekend. But that squeeze through the middle on the first lap was so important.
Yeah, amazing job, amazing job. Olofsson into the joker. He is in this title fight once drop scores are taken into account. We'll find out how close he is after tonight's tot-up, but Olofsson takes his 3rd win in a row to put himself with a hope of picking up the trophy for a 2nd time in 2 years. Casper Janssen gets P2, Julian Mounier into 3rd place. Anderson is going to come home in 4th, a little way back. And this weekend is alive and kicking, isn't it?
That was a great drive from Simon Olofsson. Not in the same way that last weekend was dominant.
Anderson slow over the line, work to do on that overnight.
But Mounier didn't finish. I don't know why. I can't remember or didn't see it.
Darback
still in pre-grid trying to fix the car. Such a disappointing day. It is a left rear puncture.
He only loses 2 points to Casper Janssen in the final. So yeah, you know what?
But from the fight really was with Olofsson coming here. Anderson took 5 points out of Olofsson. Oh.
You know what's really sensible is that the team have got on the radio and said, chill.
There's no point.
You can't get any better. You're not going to get any better. You're not going to get any worse. So don't damage the car. We're in the championship tomorrow.
So firstly, watch the 2 blue cars at the front of the order here. Then watch the red car, then watch the grey car, then watch the green car. Janssen's gone for the big send, but he did that earlier, and JC will have been wary of that. So Anderson's covered that off. Mounier's gone in and clattered Anderson, to be fair. And then they've gone, this is a great camera angle.
Look at that. Look at the speed they were coming in at. But then does Anderson clip the barrier on the outside?
No, not enough, I don't think.
Not enough to get a puncture. Look at the speed he loses on the exit. He's lucky Casper couldn't go left of him. Nicholas Dubinard doing a great job of keeping us updated with stuff from the paddock, the regulations, the points and everything. Thank you, Nicholas, mate. Much appreciated. He's part of the Pure Rallycross team. If you're a French viewer, you can go and look at their brilliant website.
Such an important move that from Olofsson, and basically what Nicholas just held up to us was
points.
A little bit indistinguishable, but it's going to go down to the wire. It's close, certainly between Anderson and Olofsson.
It said, what I think it said is 1 point at the top of the table, but we'll find out.
And then a few back to Janssen. It's super close, and
it's
that
unreal.
Is perfect. Going into the final round.
No, it's
That'll
not.
be with dropped.
Do you think it's with dropped? Okay, let's see the standings. This is without. So without
even
dropped,
then it's only 15.
Yeah, there's only 15 points in it. With drop, we think there's 1 point in it.
Because
tomorrow.
Olofsson's had some shockers, or at least one shocker, hasn't he?
Yeah. So he had an absolute. He had an absolute shocker. Where was it? I'm looking at the wrong year. Not classified. TF2 engine.
What a shame for the Darback team.
Yeah.
Kevin had that big crash while fighting for the lead in the semi.
Go tomorrow. Let's go out in style. They've been brilliant this year. Right, one last hurrah from round 9. Robin Larsson, Maiko Tam, Peter Hedstrom, Joni Tapainen, Martin Enlund and Mats Oman. Oman off the back. Where's Enlund? Enlund's not presented to the grid, so Enlund is out. Here we go, Larsson from the front row. He lost out last time with a bit of contact from behind. Larson gets a bit sideways off the line. Maiko Tam equal with him. Hedstrom going to try and get the inside in the 208. Hedstrom gets alongside Tam. Larson trying to back them all up, but he goes a bit wide. Hedstrom's inside him in the Peugeot. So's Maiko Tam. Larson down into P3 in the Audi. He's got it all to do again, but he did it in the semi-final. Can he do it again?
What a start from Peter Hedstrom. Just slotted the car up the middle in the first corner.
Oman's gone, Hal, just so you know. Oman's gone, so Larson would be free to joke this time round. Tam has an issue. Larson looks up the inside, passes Tam. He won't go Joker this time round. Maiko Tam doesn't. Tapinen goes. That's a safety Joker from Tapinen, staying out of trouble. Oman is nowhere to be seen. Hedstrom leads by, what is it, 1.5 from Robin Larson.
Massive rotation for Larson. I'm sure Maiko Tam has a puncture the way the car just pushed on in the bottom part of the circuit, but now he's carrying loads of pace, so I could well be wrong on that, Andrew.
Oman's come through some 14 seconds off the leader, so Mats Oman had a big problem maybe up in turn
no
one.
puncture, I was wrong, he just made a mistake at that bottom part of the lap. That little compression just pushed the car out wide.
Now Larson's got something to do here. Does he go, Joe?
No, he can't.
Well, I think he can, because Oman's so far back. Or is it Tapinen?
It's Tapinen's in the window.
How far back is he? Yeah, he is, just about.
Oh, send from Robin Larson at the top of the hill, trying to get the inside of Hedstrom. Hedstrom is on wily old Foxo and had that absolutely covered.
Larson's got the better of Hedstrom here in terms of pace, so he's going to have to do it with strategy. There's only 3 laps to go.
And unfortunately for them, Tam's dropping off that little bit, so now he's in the window to block the Joker.
Grey skies here, but I think the rain's going to hold off before we get to the end, before the checkered flag falls on round 9. Does Larson go this time? He does.
He waited.
Accelerates the Audi round the outside, gets it tucked in, get it on the brakes now. Perfect Joker from Larson, brilliant job. He's going to come out in front of both the cars behind him. Tam is going backwards. Now he's just got to get within the window, and again he comes in sideways.
I think they waited. I think they were waiting to see what Hedstrom did. Hedstrom could easily have tried to cover there.
I thought that dummy him off, yeah. But he didn't get it done.
I don't think Hedstrom's got the ultimate pace in his Peugeot to cover off Larson on a charge. Understeer through the bottom of the hill. Larson gets beautifully tucked up to the barrier on the inside.
Hedstrom will surely go now because they know he's got to go now. Surely has to go, and he doesn't. Game over. Larson's going to be on his bumper.
Had to cover off, but it's too late anyway.
Exactly.
Look how close Larson is. This gap's going to be less than a second as they cross the line, or even just a tiny bit more.
So what's happening with our championship regulars, Tam and Tapinen in the background? How, bearing in mind these two haven't done a whole season.
Tam still hasn't jokered.
No, so he's going to drop behind Tapinen.
Well, it's going to be tight, Andrew.
So we'll need to see that.
The gap between them.
We'll need to see the battle for 3rd and 4th when they come over the line as well. But this is all about Larson versus Hedstrom. Larson called up just 2 days ago on Thursday. Joel Christopherson called him after Christensen broke his ribs. Into the Joker lap goes Hedstrom in the 208. Here comes Larson, the double Nitrocross, double European Rallycross champion, RallyX Nordic winner. Nicks it at the line by the tiniest margin, 0.085. It's almost Hedstrom and Solberg. Larson gets the win, and Tapinen nicks P3 off Tam. Wow.
Hedstrom did a brilliant job in the Joker lap. Had it so neat and tidy. Just lost out.
Brilliant.
We were wrong, Andrew. We were so wrong. Had he gone the lap before, Larson would have got him.
Wow. What a great day.
Outfoxed by Peter Hedstrom and his team as Jokers.
Larson, though, both times, the semi-final and the final from P3, he's on form. He is on form.
This is laying down a massive marker for the Nitrocross Championship as well.
Isn't it just? Let me just get in the car.
He looks so... not because of the win, because of how comfy he looks in the car and how much he's moving it around, how on top of it he is, having not driven it for a year, no pre-season test. Hedstrom was epically good in the first corner here.
He really was. He was tidy and then ran him off.
Tamer got in the side of Larson. Larson was in the wall there. Look at the outside. Hedstrom just was nice, neat and tidy, and we know those Peugeot 208s, when they're set up well, have brilliant traction.
Larson was lucky not to lose another position to Tapinen. That might have been too much. He was also lucky that Tam made a mistake, Hal, here. When Tam getting the throttle too early, and look at Larson's awareness, fine, straight up the inside, did not need asking twice, outbrakes him and still doesn't run wide in the corner.
And I think to a degree he's been driving within himself. Like, these big sends look spectacular, they're not risky, and just by not being right on the rear bumper of Tam, when Tam made that mistake, you've got the capacity then to go back for the inside. If you're super hard on the back of him, it's very, very difficult to react.
He lost a tiny bit of time on the way into the Joker, just having to brake to
Look at
avoid
the precision
Hedgehog. It's
there.
a beautiful Joker. Oh! That is a porno Joker if ever I have seen one.
I leant back that, it was so close to the wall.
Oh wow, look at Hedgehog.
And Hedgehog, Larson laid down.
I was sure he was going to...
I think that's enough, Andrew, for Tapinen to maybe have done the championship here. We'll have to look at the points on drop scores, but that drive could have been critical, couldn't it?
Well, it'd be a shame if it was, because we weren't seeing him and he was off the pace, in which case we'll celebrate it tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely.
But been a good... Look, that is so like Solberg and Ekstrom. It is unreal.
What I do have to say about Tapinen, though, is the level's been huge here. Larson, Munich, Hedstrom, Linneman, some big hitters from the world of rallycross, especially in European Championship Supercar. And Tapinen's been there again in third.
I mean, just unbelievable. What a show. Joni Tapinen on 186. He's not 30 points clear of Enland on 159, but drop scores not taken into account at this point. But now we think tomorrow can be dropped, blah, blah, blah. We'll check the title standings in the morning. Who cares? What a great race. What a great race.
What a great day. There's been
what a great day.
Normally, there's a lull, isn't there, in any rallycross event.
The incredibly long semi-final session.
But the racing was punctuated, the delays were punctuated by great racing.
Yeah.
There hasn't been many bad races today. There's been some not amazing races.
There were no turkeys though.
No, but there's been some. The finals have been great.
That was a banger of a day.
We come to some brilliant tracks.
Yeah, we do. What a great series. If you're watching this and not enjoying it, have a word with yourself because you're a muppet. What a brilliant day. You can't surely not enjoy this. I hope you're feeling as much joy as me and Hal are. Mate, what an absolute pleasure. We are lucky. We do have one of the best jobs in the world. We get to come and shout at things that we like, which is mostly cars.
I like cars.
I like cars, as Hal famously said at the last round. Brilliant. Just a great day. We're going to do it all again tomorrow for round 10.
A big shout out to two people here. Nicholas Dubenard, who's been brilliant and helped us a lot. Made his TV debut doing the interviews and it's been great.
Did a great job.
And Kevin Eriksson, together with his father Andreas, Peter Hellman, they put this championship together, and Maria Eriksson, of course. Ollie's involved
Maria
as much
fixed
as
the
well.
printer today, by the way. We couldn't fix it.
And that was necessary.
She came in and fixed it.
Kevin, Rainis just couldn't be here today. He's here tomorrow. Rainis, to his massive credit, has been on the broadcast, getting involved in all the decisions. But Kevin stepped up to be race director, and that is a really hard thing to do for anybody, never mind someone that runs this team that's next to us. So you've got all sorts of skin in the game. To do that as professionally as he has done it is brilliant. Well done, mate. What a job.
Well done. This has been my favourite day in the championship this year. Yeah, okay, we're not quite sure who's champion and who isn't. Whatever. I hope you've enjoyed some brilliant rallycross. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have enjoyed bringing it to you. Join us tomorrow exactly the same time. We're going to do exactly the same thing, hopefully with some more brilliant racing. Good night from round 9. Have a great Saturday night. See you in the morning.
Maybe the